13th installment of the King of the Sea tournament is about to begin. The prize pool has almost doubled. It's $50,000 now, and the tournament winner will get $17,500. The winners of the regional stages will earn steel, doubloons, and special camouflages. But most importantly, you'll win glory. Your team will become known throughout the whole world. Broadcasts of the regional and international finals are an incredible spectacle that will keep you glued to your screen. The best players on the planet will clash in fierce battles. Moreover, viewers will be able to obtain up to 11 King of the Sea containers, a permanent camouflage for North Carolina, and a Tier 7 premium ship. Don't miss out on King of the Sea. Win a prize and become a legend.
Hello everybody, and welcome to King of the Sea 13, the EU Regional Finals. I hope you guys brought some time and are ready for some really cool action, because of course it's going to be a long stream. Not only today, this is day one, where the teams are going to qualify for the final part of the finals, where they're going to qualify for the internationals, and we get to see who gets to be the EU King of the Sea. Now, before we get into the whole tournament, I know quite a lot of you are here to also get your Twitch drops. The question is, how does it work? So I'll just repeat it throughout the stream, but just to make sure everybody knows how it's working, you have to watch this stream or any other King of the Sea stream that is on the list that we published on the portal. And you have to watch for 90 minutes, either today or tomorrow, to get a mission to get 2 King of the Sea containers so that you can finish your collection. You can also, if you already finished your collection with this update, so you have time until the end of the update 0.10.9, and you get one of the King of the Sea 13 Twitch drops. Doesn't matter whether it's this weekend, one of the weekends before, or the international finals that are going to happen in 2 weeks' time. If you have both of these things, so finished collection plus one of the Twitch drops, with the update 0.10.10, we will give you a mission in-game where you get to get the King of the Sea skin for the North Carolina, which looks absolutely beautiful. And I hope that for all of you who managed to get the collection done over the last few King of the Seas, that this is going to be a cool thing to get on top of it. It looks fantastic and should be a cool prize. Now, let's actually talk about the tournament in itself. I'm not here alone. No, today I have 2 special guests with me, so let's introduce them. We have Seraphis and Malteseknight. Hello, the 2 of you. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Yeah, thank you.
What about you, Malta?
I'm doing pretty good too.
Okay, so for those of you who don't know you, maybe do a little bit of an introduction. Why don't we start with Seraphis?
So my name is Seraphis. Many of you might know me as Sarah. I used to be a coordinator for EU King of the Sea, and recently I joined the Wargaming community team as the new English community manager.
And me, well, I'm Malteseknight. I'm a streamer. You might have seen my Twitch channel. I'm an NACC, but I live in Europe, so basically the story is I signed up on the wrong server. It can happen to anyone, I guess.
It happens to more people than you actually think. It's not only you. It's not only you, but great to have you. Yeah, it's for us also a great time. You have, of course, Mr. Conway here in the background, not on the camera. He's shy. You know him, right? No, he's pushing all of the buttons, making sure that everything is going smoothly. You know, if anything goes wrong with today's broadcast, #blame Conway. You know the deal. Do you want to say something, Conway? I heard the mic unpushing.
I'm feeling suddenly weak. I think I need to go home. You'll be all right?
Sure. No, we always use the Conway, and it's going to be a great broadcast. But this is one of the first King of the Seas after a long period of Corona fun policing. A lot of our guests being able to come over to the studio where we actually have Malteseknight, and Sarah is now fully integrated into Prague here into the team. But to have guests here on site. We also have, of course, casters in the game. They're not going to be here in Prague. They're going to be streaming from home, but we'll introduce them later to you. But I can already tell you it's Painezor and Statsbloke bring the in-game action to you later today. Now, King of the Sea 13, let's talk about the format. Seraphis, what can players expect from this tournament? What can they see?
So the tournament is taking place at Tier 10, and players can bring rosters of 9 players. So we'll see 9 versus 9 matches. And how about you talk about what ships players can bring?
So basically, there's some class restrictions, so you can only bring a maximum of 2 battleships. If you so wish, you can actually bring 0 battleships. You can bring as many destroyers as you want and as many cruisers as you want, but carriers aren't allowed.
Exactly. We also have a set of 7 maps that the teams can see today. They can actually ban them. We'll talk about bans in a minute. But one of the maps that I want to highlight to you, if you take a look at the maps, we have North, we have Land of Fire, Islands of Ice, we have Hotspot, which is a new map that you're going to see in King of the Sea for the first time, and in a layout with 4 cap zones. So this should be very interesting, also because the teams didn't really have that much time to prepare for it, right, Sarah?
Yeah, they didn't actually have that much time to prepare for it. It only got on the live servers dispatch, so they actually have a very limited amount of time. And we've actually never seen Hotspot in King of the Sea before. Malteseknight, could you tell us a little bit more about the map?
I mean, Hotspot, the size is basically the same as any other map, but how the caps are split up is basically every other map, as you can see, has 3 caps, and Hotspot has 4. And basically 2 of them are closer to the spawn than I would say other maps are. But that's really all I can say about the map, because I haven't really gotten to play it a lot.
Yes, and that's also the case for the teams. They were able to test it a little bit on the public test. Now, since the update, of course, hit 2 weeks ago, you can already see it there. But it's going to be interesting to see how teams are going to play there. And of course, you will be able to see that as well. We have, as the last 3 maps, we have Warrior's Path, Trap, and Northern Waters. And just for you to understand, today we'll see best of 3 matches. Each of the teams will be able to ban a map and a ship. So this will limit the amount of maps that are going to be in the pool. And to keep it fair, when the teams are going to be playing, if it comes to the 3rd match in the best of the 3, the 3rd map is randomized so that none of the teams have an actual advantage. Great. Now, talking about ship bans, how does it work? We have a global ban from the beginning of the tournament,
Yes.
plus we have the match bans. How does it work?
Yes, that is correct. Let's talk about the global bans first. So when people signed up for the tournament, the team signed up, they could vote for 2 ships that they wanted to be banned in the tournament. These ships would be banned throughout the entire tournament, from qualifiers all the way to finals. And these ships are just unavailable. The ships for this time are Petropavlovsk and Kleber. Malteseknight, how about you tell us some more about the regular bans?
So the team bans, basically each series, not each map, each series, a team gets to ban 1 ship. And they're blind bans. So basically, a team wouldn't know what the other team is banning, and they could possibly ban the same ship.
Yes, we might even see this today in one of the matches. Mr. Conway is already showing us, for example, what we can expect from the first map, where we're going to have the teams Shiny and Snack duke it out to see who's going to advance to the next stage. And they both banned, for example, Alexander Nevsky, the ship. So you can see this is an important ban for both of the teams, but they didn't know what the other team is going to ban. So this might pop up throughout other series that we're going to see later today, or, for example, tomorrow, that you will see the teams doing the same ban. It doesn't give them any advantage, but it's the way we're doing it right now. For the global bans, Petropavlovsk was already banned in King of the Sea 12, but now we also have Kleber, and Kleber was a really integral ban or a really integral pick for many of the team compositions from the last tournament. So this should spice things up for today's broadcast as well, right?
Yes, I agree. Kleber was indeed very much picked and also banned ship in the last King of the Sea iteration. And we saw, especially in internationals, we saw a lot of teams ban the ship and it was replaced with Marsaw. But we indeed saw a lot of clans use it. Let's talk about Alexander Nevsky. So what makes the ship so strong that both teams ban it?
Well, there's quite a fair amount of things. So the main thing is it's considered a light cruiser, so it has the DPM of a light cruiser, but at the same time, it has 12-kilometer radar, it has good concealment, it has pretty good armor for a ship of its type, it has a lot of HP, and I think it goes around 38 knots, so it's one of the fastest cruisers in the game at tier 10. I mean, everything added up makes it one of the better tier 10 cruisers to pick, so of course they're gonna ban it.
Absolutely. So this is why you might see the ship in the future, of course, from other teams being banned, but we'll talk about this later. Now, the teams are, of course, not playing only for the fun of it and the bragging rights. No, we also have a huge prize pool available, both for the regional part of the tournament and the international part of the tournament. As a quick reminder, today you will see the EU tournament day 1 here and NA part day 1 as well. Then tomorrow we have the winners for both EU and NA. And in 2 weeks' time, the international finals are going to take place. Now, Maltese, what are regional teams able to win?
So basically, if you win the entire tournament on regional level, you get a t-shirt, you get a COTS flag. The COTS flag for the team will give you quite a fair amount of bonuses. You get a steel camouflage, which I believe costs 10,000 steel. You get 25 COTS camos, which again gives you heavy bonuses. And then you have 5,000 doubloons and 5,000 steel. And that's what you get for winning the tournament.
Exactly, that's actually per player. And just for context, compared to King of the Sea 12, we actually doubled the in-game prize pool for all of the teams. So the total prize pool value is twice as high as for King of the Sea 12. And that's not only true for the in-game prize pool, no, for the international prize pool. With King of the Sea 12, we, for the very, very first time, we had a cash prize pool for the teams with $30,000 in total. And this time, we had $50,000. And yeah, we changed some things about this, Sarah. What did we do?
Yeah, we changed a lot of things. In the last iteration of King of the Sea, only 4 teams were able to win monetary rewards, which means 1st through 4th place. But now we've changed it so that even up to 8th place can win monetary prizes, which also means that if you rank number 1 in your regional King of the Sea, then you will automatically be in the winnings for $2,500.
Great. So that should be very interesting for all participating teams. This is, of course, also the reason why this stream is running with a 5 minutes delay, to make sure that nobody has an unfair advantage by watching the stream. So please keep in mind, whenever something is happening here that might be an issue on the stream, we are 5 minutes behind and we'll try to fix it as soon as possible. But it's just to make sure that this tournament is running in a fair fashion and nobody has an advantage or a disadvantage. One thing we changed for King of the Sea 13 for EU is actually having 2 different brackets, a winner and a loser bracket. How does it work?
So first of all, we have the winners bracket, which is pretty regular. If you keep winning everything, you will advance. So we have from the round of 16 to the quarterfinals, semifinals, and then we move on to the finals, which if you win the finals, of course, you win the entire tournament. But this can only be done if you win all of your matches. If you lose one of your matches, you will fall down to the losers bracket, which Malta will tell us more about.
So basically, if you're stuck in the losers bracket, you get a second shot. You don't get a second shot at winning the entire tournament, but what you do get is a chance to get 3rd place on your region and get to go to international. That's what you get.
Yes, that's perfect. So this is a big change that we made compared to the last EU tournament. It was already in place for other regions, but it should give at least, like losing teams a chance to redeem themselves and get into the international stage of the tournament. Looking at the schedule, what can you expect from today? So today is day 1. We will start off with Shiny versus Snack. Please keep in mind that the times that you can see next to us are in CST and in UTC. If you don't know what that means, Google will be your best friend to figure out what that means for you, especially also for example, tomorrow's broadcast, which is starting at the same time as right now, but I'm trying to make just life easier for you. As the second match, as we just talked about, since it's going to be one of the matches from the losers bracket, we don't know yet who's going to be in it because it's depending on who's going to win and lose in the first round of 16. Afterwards, we'll head to the quarterfinals and we'll see a really good matchup. It's going to be either Shaft or M, depending on who's going to win this. Shaft, if I remember correctly, was last King of the Seas EU 3rd place team. And then we have Alea and UN duking it out. And Alea has, at least to a certain degree, some of the players that we know from Rain. And Rain, yes, of course, won King of the Sea 12 on the EU cluster. So that is promising to be very good matchups and, of course, a really good match. And then, as the final match for today, we have the losers 9 versus 12. So that should then give us a nice roundup of today. And tomorrow, of course, the usual, we start off with the semifinals, losers bracket, and then we see who's going to be the 3rd place, and then the big grand finals with a big difference from today. All of the matches today are best of 3. Tomorrow, it's going to be best of 5s for most of the matches. And if you cannot get enough of King of the Sea today, right after the EU broadcast, we will hand over to the North American part of King of the Sea. So plenty of matches here. We are not going to be the guys who are going to be talking about all of the stuff happening in-game. No, we have two amazing casters who we're going to invite now to introduce themselves. We have Painezor and Statsbloke. So hello everybody, and we'll also have to take our headsets to be able to hear. Hello guys, how are you doing today?
Hi, I'm currently just in the background just organising the training room because everybody's just started piling in now, so that's the best timing possible.
Perfect. How excited are you for today, Painezor?
I'm pretty excited. Like, we're going to have top 16 action. We're going to be seeing the best teams finally getting to duke it out. I'm actually, like, really looking forward to it.
Great. And Statsbloke, if somebody wouldn't know who you are, which is very unlikely, but for that slim chance of not knowing who you are, give us a little bit of an introduction. Where can people find you?
Statsbloke?
We can't hear that.
Statsbloke, you should unmute your microphone.
There's always one person. There's always one idiot who forgets to unmute. Sorry, apologies. I started out as a YouTuber. I then switched over to Twitch. I'm now a full-time Twitch streamer. I'm a member, like Painezor is, I'm a member of the CC program. Have been for quite a while, and I'm really, really looking forward to bringing you these matches with Painezor.
Great.
That's great to hear.
Yes, and Painezor, tell us, where can people find you?
People can find me at twitch.tv/Painezor, and it's got an E in it, because people keep thinking it doesn't have an E in it, but it definitely got an E in it, and it's the one with all the googly eyes all over it. So if you go to the channel and you see loads of, like, weird, like, shapes with, like, gyrating eyeballs on top of them, that's the right place. You got the right place.
That's a very dangerous description for Twitch to find you.
Do you not like channels on Twitch with lots of gyrating? Okay, that's the point.
And don't forget, guys, you can, of course, watch all of King of the Sea here on the official channel from this point forward, but you can also head to the channels of our casters. So, for example, you can go watch Painezor, you can watch Statsbloke, or, for example, Malteseknight on his channel, or any other community streamer who's going to be participating in King of the Sea, and you can also get the Twitch drops there. So nothing to miss out on if you don't want to watch here. And yeah, then I would say, guys, thank you very much. We'll, of course, hand over to you in a few minutes with the first match. And yeah, see you on the other side. Bye-bye. Yes, talking about the first match, we have Shiny versus Snack. We can here already see the three maps they're going to play. So we see Hotspot, Northern Waters, and as the potentially final map, North, which was randomly drawn. Maltese, what can you tell us about Snack as a team?
So basically, Snack. Oh. So basically, their team history. Basically, they're a really experienced competitive team. Of course, they've played every single King of the Sea since King of the Sea 1 till King of the Sea 13, which is going to be this one. And then they've also played the Winter King tournament. And they've also placed very highly in various clan seasons, getting Hurricane and Typhoon, various stuff like that. And basically, it's a team of a bunch of European players, just to make sure people know. What about Shiny?
So Shiny is a relatively new clan, at least relative to Snack, formerly known as Oh Boy. They were founded late 2019, so they don't have as much experience as Snack, but have placed quite high, just like Snack in the recent clan battle seasons and King of the Sea. So it should be a pretty good matchup here. As you can see here on screen now, Shiny doesn't have as much experience, but also, like Snack, they have placed very highly.
Yeah, I mean, Oh Boy performed very, very well last time in King of the Sea. So I'm really excited to see how these teams are going to be playing against each other. And if you're wondering how to pronounce the German name as a German, I will help you. It's das schwüle Wetter, which is a humid weather. Interesting name. I'm always interested to hear what the team's decisions behind each of the names is. Maybe some of the team members can give us some background behind that one. And it's actually the schwüle Wetter reloaded. So apparently that's part 2 of it. For the first map, if Mr. Comey can bring it up again, we talked about the different things that were banned from the tournament selection. So we have no Kleber, no Petropavlos, and both teams banned Alexander Nevsky. Now, this map, Hotspot, is actually the pick of Shiny. Now, the question is, Do you expect any special strategy here with the Alexander Nevsky ban, or do you think it's more of like a defensive ban to not be like needing to deal with it?
It's very likely that it is actually a defensive ban. Nevsky is strong on a lot of maps, and we have seen it a lot in the group stage as well, and we have seen it a lot in teams trainings. So it is very likely that it was a defensive ban. It pairs very well with ships that have a smoke screen, because the Nevskys can sit in or behind it. Especially here on Hotspot, when you look at the right side of the map, there is a really nice way for you to put some Alexander Nevskys behind the smoke screen and bully the enemy team. What about the left side of the map? Do we see anything interesting there?
So basically, when I see an Nevsky ban on this map specifically, I see a lot of destroyer-oriented comps. It's quite a big map, and the caps are split up so far apart. Basically, I think playing destroyer comps might be pretty good on this map, and what counters destroyers extremely well? Nevsky, because of the radar, the quick shell travel time, quick reload. So it could possibly be a ban because of that.
Okay, do you expect the teams to bring 3 DDs or 2 DDs at this point, Multi?
Teams can even bring 4 DDs right now, because there's a lot of destroyers that basically do cruiser functions. Like Ragnar has radar, for example. It has 30,000 HP, it has a heal. Kleber goes 55 knots, really good. Well, Kleber's banned, but Marceau can do the same thing. And they both have extremely good guns, especially Ragnar. It has basically cruiser guns, 150 millimeters with a 3-second reload. So I honestly can expect 4 in some games.
Yes, while we're talking about ships, there are certain ships that you will not see today in King of the Sea. What's the reasoning behind this?
So there's a lot of ships that are currently unavailable in our game, and this is why we have also made them unavailable in King of the Sea. We don't want to give an extreme disadvantage to teams that are newer. So ships such as Thunder, Smolensk, Arab Yamato, those kinds of ships are banned in King of the Sea because they are unavailable.
Yes, so just in case you have any questions, of course you can always drop them in chat. Either moderators or other players are going to help you. We are trying to help you as well with our chat, but we are of course trying to focus on the matches and that everything is running smoothly in the background. Plus there's a 5 minutes delay. Don't forget, we will probably also have some prediction campaigns running in the Twitch chat where you can use your channel points to have some fun with that. So do your own guessing who's going to be advancing towards the next stage of the tournament.
And not only do we have predictions for channel points, but we also have another prediction where you can predict who is going to be the semi-finalist for today. So who's going to make it in the winner's bracket for tomorrow. And you can win some exclusive King of the Sea camouflages.
Yes, don't forget that right now with King of the Sea, if you head to your in-game armory tab, you can actually get King of the Sea containers for 2,000 community tokens, but you can also get a King of the Sea camouflages and commanders in the armory tab for 3,200 community tokens that you can get, for example, from participating in public tests. You can get them from Twitch drops, from the regular Twitch drops that we have every month on all the channels, or for example on the official channel here, we have our official channel drop with 250 per week. So go check it out. It's something that of course will not be here all the time, but this is the update with King of the Sea, so go make sure to claim these things until the end of the update. The teams are readying up in the background, and something that I wanted to make sure everybody knows is that while we're doing our very best to make sure that everything is running smoothly, it might happen that, for example, one of the teams might have a disconnect, and if that happens in the beginning of the match, we allow the teams to reset and restart the match once. So if this is happening, don't worry about it. All of the teams have their setup already finalized when they enter the training room, and if they would change anything, it would not be allowed to play with that. So from a fair play point of view, just that you know, if there's a restart, this is the reason behind it. We're just trying to give the teams an opportunity for any technical issues in the first 2 minutes of the game that they can restart. Great. So do you have any special ship expectations from the teams? Anything that you're looking forward to that they could be bringing compared to last King of the Sea?
More destroyers. That's
More
what I
destroyers,
expect.
okay. Yeah, I think Ragnar is probably going to spice things up quite a bit, right?
It's a really good ship. It's a really good ship. It has radar, it has cruiser guns, it has 25mm armor, so other destroyers are gonna find it really hard to actually do damage to the thing. I expect Ragnar.
Okay. And for you, Sarah?
Yeah, I expect the same thing. Maybe even a Vampire too. It has good hydro, good concealment, and crawling smoke, which means that it can move while staying concealed when it's moving slowly. So I think that might be a pick we also might see, but definitely a lot of destroyers.
Great. Well, the team's readied up in the background, and they're almost on their way to the match. So in 30 seconds, the match is going to start. Don't forget that we have the predictions going on. You can find the link in chat, so make sure to just follow it. And otherwise, I hope that you're going to enjoy this day of King of the Sea for EU. Let's see who's going to win the first match. Is it going to be Shiny? Is it going to be Snack? We will see. Handing over to Painezor and Statsbloke. And, well, we will see you on the other side. Enjoy this match.
Hello and welcome to this first best of 3 series of the day. This one's going to be taking place between Paid and Snek, and on the green team we're going to be seeing Paid, and they're going to be running Ohio, Kremlin, Des Moines, Venezia, Moskva, Stalingrad, Gearing, Ragnar, and I'm joined by Statsbloke, who has the red team.
Yes, I do. The other team is actually Shiny. So it's going to be Shiny versus Snek, and Snek are taking Ohio, Kremlin, Des Moines, Napoli, double Moskva, a double Hargumo, which is interesting, and then a Ragnar.
I got a little bit confused because I saw Acta, and I remember the team Paid Acta.
It's very confusing when they have different tags to the team name. Yes, the oh boy, yo boy, Paid conglomerate is Shiny.
Yeah, it's getting very, very complicated. Did Shiny rename? Like, did Paid rename? Because it used to be Paid Acta. It's now, I don't know anymore.
I think they're also in. Yeah, the team. The teams aren't necessarily made up of one clan. They're free to make up the teams from whoever they want to do, and these guys have got together. Right, should we talk about initial deployments?
We shall talk about the initial deployment. So for my team, the green team, they're going to be sending over at the ACAP. We're going to be having a Venezia, a Moskva, and a Kremlin. So the Venezia looking to be kiting, the Moskva probably going to be holding up radar control, and the Kremlin possibly looking to do some sort of home cap push at some point. Over at the C cap, in the middle, we have a double Ragnar. They're going to be backed up by Ohio hanging around, but not too far behind him. He's also going to be able to support the D cap, where we will have a Stalingrad, a Des Moines, and a Gearing, hoping to hold off that 9-10 push. What have you got, Stats?
So we've got, that's slightly different. The balance seems to be about the same, but the positions are quite different. So we've got a Ragnar, Harugmo, Moskva, Ohio group going up to the 9 line for Snek. But they're taking a bit more of a direct line in the middle. They've got Haru, Des Moines, Napoli, and Kremlin pushing in front of that island, which is a little bit risky, especially for the 2 cruisers, because if they get spotted by the Ragnars, then obviously they're going to be open up to some incoming fire, especially from the battleships. And then finally they've got the Moskva of Furry Fun heading all the way over to cap the B cap, and then maybe look at pushing up through the volcanoes or up the 2 line like we've seen in previous weekends.
So it looks like these Ragnars are going to be heading for a dive into the C cap, and that, for any other DD, that might be a problem, but when you have a Haragumo backed up by a Des Moines and a Napoli, it's going to be a bit of an even fight. So, Henning, what would you say has the advantage on this C cap right now?
On the C cap, it's for sure Haragumo Des Moines, simply because Des Moines has way bigger radar range, and you can just radar these Ragnars as soon as they enter the cap. However, as soon as this smoke screen expires, the Des Moines needs to leave, and in which case the Ragnars can take over C. So
do you think this Harugumo? Sorry, do you think this Harugumo is a unique upgrade, Harugumo?
I would assume so, especially considering the smoke screen is still going.
Yeah, so it enables you to run this really long smoke screen. It doesn't last quite as long, but it does enable you to move a cruiser into a position nice and easily with that nice long smoke screen.
The Des Moines does pop that radar and gets a little bit of damage onto one of the Ragnars. It's going to play a game 999, taking a bit of damage, being forced back away from the cap. I think both Ragnars took a bit of a chunk there. Nothing too serious. They both have access to a heal, and we're able to repair some of that. Oh, now the Des Moines radar's going out. Did I miss? How did they get spotted? Was it just from the Haragumo spotting them?
Yeah, I think briefly, just over the water.
Ah, I'll do that. So we see the Napoli of Yuzora is also going to be making some sort of smoke screen across. I'm not sure if why he's decided to pop his smoke so early. He didn't fire. I don't see what he was spotted by. Is this just some sort of bait to make them think that the second Haragumo was there? I'm interested to see why he's popped the smoke so early.
Yeah, not entirely sure. I guess we'll see what the plan is. From these teams, like in previous weekends, we might have said, oh, some things could be a misplay, but at this level, that's highly unlikely. Most things will be intentional. There's some torpedoes going towards the gearing of Rudabout. They actually go straight past, so nothing there. It's very dangerous when you sit in these smoke screens. You've got to really watch out for the fact that the smoke screens definitely attract torpedoes, and you need to be very aware of the fact that there could be torpedoes coming.
So taking a look at the map control right now, we see that C and B caps are currently ticking for the red team, while the A team only has one cap. But over at the 9-10 line, we are going to see an engagement. The gearing of Das Rudabout did get spotted by a Radiator's Ragnar and takes almost half his health already, and that's health that won't be coming back for that gearing. Gearing does not heal.
Harugumo's DPM is also not to be trifled with, so the Ragnar Haru combo, that's extraordinarily dangerous, and Mosfar in the background as well, very accurate cruiser, able to stick some shells into that gearing as well, probably when it gets spotted.
Yeah, sorry NDA's Des Moines is going to be forced back. The gearing, however, is going to try and be cheeky and reverse up and try and spot the approaching Harugumo and Ragnar. I'm not sure if that's the wisest decision in the world, but I'm not going to question this level of competitive play.
I think we're going to see eventually, we've got Lappen and the Kremlin of Shiny Shakers are moving slowly over towards the volcanoes, and I think we might eventually see that pair push with the Venezia down towards the Napoli.
The Venezia is hovering quite wide right now. He's going to realise, alright, nothing's spotting him over here, I can push up until he gets into range of that Napoli of Yuzora, who they should know the positioning of, because he did pop that smoke screen earlier. And they already have seen the Harugumo was spotted on both flanks, so they do know the Napoli's here because of that smoke screen that he popped earlier. Even if he hasn't been spotted, they can suss that out for themselves. Meanwhile, south of Seacat, we do see that the Moskva of Furry Fun is being farmed quite heavily by just the Ohio being permanently spotted by these two Ragnars and just taking chunks out of its bow over and over again.
Also seeing a Kremlin capping in D, so Amazing is sitting in D behind the island where you would normally see either a destroyer or a cruiser, and is probably going to be able to get the cap in a battleship.
Yeah, and Henning, what would you say was your option of getting rid of this Kremlin in the D cap now?
Go wham. That's literally everything you have. The gearing doesn't have the torpedo power to actually one-shot this Kremlin if he went for a rush, and he's like very far away, and he has to escort Des Moines, obviously. And otherwise, you don't have any torpedo threat, so all you can really do is try to get an angle to farm it, which, well, 10-9 you won't gonna get ever with 4 next ships around the area. So the best option is actually to try to get a ram off, but right now that is not an option.
Middle of C, we see the Ragnars are both spotted in front of a radar from the Moskva, but they are going to be able to use their improved engine boost and just dodge as many salvos as possible while raining down these shells back onto the Moskva. The Moskva is probably going to regret his decision to do that radar. Ohio, long-range shells come in, taking massive chunks out of the bow as well.
We're also starting to see that Kremlin, Moskva, Venezia push coming down through the volcanoes, which is going to put even more pressure on Furry Fun, who won't be able to reverse.
Shakers does take a single Napoli torpedo, but it doesn't really do that much. There's a lot of pressure going to be happening on this Moskva right now. He can't retreat because of the Moskva and Kremlin pushing up behind him. He's being farmed down by these Ragnars who hurt a lot, and there's nothing to really take down these two Ragnars because they have so much mobility, so much ability to dodge, so much damage output, and the heal, that they are not going to be the easiest thing to deal with right now. However, the Kremlin and Moskva are not going to be easy to deal with too.
No, that's true. The Ragnars are also very wisely staying off that cap until this Moskva is down, which I don't think is going to take too much longer.
Yeah, Furry Fun down to 15,000 health and stuck on the side of this island, scraping against it. Can't get back around. Ohio Salva comes in, takes him down to 8,479.
And Yuzora is also kind of in trouble, currently on half health, but very soon, when Furry goes down, that Napoli is also going to potentially be in a lot of trouble here.
Napoli does pop a smoke screen, starts kiting away, going to be trying to disengage as much as possible. The Harugumo needs to be very, very careful, though. He is very deep inside the Moskva's radar range, and there is a Venezia there who can throw a salvo in.
So currently 3 caps to Snack, but I think that's going to change very, very shortly because Shiny will be able to easily get into C with those 2 Ragnars and also potentially get into B, although I don't know whether they'll be able to immediately cap. They'll probably keep getting reset.
They will get
the
reset for a while, but they can use their Venezia eventually to take that cap in a smokescreen. They have nothing to respot that.
In the D cap, Amazing's Kremlin has actually turned around and is leaving. I suspect that Snek were thinking, Shiny are probably going to do a push here and try and get the Kremlin out, so they've decided to remove it and go and bolster the other side.
Henning, do you think that's a good tactical option to remove your Kremlin from his very safe position, as he loses 30,000 health on the exit?
I mean, they need to do something about this home cap push. They're gonna lose C now. So the mod is gonna try to delay it a little bit, but because the Moskva died, you're missing that second radar to actually prevent the Wagners from capping. And you're gonna lose B eventually. So they need to relocate their forces if they don't wanna make a push on 9-10.
Yeah, there doesn't look like there's anything that they can send directly into the D cap for now, so removing the Kremlin out for now is going to be okay strategy.
I would say so, yes.
It's a lot more difficult to park something in there from the north side, I would say. The Stalingrad would struggle, I think, to turn around and get in there safely. So they're just going to leave it for the minute.
C cap does get flipped by the 2 Ragnars. They are going to be caught in a radar on the way out, see if we can get any damage on that from the Des Moines.
Haru of Prospinosia is laying a smokescreen for Pac-Man in the middle.
Yeah, the Des Moines gets a bit of damage onto Play Game, and now Chaos has decided he wants to get into the radar range instead. Actually, Play Game taking more than a couple of chunks there. He's down to 60% health. I think he will still have access to 1 or 2 heals, though.
Also, Wex down in the south for Snek has laid a smokescreen for Yuzura, so Yuzura can fire from behind the cover of the smoke. Of course, you don't have to be in the smoke to get the protection of the smoke.
Yeah, the Kremlin Moskva not pushing out just yet. They do know that the Des Moines is there in that smokescreen, and you don't really want to be pushing out broadside with a Moskva in front of the Des Moines. The Kremlin will also take quite a bit of damage from it if he decides to push out, but the Kremlin can also just blind fire that smoke quite happily, looking for that Des Moines with that massive overmatching guns.
Keep an eye on the points, because both teams have 2 caps right now, so both teams are marching forward at the same rate, and currently Snek is in the lead with 730 odd points. So Shiny do need to do something, because they need to catch up before those points hit 1,000.
The Stalingrad north of the D cap at some point lost most of his health. I'm not sure if that's just been constant farming from...
I think it has.
Radiator Enjoyers Ragnar and the Kremlin and the Ohio south of D.
Yeah, very difficult to hide a Stalingrad, although he's currently dark. I think there was an attempt to reverse Trainel back into the cap, but they've decided against that.
Haragumo torpedoes at the B cap going to be heading towards the Kremlin and Ragnar behind it. Moskva might have Hydra running. We'll find out. Although the Kremlin's just backing up right now. He's being farmed from that Haragumo and Des Moines in the smokescreen.
So, yeah, Shiny are in a really interesting position here because they have to push a cap or get kills, but they ideally have to push one of these caps. And the B cap is very, very open. You've got the Haru pushing Torps through, as you've just said. It's being farmed by the Des Moines in the center. So it's a bit of a risky prospect. They might decide to bring the Ragnar over, because there's not that much radar coverage there. You've got the Des Moines just on the edge of range. Yep, there goes the Ragnar to go in. Chaos Helmi. So that's going to let them stop that points income off that cap, and eventually probably cap.
Yeah, but is that going to be enough time? I can't really do the maths right now.
It's going to be close. I'm not exactly sure which way it's going to go, but it's going to be
They
close.
do have time if they get the cap.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank you,
thank you, calculator. Yeah, but the thing is, everything can change if there are kills. But right now, all the remaining ships are, at least half health. So there's no immediate obvious kills to be had here.
Well, the 9-10 line, the Ragnar has got caught out in front of the Des Moines. He opened up the gearing, but they didn't get very much damage on it. Now the Des Moines going to be raining his shells down towards Radiator Enjoyer. Looks to be dodging most of these salvos, but he's burning a fire right now.
The Harugumo in the middle for Snek may be looking at Charlie, but the Ragnar is there, and I think has decided that's not a good one-on-one to pick.
I'm not sure if a Haruguma has the penetration for the Ragnar's armored belt. What is it? 20? Yeah, you will actually. It's only 25 millimeters, and Haruguma has 30.
It would be a close fight, but I suspect that all things being equal, I suspect the Ragnar would win that trade. Wayex is in trouble, being fired in smokescreen here. Yep, that was Ragnar radar from Chaos.
But the Ragnar also goes down for it.
So that brings the points to about 730 to 800.
And now, with the fourth cap being taken, they finally got their Stalingrad and Ohio back in there. With being down a ship and down all 4 caps, how do Snek get back into this game?
Yeah, it's a very interesting position for Snek. They've got to push very aggressively on something here. But the problem is, if they push everything at once, it could go very, very wrong very quickly. Here we see a replay of the Kremlin versus Ohio going through the decap. Lovely little brawling action there. You tend to get these brawls later in the games. Also, look out for the little hidden extra King of the Sea motifs around these maps. As the cameras move around, you might get to see a few little surprises planted around the maps.
And please take screenshots and send them to me, because I can't see them. This is the benefits of having the Wargaming Special Spectator camera, is they can have a custom client where they got all these cool things. So this Kremlin now being faced with the bow of an Ohio being farmed by the Ragnar, the Stalingrad waiting in front of him. Amazing, he's not going to be able to do much by himself, and he hasn't really got many options from his teammates to do much either. The Des Moines and the Ohio of Pac-Man Plays and GameCon being held back by the Kremlin, Moscow, and Venezia. Napoli of Yuzora looks to be turning back, but even if they get into that cap, they're also going to need to send the Haruguma of Prosopagnosia into the C cap as well. And
so Kremlin nose to nose with Actor, Kremlin versus Ohio. But the Kremlin isn't actually shooting the ships that are in front. It's actually got its guns over towards Player Games Ragnar, who is raining HE down on Amazing every few seconds.
Shakers' Kremlin is also looking to crossfire him, but doesn't manage to get very much there. Just getting a bit unlucky with that poor long-range Kremlin dispersion that we talk about all the time.
Yeah, whenever they're shooting at you, it never seems to be as inaccurate as it should be, that's for sure. Okay, so one thing, yeah, here we go. So here's the AP out from Shakers across the middle of the map towards Amazing. We thought, as Painezor just said, that this crossfire might come. Okay, that didn't do very much at all. I think Shakers would be disappointed with that building.
Very much.
Yeah. Amazing, I think, is going for a ram on the Ohio of Actor.
If he does that, then the Ragnar can take the cap behind him.
Points getting very close to 1,000 here for Shiny.
Yeah, Shiny are going to be happy to take this trade right now. They're still up on a load of points.
Yeah, it's a good one-for-one trade in terms of hit points, but you've got to bear in mind the match points as well.
Oh, they can just do a drive-by instead.
Oh, they could just. Oh, that's a disaster for Amazing, because when Amazing goes down here, the points are going to be. I think that's going to be match over, or game over. Let's. Oh no, he gets to the heel.
Unless he can take down the Kremlin through the bow. I mean, the Stalingrad, sorry. Doesn't manage to take it down with the first salvo. Red guns
decent chunk. Shakers also. I've got Shakers in the background is also extremely low. There's a lot of ships low right now. The Des Moines for Snek is also low. I would keep a very close eye on the kill feed.
1600 health. 200 health. Goes down. That's a 1-for-1.
It's a trade.
That almost ended the game right
Trainal. Yeah, it depends which order they come in, right? So Trainal is also going to go down. That's going to give a little bit of breathing room.
Alright, Radiator's Enjoyer's Ragnar did get into the decap there to block that temporarily, but not for much longer. The Des Moines gets blabbed by the Ohio in the B cap, so that's... Points are swinging all over the place right now. The Ohio of Gamecom D is now walking down towards the Moskva of Lapan on Tor while also capping B. The Haruguma of Prospagnosia is going to go around the back of the Moskva at the same time, look for a torpedo rush. We also have Yuzora as Napoli raining down shells on its bow. But they have to make these kills happen fast. It's going to be 2-2. If this point swings, that'll be a 100-point swing. It's not quite going to be enough to put them into the lead, so they'll need something else after that.
Lapan is in a bit of a sandwich between the Ohio and the Harugumo over by the volcanoes. And then also the Ohio of Acta is also in a bit of a sandwich between the Ragnar and the Moskva. Lapan goes down. That means that Snek have got even more breathing room here. It's also 2 caps to 1 currently for Snek.
with the points blocked right now,
Yeah.
they might actually just be able to squeeze it out.
They
It's
pulled.
120 to 80, so they are
They-
technically in the lead if they can maintain blocking.
This is an amazing comeback from Snek. They were on the brink of losing. Like literally, if two of the kills had been the other way around, they would have lost. But they are gradually pulling it back. There is
Oh,
35 seconds left on the game clock.
Radiator Enjoyer showing a bit too much sight of that Des Moines, and also the Ohio shooting through its bow. Play a game blocking the C cap and also taking it with his Ragnar.
Don't
Radiator
forget,
Enjoyer.
if the clock runs out in 20 seconds, the points win it, right? So 976, one cap ticking. Unless Snek do something right now, it's going to be the points that win it for Shiny. But they did not have an easy ride.
Shots coming in towards the Ragnar, trying to finish him off. Doesn't quite land before the buzzer. That was a close game, Stats.
That was swings and roundabouts. That was back and forth all over the place. That nearly ended several times. So Shiny go 1-up against Snek.
Yep, let's send him back to the studio.
What a match to start off this King of the Sea day today. Wow, and also a very interesting back and forth on Hotspot. We were sitting here actually like discussing, how it looks in the beginning, then at the end is like, oh, it's going to be super hard. It's going to be super hard for Snek to come back. This is kind of in shiny hands, and it was so close. Fantastic. Usually don't get to see a lot of King of the Sea matches go to the timer, right? With 20 minutes. So what happened here?
Yeah, this was a really explosive match. It started off pretty strong for Shiny when they took out the Moskva in the middle of the map. It allowed them to get control over the middle of the map and the entire left flank. But yeah, somehow Snek managed to pull it back, and they did end up losing, but they were very close to taking it back.
Yeah, Malte, you were actually saying in the very beginning the Moskva position of Snek to be super risky.
It's just the issue with it was in the open. He couldn't reverse because there was a Moskva and a Kremlin like in the A cap, and so he was stuck pointed towards two Ragnars, and then Ohio who was also shooting him. I believe even maybe the Stalingrad was shooting him. So he basically had 4 ships shooting him at the same time, and he couldn't reverse because he had 2 ships he had to worry about. So he was kind of dead in that spot.
Yes, and that's something you always have to consider in King of the Sea. These are 2 very, very decent teams playing these maps not for the very first time. I mean, Hotspot is probably the one that they're the most uncomfortable with just because they didn't have that much time to prepare, but they're very experienced players. Now, what you can see in King of the Sea very often is that certain teams will play a bit more defensively to get into the positions they want to get into, to be able to build their play while handing the map over for a short amount of time to the enemy. And I think this is what we actually saw here with Shiny, because Snek took the initial early C cap, despite only having a Harugumo there versus 2 Ragnars, but Shiny was rather focused on taking out linchpins of the enemy formation to be able to push down, and then it was really hard for Snek to get back into the battle. How would you rate the setup of the team? Like, was there anything that gave Shiny an advantage in like the team composition? We saw, for example, Snek pulling out a Napoli to be brought into this map, which is a very interesting pick. We haven't seen it before, right? It's a pretty new ship. And well, Mr. Conway is just making sure that we also highlight here that if you want to participate in our predictions for who's going to make it to the semis tomorrow, this is your last chance, because we're going to close the predictions very soon, so that it's going to be fair for everybody, that you can have a chance to get one of the amazing camouflage packages that we've prepared for you. So make sure to check out chat and follow the link and to give us your prediction. Yeah, so back to the setup. Anything that caught your eye?
So battleships-wise, both teams actually went with an Ohio Kremlin. This is probably because they both have 30mm overmatch. So if you try to play Des Moines into that, you're gonna have a really hard time. Something I really liked, but unfortunately it didn't work out really well, was the double Harugumo. Because Harugumo actually does a lot of damage to Ragnar because it pens it all over the place. But unfortunately, it didn't really result into that, because it's hard to fight into Ragnar when there's also a Venezia behind it and a Moskva. So Harugumo can't do everything on its own. Napoli was quite interesting. I don't think it was utilized to its greatest strength, which is pushing. I mean, it had to sit kited away, obviously, so it didn't end up being as good as maybe they wanted. That's really it. I mean, from my end. What do you think?
Yeah, we saw the Haragumos as well, in an attempt both to counter the Ragnars and obviously to get the smoke screen, because with the legendary module, the unique upgrade for Haragumo, you can lay a very, very long smoke screen, which you saw used at the start by Snek to push their Des Moines very close to the center of the map, which allowed them to gain some early control. Unfortunately, when they tried to recontest later using the same strategy, it didn't work out so well for them, and unfortunately, they ended up losing.
Yes, but still very, very close match. And if you paid attention during the match, which I hope you of course did, there were several new things that you can see in the official broadcast that we have here. This is something that you cannot see in the game. You will also see it in the replays here on the other side. And yes, we'll head to the minimap replay in a minute. I just wanted to highlight, pay attention to the maps you're going to see today and the special Easter eggs that we've prepared. We also try to make it a little bit easier for you to understand if you're, for example, in the map mode, as you can see right here, which camps are currently being contested, and give us your feedback. We just want to, make this broadcast even better for the future and hope this is a cool step in the right direction and also hiding some Easter eggs in there. I see there's an issue with the minimap replay. If you don't know the minimap replay function, don't forget, this is something you can actually do for any of your matches. If you head to the official World of Warships Discord, you can just go there, upload your replay, and it will create a video out of that replay where you can check out the match and see what actually happened and analyze it by yourself, or just watch the glory of your victory or defeat. Looking at the next maps we're going to play, Hotspot was actually Shiny's pick, so they managed to convert their own pick. Now it's going to be Snek's pick on Northern Waters. Would you expect Snek to change something significantly just because of the game, or rather to adjust to the map itself?
I really don't think so. I mean, it wasn't their pick, so maybe they're not as strong on it. But Northern Waters is their pick, so I assume maybe they have a better aligned strategy for what they're trying to do. And maybe they're going to have a different strat, obviously, it's a different map, right? But I don't think they're going to change too much, because last game was relatively close, and maybe it's a map they're uncomfortable on, so.
Absolutely. Now, when we talk about ship picks themselves, we usually get a lot of questions from viewers why ships that might be popular in random battles are not that popular in King of the Sea. Sarah, what's the reason behind this? Why do teams pick these specific ships?
So a big thing in King of the Sea, or competitive in general, is control. You want ships that are able to exert a lot of control over a certain area of the map. And usually this is paired with radar. Radar is a very strong tool to do this. So we will see a lot of radar cruisers, such as Moskva and Stalingrad, but also Des Moines. The radar is a little bit shorter, but Des Moines has other strengths, such as very high DPM and maneuverability. And of course, Ragnar also falls into this category now as a radar destroyer, which means it has a lot more control than some other destroyers, and it is able to bully cruisers as well due to its cruiser guns.
Great. Now, I have the luxury of actually having a very, very experienced competitive player here with me, with Maltese. Can you talk a little bit about how teams pick their composition for maps?
Well, really map dependent. I mean, it's basically like, first you start off with a group of people, right? And you have to determine what those people actually play. Like, everyone's going to play different classes. You're going to have your cruiser players, your battleship players. But then on certain maps, you can have specific places. Let's say Northern Waters, one line, everyone knows this rock. It's the one-line rock in the middle, right to the left of A. And basically that rock, you normally try rush a radar into it, possibly at Des Moines. And I mean, that's how strategy is going to work, right? You're going to see your best player in that particular ship do a particular task, and you need to somehow manage to get him to do that. So you need to support him with other ships. That's basically it. I mean, it's nothing too overly complicated, but...
For like, when we talk about like you doing this, how much of a factor is how comfortable a player is in a ship, or is it more about the player so good in, for example, cruisers that he can put him into any cruiser, and it's just about the map dependency?
I mean, cruisers have a lot of variance now. You have your light cruisers, you have your super heavy cruisers, you have your heavy cruisers. So you can't just have a general cruiser player. You can, but most of the time you're specialized in one role, and that's the role you do well. Like destroyers, on the other hand, you have gunboat destroyers, and you have torpedo destroyers, and you have smoke focus destroyers. So you have to fit someone in a particular role. And battleships, I mean, battleships are less on that because for the most part, they do the same thing. But you want to put players that are actually comfortable in the role. You don't want to put someone who's uncomfortable in a cruiser, in a light cruiser. You put them in a light cruiser, he's not going to do well, unfortunately. So you want to try think about that and ask him personally what he thinks.
Yeah, it's it's King of the Sea. All of these matches are high tension. Every single mistake will be punished very, very severely by these players. And even when we see these mistakes and point them out in our analysis, please keep in mind that these are very small mistakes sometimes. And if you see these players in game, don't be too naughty to them. They're trying to do their very best to win this and to advance and to be able to get to be the King of the Sea. When we talk about the map, you already brought up the topic of the 1-2 line. This is something that we've seen over the past King of the Seas, actually, the race for this rock. And just for your understanding, if Mr. Conway can maybe bring up the map before the match actually starts, it's just something to really pay attention to in the beginning, because on this one line, the very left line that you see, right, it's a big race to be able to get that super crucial position. And it's kind of like a win or lose scenario. Either you get there or you don't. Well, the teams are ready, so we'll definitely pay attention to this area. And let us know in chat who you think is going to win this one. Is Snack going to be able to come back to this one? What do you guys think?
I think Snack's going to pull it back this time, and we'll see an explosive third match. At least that's what I'm hoping. And Malta?
I really think Snack's going to win this one. It's their map pick, and maybe they're more comfortable on it.
Okay, let's see and hand over to the casters.
Welcome on into game 2 of this best of 3 series. This time we're going to be on Northern Waters and the spawns will be reversed. So this time on the green team we will be having Snack, and they will be running Ohio, Kremlin, Napoli, Moskva, Daring, Marso and Haragumo. And stats.
Down the other end of the map in red, we have Shiny, who are currently 1-0 up. And they have an Ohio, a Shikishima, double Moskva, a Stalingrad, a Gearing, a Daring, and double Marceau.
A lot more French destroyer play on this map. We're looking to see some fast cap action from these guys. And I'm also slightly curious about this double Napoli. This double Napoli we have seen used effectively on this map just as a holding flank on the 10 line before, but I'm going to see we'll see what we'll be using them for. So I want to take a look at these initial deployments.
They have split them.
Oh, they have split them. Yeah, so heading over at the A cap for hang on. For Snack, sorry. We're having a Marceau, Napoli, Kremlin, Moskva, and Haragumo looks to be cutting very aggressively down towards the A island gap. Over at the B cap, we're going to have the Daring contesting that. He's going to be backed up by a Moskva and temporarily backed up by this Haragumo. And then over to the C cap, we're going to be sending a Napoli and an Ohio.
So quite a common tactic on this map is to try to basically get a spotting trap going on B. Where a destroyer usually will cut quite close, usually from the north side, but you can also do it from the south side. Try to get either a cruiser spotted going across diagonally, or indeed actually one of the destroyers that's going into B, and try to get a lot of focus fire down on them while the teams are still all really close to the center of the map. So, but I don't think that's going to come off this time because there's nothing really to spot. We've got Shiny holding that Daring there against Snack's double destroyers, with their Marceaus going out wide to the 1-2 line, trying to get over towards that island by the A cap. And they're going to be backed up by Moskva and Ohio. Shiki is maintaining the middle, as you'd expect for a Shikishima, able to accurately snipe across the whole map. Shells go out as I say that. And then we've got Stalingrad and Gearing, who are going to go over towards the C cap.
Yep, we're going to see the Marceaus. All three of the Marceaus are going to be arriving at the 1-2 line island. We see a little bit of an engagement between the only one Marceau from the red team at the minute, because the second one is currently shot blocking on the island. We'll get out in front of it again. We'll reacquire Wax and his green Marceau.
It's going to be interesting to see where Yuzura decides to go now that the smokescreen's been used. Because I'm guessing maybe the Napoli was destined for the island, like we quite often see cruisers try and push down to that island. And that smokescreen was probably going to be used for that. So maybe this double Marceau is a little bit of a surprise because they do arrive very quickly.
Interestingly, the Haragumo's position between A and B is currently being used to farm down the Moskva. He doesn't have any spotting on him right now, but he knows the general position of where he'll be, and he's just trying to blind fire and get some fires going. Unfortunately, he's way overshooting right now. And he also has torpedoes heading into a smokescreen. Let's hope he's going to dodge those.
Yeah, the first set of torps go past the Daring to the other side. Prospinosia, yep, nice dodge on that.
So the Napoli of Yuzura is now approaching the 1-2 line island, and he needs to be super careful when he gets here because 2 Marceaus has unbelievable amounts of YOLO potential. Normally we see a Des Moines or a Minotaur parked up behind this island who can sort of defend themselves. I'm not sure how a Napoli fares against a double Marceau rush, but not well. He also has a lot of torpedoes coming in.
Which he's currently turning across. He's just seen them. You see the brakes being put on. That's 1. Now, Marceau torps don't do a lot of damage, but you could do without taking them.
They do in large numbers, but yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
One of the weaknesses of Napoli, it doesn't have access to that hydroacoustic search consumable. However, it does have some interesting other options, like the ability to defy the laws of physics when it turns, like all Italian cruisers. It also has access to SAP secondaries, which, if the Marceaus get too close, will start tearing them apart slightly. But they'll be trying to avoid that as much as possible. However, they have taken down half of Yuzura's health at the expense of half of their own health on Sori and Deer, who will be trying to rotate jobs with the second Marceau. They'll use the damaged Marceau as the farmer and the Marceau who hasn't been damaged as the spotter.
So Snek do have a very heavy presence over the side of the map. They've got the Marceau and the Napoli there by the cap, but they've also got the Kremlin, the Moskva, and then the 2 destroyers who are by B. So I think Shiny are going to want to get Yuzura out of that position as quickly as possible, so that they can try and stop Snek from having dominance over A. But over the other side of the map, Shiny actually have got C for free, because there's nothing contesting it directly. So Rudaboot has actually capped C, no problems at all, and I'm guessing will now start to harass those 2 ships that are there with torpedoes.
Yeah, currently 1 cap each, point slightly in favour of Snek for now, because they did get their cap earlier, which was the B cap. Torpedoes coming towards the Moskva south of B could be dangerous, but he's already reversed by the island. He has lost half his health already, just this constant Haragumo farming, and also the Kremlin long-range fire, and the enemy Moskva is going to be also firing towards him as well.
Radar out from Yellow Ente.
We'll pick up the Daring of Radiator Enjoyer.
Yeah, that's going to be quite close to the edge of range. Radiator only has to go a few hundred meters to get out of that if the Daring wants to go dark.
Yeah, Moskva no longer having access to fire prevention.
Harrow actually pushing into the radar range.
Well,
yeah, so I think the order here was just get the Moskva down.
Yeah, he reversed a little bit too far. The Ohio and the Napoli both had shots. The Napoli did take a torpedo for it on the 10 line, but it's, it's a bit of damage you're willing to take to get rid of a ship. You no longer have that anchoring radar control over the B cap. You got yourself farmed down, and now you lose a lot of vision and a lot of ways to get back into that cap.
Yeah, the Daring for Shiny is obviously going to try and retake that cap at some point, but is going to have to deal with Furry Fun's Moskva's radar. Whereas Prospinovias doesn't have to deal with the Shiny radar anymore, yeah. Okay, Yuzura is still hanging out by the island. So far, so good.
Yeah, Marceau's deciding to not make any aggressive plays, and they do have the Moskva with shots. They have their own Marceau to get some damage in. They also have the upfront damage of the Napoli and its relative tankiness, and just generally being quite resilient in general. He's just going to sit behind the silo for as long as possible.
It's going to be interesting to see who tries to make a play for A first. Currently, it's stalemate.
Well, the Ohio has got himself bow in towards that, so it looks like he might be making a charge for Shiny.
Yeah,
and once he goes in there, he does have the ability to overmatch the top half of the Napoli's bow. So if he wants to take a couple of pot shots at Yuzura, he might be able to get rid of him. He's also being backed up by the Marceau and the Moskva, who also look to be diving into that cap as well. So we might see a brawl at the A cap very soon.
Yeah, so Wayex is there to try and be a bit of a backstop for Yuzura to stop Chaos coming around that corner, or to at least try and slow him down considerably. So Chaos is probably going to be a little bit reluctant about doing that push, but of course, if the push is ordered, the push will happen.
The shiny Daring in B cap has entered, been radared by the Snek Moskva. The Snek, Daring, and Haragumo, and second Moskva are all going to be opening up on him right now. And he's just going to have to leave.
Player Game has launched a straight line of torpedoes out towards the corner, but doesn't know that Furry Fun has actually left that side of the island and has changed position.
Yeah, Daring going to let this fire burn. He doesn't want to be popping his damage control until after he gets unspotted, so he can reduce his bloom.
Yeah, it's an important thing. I think a lot of people forget about that. When you're on fire, your detection actually increases a bit. So where you would have been unspotted if you stop firing.
Well, he popped his Damacon early
exactly.
while he was unspotted. He got refired.
Very good demonstration of that. So player game's detection will now be a lot further than it would otherwise be, and that can be the difference between being spotted and being not spotted.
Over at the A-cap, radar out from the Moskva of Lapan on tour is going to be picking up the Marso of Wayex and also going to be seeing the exact positioning of Yuzora. They're also going to know where Amazing and the second Moskva are behind the island. Haragumo not being picked up.
So Henning, can we ask you a question? So given the positions on the A-cap with neither team really having an advantage, what's the
look
play?
at the
Oh, actually,
1-9.
sorry, we might actually be seeing it. So Chaos is making a move here. I'll have to hold that question for a second. Chaos is going to make a rush on Yuzura. Torps
Yuzura
out
gets
in
his torps
defense.
out.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Oh, look at me. I am the
Oh.
destroyer now.
Chaos does get some torps out, but I don't think they're going to get past the rocks. Oh no, maybe one gets past the rocks.
Two.
Okay, well that's a little bit of a save there for the Marceau.
And he's pushed out in front of the Ohio, who was waiting.
I think that was the
Zora
intention.
drops his smoke screen.
I think that was never intended to be a successful rush in terms of the Marceau surviving. It was just intended to push Yuzura forward.
Zora is still being pushed forward. There are shots still raining down at that smoke screen. He's on 5,000 health. I think the Ohio's going to go for a blind shot into the smoke any second. Here it comes. And a well-aimed shot into that
Nice
smoke screen
blind
takes
shot.
him down.
And once again, we're going to see Actor versus Amazing, Ohio versus Kremlin, nose to nose here, like we did in the last game.
However, there are two Marceaus who are going to be throwing torpedoes at both of them from the sides. Red torpedoes heading towards Amazing's Kremlin.
9-kilometer range on these Marceau torpedoes.
All going to be dodged.
Amazing, just slowing down in time there to missile those. Rest of the map fairly quiet, so we're going to be concentrating here on the A camp.
Yeah, all quiet on the eastern front, so we'll go back over the west.
Yep. There is a bit of trade going on. Shikishima is coming under a little bit of focus fire, having to drop back.
Radar out from Pac-Man plays as Moskva. Snek going to be picking up the Marceau and Moskva and Ohio, but the Marceau's going to get himself back out of range.
Okay, so Henning, now that it's calmed down a bit. So this sort of stalemate position, if you're these two teams, how do you try and break that stalemate, given that the Napoli is now gone?
It's actually really difficult for Shiny to do right now. They don't have an advantage on A ship-wise, and their ship actually does a bunch of HP. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, I don't really see any opportunity for them to do actually anything. They're actually in threat of losing C now.
They
considering
are.
Snack relocated their ships for that.
The Shikishima took a lot of damage. I'm not sure from what exactly.
I think it's just constant focus fire.
Oh, it's actually from
don't-
Gamecom DE. If you look, he's taking another salvo right now.
Yep. You mentioned health pools. So
Oof.
currently, actually, it's 342,000 for Snek to 181,000 for Shiny. So there is a massive health difference there.
If Shikishima's down to 9k, he might actually go down here. The Moskva first going to be trying to get a fire on it with Stern. There's going to be another Ohio salvo incoming at any minute now. Also crossfire coming from the Daring. Yeah, the Daring's opening up. Wait, did the Daring open up, or was that another Ohio? Well,
Shikishima takes a
fire.
double fire. I think that's going to be Shakers.
Yep, there goes the Shikishima. And over at the A-cap, Torpedo Soup heading towards the Ohio, going to be all expertly dodged.
Amazing in trouble in the Kremlin. 5,000 and ticking here. A lot of fire coming in from the Marceau, but Actor is also coming under heavy focus fire from the Haru and the Marceau of Wayex and Prospenosia. Amazing will go down. That brings the points a little bit closer together, but still about 200 point difference.
Massive hit into the Moskva. Goes down. Daring gonna pick up that kill. Most of that damage came in from the Ohio. The Ohio is still burning very heavily in the middle of the A-cap. He's burning in double fire, trying to heal through some of it, but he's got shells coming in from so many different directions right now. So this is going to leave us with a Haragumo and a Marceau up against a relatively low health Lapidon towards Moskva, a Marceau, and a Daring. I think they should be able to take that cap with the Daring.
I've got a replay here, sorry, of the Moskva trying to push around the corner there and getting absolutely smacked by the Ohio, who went down just afterwards. So we're left with a very destroyer-heavy game here. There's 3 destroyers for the green team and 3 destroyers for the red team.
Yeah, except the problem is one team also has a battleship and 2 cruisers. The other team only has 2 relatively low health cruisers. The Moskva down to 25%, and a Marceau and a Haragumo can chew through that in about 20 seconds.
Yeah,
If they really,
I think
really
we're
put
about
their
to
minds
see
to it.
I think we're about to see a 2-on-2 destroyer brawl here, because Marceau of Sorry NDA is pushed into the cap. The Daring is coming in as well. Wayex and the Haru are coming down to defend. They, of course, know that those destroyers are in the cap.
The problem is, I don't think Snek need to take this fight right now. They're taking 2 caps. They have better map control over BC. This fight might just put them at a disadvantage.
And Shiny have the Moskva in support as well.
Wayex going to be opening up. The Daring's going to drop a smoke screen. He's not going to get respotted for the rest of this fight. Sorry, NDA is going to be kiting. He's going to be hard to hit. Wayex loses a massive amount of health. He does drop his torps on the way out, but that's a Daring he's trying to torpedo, who's just going to like hydro and spot them all as they're coming in. Wayex gets turned back, doesn't go down. Well, the Moskva salvo is still coming in.
I think they didn't have to pick that fight.
Well, what they've done is they've delayed the cap a little bit, so they just allowed themselves some more time to pick. They didn't get too heavily punished for it.
Wayex has got away, but I mean, they didn't have to go that way. A couple of extra, lucky shots.
Although saying that, Lapin on tour is down to 9,500 health and still has to be very careful and not get farmed down by this Marceau and Haragumo combination.
So Snek are currently on 860 points, ticking 2 caps. So Shiny have to win this battle really, really quickly, and then they have to get into the other 2 caps. That is a very difficult prospect, given that the gearing is coming up against a Napoli, a Moskva, and an Ohio. So Rudabout is being forced to rush this Ohio, I think.
Yeah, Lapin on 3,400 health right now.
Let's take a look at how Rudabout is going to deal with this situation. GameCon is sensibly running away.
I think player games might be a little bit dead here.
Yes, I mean Lapin isn't healthy either. The Haru can probably bring down this Moskva quite happily here. It's going to take some health in return, but I think Prospenosia will be okay.
You do get to see the Napoli secondaries bearing down on a gearing right now. Ow, ow, ow.
Yeah, Napoli secondaries, if you're a destroyer at that range, are very nasty. So Rudabout does go down. That's 996, and that's the game for Snek. And that is very exciting. Do you know why that's exciting?
Does that mean that we get a game 3, Statsbloke?
It means we get a game 3.
We get a game 3! Back to the studio. They're going to tell you more about this game 3 that's going to be coming up. After telling me more about this game 2.
Absolutely, we do get a game 3, and we're also very hyped about this. Very good job here by Snek, taking back their own map and equalizing. So we get to see the next match on North. Well, Malte, what stood out for you in this match?
What stood out to me? Well, the Napoli one-line rock was quite interesting for me, but really and truly, it wasn't the Napoli itself, it's how the enemy team played into the Napoli, which is they tried to rush it with the Marceau, and it really and truly didn't end up really well. I mean, we talked about it whilst we were watching it. We're like, no way is he going to do that, right? Napoli has torpedoes, he has SAP secondaries, he has a Marceau supporting him, behind him, he had a Kremlin. I just think that play was just too risky for him to do. And I mean, they lost the ship for free. So
Yeah, they could have definitely played that a lot better. They could have pushed in the Ohio a lot sooner. There was only really a Marseille and Napoli in there to support the ACAP for a very long time. So they could have pushed in the Ohio there much sooner. But unfortunately, the Kremlin managed to come in from Stack managed to rotate in time, and then they couldn't push the Ohio in as easily anymore, and they had to resort to the Marseille rush.
Yeah, do you think that for Shiny it was already at that point, quite early in the game, that they felt like they have to make this kind of risky move to turn it around?
I just don't think so, because you saw how the Kremlin was positioned north of A. He was bow in, and he had 4 ships that could have shoved him. He had an Ohio, he had a Moskva, and he had 2 Marceaux. So that thing, the Kremlin would have died really quickly, but instead they kind of just threw away a ship for free.
Yeah, that's true. I really have to give it to Snack, how they positioned their ships. We're talking about this, just as you guys at home, looking at the match and trying to, see what the teams are doing. And we were surprised to see that Snack would only have 1 Napoli to actually protect the sea cap or to engage with the sea cap, but were able to reposition their ships so quickly to be able to push B and C and actually get it back. So that was very interesting for me to see that in the way they deployed their ships, being able to draw the enemy into fights that make them lose HP. I usually do this for myself. I'm just trying to take a look at, like how are the teams doing over time. And while Snack got the early B cap and lost the C cap, after 10 minutes of the match, they were already leading with 360,000 HP still remaining on the team versus 230k, while leading with 150 points advantage. So that shows you that Snack built up that advantage on both HP and on points, which is for me very, very impressive.
Yeah, a large part of that also came down to the Moskva and Shigeshima in the middle of the map from Shiny, who the Moskva ended up having the same problem as the Moskva in the previous match on Hotspot, where he kind of just sat in the middle of the map and died, as you can see here on screen. He was just able to get farmed by too many ships. He wasn't able to disengage because there were ships behind him, just like the previous time. So, and I just got the word that we do actually have a replay ready, so we will just...
Yes. While we're switching over to the minimap replay, we would also like to get your feedback on all of the improvements we made in terms of camera work, in terms of the additional things we added to the maps, but also, for example, the replays that we just saw here in the background, as for example, the Moscow we were talking about. Please let us know how you feel about this. If you're uncomfortable with the camera work that you see today, you can, of course, also pick any other of the community broadcasts that are out there today. But we hope that you like the camera work that we've been trying to give to you, so we're able to show you not only the grand picture, but also show you different aspects of the map and also replay any kind of action that you might have missed throughout the broadcast. Yeah, so minimap is ready, so
Yes.
let's dive into it.
I quickly want to bring some attention to how both teams are playing their Moskvas here. So we have Snack, who are playing it much more safe here, this time holding their Moskvas back a lot more, saving their HP, whereas Shiny is diving their Moskva deep into the map already. And if we fast forward this a little bit, we see that the Moskva is already taking pressure from this Harguma right here. And now we obviously see that the Moskva already went down here. So this gives Snack a lot of space to play around in the middle of the map, which also eventually leads to them taking over this entire space of the map, which then snowballs into being able to rotate very quickly into this part of the map.
Yes, and something I would like to highlight, let me over here. We were talking about this aspect over here. If we take a look at the positioning of the Snack team here, both the Kremlin and the Moscow were not really in a position to counter any kind of potential push that the Ohio will eventually try to do up here into the A-cap. So if we just let this play here, you will see that the Moscow right now is going to start pushing in here and then stops. Like here we'll see the Kremlin is already positioning himself over here to kind of counter it. But right now, in terms of ships that are able to counter this, there's only the Marceau and only the Napoli over here to be able to do this. But we will see the Ohio is actually going to stop here. Oh, no, I pushed the wrong button. So we'll let it play to there. Yes, but it's interesting to see how these teams, have to react so quickly. If you hopefully play World of Warships, right? You know that it takes a lot of time to position your ships, especially battleships and cruisers, to get into the right position, and it takes a lot of coordination by these teams to get there. And I had the feeling that Snack was just doing a better job here on this map.
I mean, it is their map pick, right? So they do have a more formulated strat, for example, and maybe Shiny weren't as ready for it, like we saw last game, right? So I think the biggest turning point had to be the Moskva on B cap, who died really quickly. And the second turning point, well, this wasn't really a turning point. The second thing that really hurt them a bunch was the Smart Soul Rush on the one line. This, I really don't think it was worth it. They sure, even if you kill the Napoli 1-for-1, it's still not good because you're not gonna take control of that cap. I think it's Shiny. Who's green again?
Green is Snack.
Sorry, so Snack basically has way more ships on the A cap, and then so it's basically a 5 versus 3 on the A cap. So.
Yeah. Well, congratulations to Snack for taking this back, and now we get to see who's going to advance into the winner bracket and who's going to drop down into the losers bracket. The next map we're going to see is actually the map North. This map was picked randomly. As we talked about, Hotspot was the pick of the team Shiny and Northern Waters was the pick of Snack. And now, to keep it fair, the last pick was randomized. North is one of the oldest maps that we have in the game. It's still one of the most fun ones that you can see in competitive. And what do you expect the teams to bring here? Do you think they have like a special setup that is more different than what we've seen so far? Or do you think they just already have a very standardized setup for this map?
The one thing I see a lot on North is a lot of teams try to play the C cap because A cap, even if you win it and you go towards B, it's easier to hold B from the C side. So we're probably going to see a bunch of teams try to control the 9-10 line to try control C fully. And normally how we see it, quite possibly they could run a Marceau and try get it into C as early as possible. We've seen that happen a lot. B cap is normally people try to keep a daring, possibly even a Z52 I've seen on the B cap. On A, teams normally go light, especially if Nevsky's banned, because normally you could bring a Nevsky on the A cap and use it with the radar, but since Nevsky's banned, you can't really do that, so I expect both teams to go light on the A side. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I definitely expect the same. I expect either like a Marceau rush into C or like a double Ragnar to kind of try to control the cap, maybe with some like Des Moines or Salem on the 9-10 line due to their excellent bow and DP damage per minute and firepower, and also the sustainability of the Salem with the super heal. So yeah, I expect also the battleships to be positioned pretty centrally. Although we might see like an Ohio or Kremlin run down the 9-10 line or between B and C.
Do you expect any other battleship choices except for the Ohio, Kremlin, and Shikishima we've seen so far?
I doubt it. I actually think Ohio and Kremlin will be the favorites again this time, simply because they have so much survivability and they can push very hard. So I doubt we will be seeing much difference there.
Okay, Malte?
No, I agree with him. I mean, this map especially is a map where a lot of teams try to bring Des Moines and Salem to try win the 9-10, and if you don't have a battleship that overmatches that, you're not going to do well against it. And you wouldn't bring a Repub, I would think, because the armor isn't really that good. Thunder, it's really good in randoms, for example, one of the ships that's really good in randoms.
But unfortunately banned in King of the Sea.
Banned in kills. Well, Conquer is, well, it doesn't really have overmatch. Montana's actually pretty good on this map on the A side, because you can use it as a tank. Montana has a really big heal, of course, has 12 guns. It doesn't have 30mm overmatch, but the guns are actually pretty accurate. So you could do some cheeky cross maps, for example, from the A side. But that's really all I see. Ohio Kremlin are really strong, so that's what I expect to be played today.
Great. How do you feel about the Napoli choice that we've seen so far? Because it's an unexpected ship we've seen so far in King of the Sea.
So last map, for example, the ship itself was not really a good ship to pick, but what made it good was how the enemy team played into it, I think. That's like the only way Napoli can actually be good. It depends how you play into it. If you let it do damage to you, I mean, it's good, but for the most part,
why would a team pick a Napoli over, for example, something? We talked about the importance of radar, right? In terms of visibility, a team, there's nothing more important than actually knowing where the enemy is at and being able to shoot them and counter them. Why would you pick, for example, a Napoli over something like a Moskva?
So Napoli is a lot better in open positions or when you have to deal with DDs at close range. So in open waters, Napoli has very strong armor, also a smoke to disengage and extremely good concealment, which allows it to dictate the engagement a lot better. Whereas a Moskva is usually anchored to an island with really bad detectability, but it does have the radar, so usually you see a different kind of style played there.
Okay, great. So before the teams are readied up and we're going to watch the final match of this series, I just want to remind you that today you're going to see a little bit of a different setup compared to the last King of the Seas for the European cluster. We're going to see the winning team advance to the winning bracket, to the winner's bracket, and the losing team is going to be separated into the loser's bracket. So even though one of these teams is going to be losing this series, they still have a chance to be able to get to the international finals, not to win the regional ones, right? That's going to be dealt with in the winner's bracket, but they might get to the third place, and that leads to the international finals, which of course are going to be about getting their hands on the cash prize pool. This should be a cool change. I know this has been in place, for example, in other regions. It was in place also for the North American cluster, right?
This how it's being played right now has been on NA last time, and I believe it's been on CIS for a long time, but how it's working right now on NA, it's how it's working on CIS, and it's how it's been working on CIS. It's basically like, so the loser's bracket here, you can only get to third place. On NA now, you can actually win the entire tournament, your regional tournament, from the loser's bracket.
So the game has actually is going underway right now, so the game will start shortly. What do you think? Who's going to take the map?
I think Snack's gonna win this one.
I'll take Snack as well. They just are very experienced. I'm not sure what happened on the first map, but on the second map, they just looked very, very comfortable with it. So I will go with Snack, but Shiny, you know, as the underdog, you can do it.
Yeah, I'll root for Shiny here then. Obviously, they showed their strengths in the first map. They kind of dipped a little bit in strength on the second map, but hopefully they'll take it back.
So, handing over to the casters, enjoy the match. Have fun with it.
Hello and welcome on into Game 3 of this best of 3. This is going to be taking place between Shiny and Snek, and it's going to be happening on North. So let's get into the team lineups. And Shiny are going to be running a Großer Kurfürst, Kremlin, Des Moines, Salem, Venezia, Stalingrad, Daring, Ragnar. Henning's going to have a bit to talk about in a minute. Stats, up to you.
Snek are not running a Großer Kurfürst. They're running an Ohio, a Kremlin, a double Des Moines, a Salem, a Venezia, a Daring, a Marceau, and another Marceau.
So, Henning?
Yeah, there's a GK.
Would you like to
you-
explain?
I would expect it to go 9-line for secondary power at close range and stuff. But he started reversing in the start, so I'm actually not sure where he's going.
6-7 line. Put my bets on it now. He's going 6-11 line push.
The
6-7.
problem with the GK is it's a big target, its armor is pretty bad against battleship AP, considering your turret angles are pretty bad. Shooting your back guns exposes your broad side to enemy battleships. You do get a Hydra though, which is why I usually would expect it to go C, with the option to turn into the C cap from the 9-9 and just hide with it to not get rushed.
Alright, well, let's take a look.
When you say C, do you mean going to the Triangle Island and using the Hydro through the island, or do you mean just literally going into C?
You can actually, if you go down the 9-9 and you have sufficient forces,
okay.
you can just
Yep.
park inside the C cap there.
I see.
Interesting insight we had there. Anyway, let's get into the initial deployment. So over at the A cap for the green team, we do have double Ragnar, Venezia. They're going to be backed up by Stalingrad eventually, who is currently reversing against the Großer Kurfürst. I have no idea what's going on there. Daring is going to be at B, and then over at C, we're going to be sending the Des Moines, Salem, and Kremlin. What on earth is going on with this Großer Kurfürst and Stalingrad?
They're having a moment. Don't question it. Just leave them in privacy. On the south side, the Snek side, we've got Venezia is backing up the Marceau A, who is currently capping, but is going to be rudely interrupted shortly by the two Ragnars, I think. We've got Radiator and Joya reversing into B against Rudeboot. They are definitely going to come into contact, and they're covered by Furry Fun's radar. And then we've got a 9-10 line team going Kremlin, Des Moines, Salem, and Marceau. They're going to go over to 9-10 and do a bit of pushing, I suspect.
Yeah, the Marceau's going to get some very early spotting on that Des Moines, but I think this A-cap fight might be about to happen. Yeah, the Ragnars are spotted. Ragnar puts the radar out.
Gets spotted, yep.
Venezia
So
Salvo in.
yeah, that SAP you need to really watch that as a destroyer. That's very nasty. But Venezia returning fire from the other side. Marceau taking a fair chunk there in return.
Yeah, the red Marceau of Prospect Gnosia does lose his engine. Gonna be just limping away, hoping it not get set on fire. It goes dark. Now he pops his damage control, restores his engine, gets on out of there. Venezia Salvo still coming in. Oh, that was actually at the other Venezia.
You also saw in the picture-in-picture there the torpedoes going past the nose of Radiator Enjoyer in the mid-cap. Lovely new feature, that PMP.
And the Grosse Kerfer still hasn't moved. So I think the secret plan might be to just like lull them in with false sense of security and then send it down. I honestly think it's going 6-7 lane.
Okay, so the Stalingrad and the Grosskerfers haven't been spotted yet. Henning, do you think that's a deliberate tactic to keep the location secret for as long as possible?
It could be. I wouldn't be surprised if these teams have these maneuvers planned to seal their forces as long as possible.
Because it must be fairly difficult to deal with. Like, if you don't know where the big hitters are, like, you literally have no idea where they are.
Well, yeah.
Okay, the Stalingrad's just opened up.
Yeah, he's going to be taking shots towards Radiant Enjoy, the red Daring heading up the south of the B-cap. The green Daring is going to be trying to open up on where he was to try and get some resets, but they just haven't got the vision right now because that Stalingrad is so far back, doesn't have radar control over the cap. That's going to allow them to take B-cap relatively for free. That in our qualifiers or group stages, we did see an interesting Stalingrad delaying tactic where they just hid as long as possible, Henning, didn't we? And then they pushed up the 4-5 line. That was an interesting one.
We saw that one, yes. It was weird.
I think it's fairly common, actually. Flambas and I, when we were casting, we actually saw a couple of teams do that, where they keep the big hitters back for, not very long, but for a couple of minutes, just so the enemy team doesn't quite know where they are.
This is the massive concealment on them.
So we've seen on the 9-10 line, once this little flyby's over, we've seen on the 9-10 line the Kremlin's trading. Actor actually took quite a big smack from Amazing as the two made contact. Actor is now actually angled and is going to start to do some tanking, but they are outnumbered on that flank, Shiny.
Yeah, it's Des Moines, Salem, Kremlin versus Des Moines, Salem, Kremlin, and a Marceau. So they need to use this Marceau somehow. He needs to pull his weight if he's going to be in there. I'm interested to see the positioning of Sorry NDA's Des Moines. The green Des Moines for Shiny is currently reversing into the C-cap, but he needs to be super careful because there is a Kremlin right there. If that Kremlin wants to barrel around that corner...
Sorry NDA does have some support coming, though, because Shakers and Lappen have finally started to move, so they are pushing down towards the top of the island above B.
Sorry NDA does get spotted. Not very much damage coming in just yet. But he's
coming
not
across
going to be able to
the
get
map.
at the cap.
Rudaboot has started to reverse back into B and will contest that, but of course don't forget Ferry Fun's radar is there. But currently I think there's actually nothing that can shoot into the B cap. Rudaboot trying to bait the radar out.
Yeah, Very Fun going to be picking up Das Ruderboot, going to be forcing him out of the B cap. But we see that the Gross Curvers is making his play, and it's exactly where he said it was going. He's going 6-7 lines. Does this make me a tactical genius, Henning?
It does.
I'm not sure about that. He did get spotted on the approach, so... Like, Snagit knows about it now.
It doesn't matter if you know about it. What are you going to do about it?
I'm more questioning what is Shiki gonna do?
He's going to run down this Des Moines. That's my luck for the week. He's going to run down this Des Moines south of the B cap. He's going to like make Very Fun have to question his life choices.
The double Ragnar is also being brought over for Shiny. They're being brought over to the top of the B cap. So while Ferry Fun is being pushed by Lappen and Shakers, those two destroyers will also be trying to get B.
The massive B play, that's what it is. Okay.
I told you right at the start.
So if only one of us had actually pointed it out at the beginning of the game in a stroke of tactical genius.
Radiator Enjoyer at the C cap does get picked up by the radar. Sorry, ND8 does not get the cap before he gets forced out. And he's quite deep in this radar as well. Losing a fair chunk of health for it. Maybe a bit of a mistake.
Snake have quite a lot of ships tied up on the 9-10 line. They're going to have to start making those work quite quickly. Because Shiny, who are losing a bit more health, but Shiny do have a little bit better map control, I would say, right now.
Well, when you have a Curse Kerfus pushing down the 6-7 line, you have all the
Yeah.
map control in the world.
That can go very wrong very quickly.
Or it could go very right very
It
quickly.
could go very right very quickly. I agree. Yeah, it's a bit of a risky play.
So the Des is now being opened up on by both Ragnars and the Daring, just to try and soften them up a bit for this eventual GK push, keep them distracted. The GK is unspotted right now, but they should all know where he is. The Marceau of Prognosia will be looking for some sort of way to screen his Des Moines. Actually, he's turned around. He doesn't look that interested in it. He looks to be diving. He looks like he's going to go for a dive on the Daring. Meanwhile, at the A-cap, two lonely Venezias throwing torpedoes in each other's general direction. What's my job? Just don't let Venezia come, okay?
It's kind of similar to the last match in that one side of the map is quite quiet and the other side is really busy. Shakers is actually turning into B. I was expecting a push down, but actually it's going to be in.
He did push down. He pushed down the 6-7 line, and now he's at B.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting him to stick his nose out and shoot Ferry, but I think because Ferry's reversed, they've decided to turn in instead. Because sitting in that gap with the two Marceaus and the Kremlin there would not be a good idea.
There's a GK in the middle of the B. What are you going to do about it?
Will Rudaboot get reset before the cap? No.
One more salvo? Yeah, he takes it.
Nope, they get the cap.
So that's two caps currently ticking in favour of Shiny. And, the Marceau of Prognosia has pushed himself into the A-cap now. He is going to be spotting Yolowente's Venezia, so he's going to force him back. It's going to be a 2-on-1 situation there.
Radar out from Lappen, spotting multiple ships there.
GK is going to take a single torpedo from the... must be in the Marceau, dumped them before he left.
Snecker responding by pushing the Kremlin into sea as well, or at least nosing it very close to the cap. That Kremlin currently doesn't have a huge amount that can shoot at it in terms of DPM, but that can very quickly change if Shiny redeploys slightly.
So this GK is probably going to lose this bow on trade with his Ohio just because, you know, the GK doesn't hit anything, the Ohio does.
The GK is also having to sit broadside to Ferry Fun, who can start to get AP into that upper belt or the tail. That's going to add up very quickly.
Yeah, but Ferry Fun has to be very careful that the GK doesn't decide to just shoot back and hit him through the nose. But he has to worry about GK dispersion, so... yeah.
So Shaker's already... I mean, bear in mind, Shakers came around that corner on full health. Shakers is already down to 38.
I wonder if he got caught on an island or something. Secondary is going to be blaring away at the Ohio and the Des Moines. Also, the Daring Radiator Joy is going to be opening up on the broadside of him now, popping his smoke screen, throwing the torps out, and just opening up with that AP, improved bounce angles. Ohio shots come in through the superstructure. He's down to 16,000 health. I don't think he's going to be able to reverse around 12,000 now. Yeah, he could go down. 700 health.
One more
that's
volley.
how to throw away a GK. Well, they got the cap with it, so job done? Question mark.
Yeah, and they're capping A, but in the time it took for that GK to go down, Sneck have actually gone ahead on points with 2 caps. But these 2 Ragnars probably will take A and start to do the ticking in the opposite direction to catch up again on the points. But that GK going down is it's a removal of a lot of hit points and a lot of hitting power. A lot of map presence is gone there.
So, Mr. Dartheni, do you think the GK did a good job? Like, do you think that they got as much use out of it as they possibly could?
I don't think they needed a GK there, to be completely honest. Like, waiting a full GK for a cap is usually not a good idea.
But you're saying that sometimes it is a good idea.
Well, sometimes it is, if you get some like nice HP trade out of it or anything like that, but they just lost a full GK.
Yep.
Watch the torps going towards... Oh no, never mind, they ran out. I was going to say, watch the torps going towards play game, but they just ran out of range.
Daring of Das Riverboot is very caught out in front of a Marceau, Ohio. He's radar by the Des Moines. Ugh. And the Venezia's got salvo coming in as well. He's caught bow in.
Yeah, and that... The GK taken B cap is also at the same time going to be pushed by Radiator Enjoyer and Very Fun. So they're going to lose that advantage that they paid for with the GK. There goes Rudabout.
Now down 2 ships. So, 10 line push? How's this going to go? We have Pac-Man plays very far anchored up. He's trading currently with the Stalingrad of Lapman on tour. We have the Salem on the 10 line for Redamel. But the Kremlin of Acta is going to be marching his way down here while this Kremlin's in the sea cap.
Yeah, and that's the problem, is that to jump that gap, you've got to somehow protect yourself against Amazing, particularly if you're the Des Moines.
Well, Amazing is now in a crossfire between the Stalingrad and the Kremlin of Acta. Both of them considered home.
Realize having to turn the nose towards Amazing there to avoid that AP volley. It didn't do very much. But all 3 of these pushing ships are on quite low health compared to the ones they're pushing into. Realize gets AP onto the back end of Pac-Man plays.
Yeah, and Pac-Man's very broadside. Actually, might go down here. Oh, does go down.
Yeah, lovely shot.
However, Kremlin crossfire coming in on the Salem's bow doesn't take him down. Damel might have to make a jump to try and get the broadside of the Salem and Realize.
Yeah, Realize is probably going to stop here and try and get to the next heal if it's available. I didn't see the last time he popped one. But it does have a substantial heal, the Salem.
Damel drops a radar out, will be picking up Realize. I think this is so that the Kremlin can take another shot at him because he's currently behind the island.
6-line gap.
6-line gap more so rushing at the Stalingrad at the same time as this fight's happening here. Wayex going to be dropping 1 set of torpedoes at the bow of Lapman, a 2nd set at the broadside.
And turning 2 sets on each side. Is Wayex going to turn for the other side? No, he's going to keep running.
Doesn't need it. Kremlin's going to ram in the middle of the sea cap now, which would give Damel the freedom to push out and try and take down Realize.
Neck currently with 1 cap ticking, more than 200 points ahead.
Oh, Realize goes down to the Kremlin of Amazing, and this ram might not actually happen. It looks like they're going for the drive-by instead, both of them setting their guns.
Now this is a skill. Oh, actually, I think Acta's changed tactics here and is going for the ram after all.
He realized he can't get his turrets around in time. He's going. Actually, he's going for a salve on somebody else, but nobody else quite in range. So now we have Damel in the Salem chasing the stern of Sorry NDA.
Yeah, NDA's not going to go unspotted, I don't think, because Wayex got a line of sight? Yeah, Wayex has line of sight.
Very fun in the B cap being rained down upon by the 2 Ragnars as well.
Okay, NDA actually is far enough away from Wayex to go dark, which is going to probably be long enough to take the C cap.
Very fun down to 5k health. Looks like the Daren's going to be trying to drop a smoke screen for him.
Yep, smokescreen out from the Daring. Very Fun is not spotted, firing from the smoke.
Wayex opened up to try and take some of the pressure off the Des Moines, not realizing he was unspotted, and like now he has to contend with 2 Ragnars and the Des Moines all raining down on him.
That is taking the attention off of the low health stuff in the middle of the map, though.
It is.
Wayex might pay for it.
Look at the points.
But wait, that's it. They can afford to lose Wayex. Wayex goes dark.
Well, actually gets lit again.
Yeah, that might be kind of intentional because they're going to want to draw the attention off the stuff that's in the middle.
If they take, he's on 1200 health and burning. If he goes down to this fire, which
the main thing here for Snek is that Furry Fun and Radiator Enjoyer stay unspotted. They must not go down. It's okay if the Ohio takes a bit of incoming for a while.
Well, they're taking on all 3 caps.
That's my point. So they're gonna have a lot of points income. All they need to do is ride it out to 1,000. And if Furry Fun or Radiator go down, that's obviously gonna hurt that ability.
Well, it's time to see if two Ragnars and a Venezia can burn down an Ohio. We've seen Ohio's being burned down before.
On the C-Cap, Sorry NDA has to push Redamel. That's going to be a very tricky corner to make with the improved AP angles of the Des Moines.
Well, if he gets the ram successfully, then he keeps that cap, and they'll have to rotate forces to pick that up. So
gets the reset.
Sorry, NDA is just going to take the ram. There we go.
Okay, that leaves them with that cap.
the Ohio farming party is still in progress with the 2 Ragnars raining down, but he's still on 36,000 health. But if they get through this Ohio, they could just charge down this cap, throw something into B.
938 points for Snek with 2 minutes 15 on the clock.
Yeah, Gamecom's going to get himself dark behind this rock.
And suddenly, Shiny have nothing really to shoot at. They've got to get into a cap. They've got to get a kill. I don't see where that's going to come from.
Just blind fire across the map. You know, in Venezia spot a plane. There's some ships low south of B. I'm sure you can shoot those blind, right?
They could guess. I mean, they may as well, because the points are going to reach 1,000 very, very shortly here. Instead, I think they were trying to take down the Marceau. That's not going to come to anything. 998, 1 tick, and that is it.
Yeah, that will be the series going in favor. Stats 2-1.
Of Snek. Snek 2-1. So that means that Shiny, obviously, they're not out, so they drop down to the losers bracket. So they will be in with a chance of coming third and going through to the internationals.
Right, well, let's throw it on back to the studio where they can talk all about that Grossiker first.
And welcome back. Yeah, there was a very interesting pick here with the Grosse Kurfürst, and we've been discussing very much, of course, as well. Just trying to analyze what Shiny's decision was there. But first of all, congratulations to Snek. Very well played, and now advancing in the winners bracket, and having the chance of getting into tomorrow's semi-finals, and then maybe a King of the Sea. For Shiny, as Painezor just said, that yes, they will now drop down to the losers bracket, so they're not out completely yet, but the best thing they can achieve then is actually the 3rd place. So we'll see how that goes. So let's talk about the Kurfürst. Malta, what do you think? What happened there? Why did they pick it?
So the biggest confusion I had with the GK is at the start they kept it AFK in spawn for a while, and he wasn't shooting, he was unspotted the entire time. So I assumed they were trying to maybe push it somewhere secretively, but they go into the channel with it, and well, it kind of just does nothing, right? It really and truly did nothing. It tried to kill the Des Moines, but it wasn't doing enough damage. It got crossfired from the Des Moines, the Moskva, and the Daring, and well, unfortunately, it died really quickly. I really don't know why they wanted the GK, but I mean they wanted it to push in, but maybe they didn't push it in the right area. I don't know what you guys think about the GK. But
yeah, for me, because you have to keep in mind that for the Grosse Kurfürst, that he couldn't have been AFK because the teams have a chance within the first 2 minutes, if they have, for example, a disconnect, to restart the match. So it wasn't the case of the Grosse Kurfürst player, disconnecting, being late in the game, but since both the Stalingrad and the Grosse Kurfürst were not moving in at 100%, but rather staying behind, I think they were just trying to stay off detection, at least the Kurfürst, because the Stalingrad started shooting at some
Stalingrad was
point.
shooting us.
But the Kurfürst, I think there was kind of like their joker to dislodge the Des Moines in the middle and kind of try to breach the defensive perimeter, but it didn't really work out. How do you feel about the rest of the strategy from Shiny? Do you think it revolved too much around that Grosse Kurfürst move, or?
Yeah, I do think they played way too much around the Stalin and the Kurfürst. As you can see here, they actually reverse at the start, while all other ships get into position, and it allows Snek to get so much better positions early on and actually move into position safely rather than having any kind of pressure from Shiny. They do, of course, have the double Ragnar on this side here, constantly contesting and being annoying. However, when we move on, we can see that in the end, the Ragnars are actually kind of slow to rotate compared to the Marceau. So when the Ragnars actually rotate here towards B, where they have a lot of ships here positioned above B, they just kind of take back the A cap here, and all the while, at the C cap, they still have a lot of ships that can push through. So we actually see just that here, the Kurfürst doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, so our theory is at least that the Kurfürst was supposed to push in there and kill the Des Moines, and to be able to dislodge this and then wreak some havoc over there. But I have to give it to Snek. They reacted very well, being able to protect the Des Moines because the Des Moines was under so much pressure.
Even had the
throughout
Ven
that
shooting
match.
him from A side.
Yes.
Even had the Venezia shooting him from A side.
It was like staying calm in that situation and being able to stay alive there was super important. That Des Moines took so much effort and attention from the enemy team that it allowed the Snack team to first of all get A back, and then when we take a look at C, I think Snack did a really good job at C. First of all, in terms of managing their HP. With the defensive line of the Salem and the Kremlin on the 10 line, and then at the right moment just pushing it into C and being able to defend it until the very end. So yeah, I was really very, very impressed by Snack, how they managed to play this. And with Shiny, I felt that they had like their battle plan, but weren't really able to adapt.
They tried indeed to execute the battle plan to the fullest extent. However, here we indeed see that the Curvers just kind of dies within, let's say, only like a minute or two. Yeah, it goes from about full health here to dead in just over 1.5 minutes. So unfortunately here, it kind of falls apart for them. They lose all their footing in the middle. They try to rotate the Ragnars all the way here back, but the Marceau had already kept it back. However, now they're in a position that they can't really do anything on this side anymore, so they lose their footing there.
Yes. So congratulations to Snack, and with Shiny we'll see whether they can redeem themselves in the losers bracket and move on to the next stage. Now, before we move on to the next stage, we just want to recap a few of the things that are happening today, so you know what's happening right now. First of all, Twitch drops. If you're here for the first time, maybe because you haven't really seen any Twitch streams before with World of Warships, we do have a feature called Twitch Drops. They work in a very easy way. You have to, first of all, connect your account. This is what you can do on the World of Warships website. You just go into your Wargaming account management and you link it with the account where you want to receive the rewards on the Wargaming side, and the Twitch account with that you're watching with, right? And then you can see the progress of your drops in the Twitch Drops menu, which is on the upper right corner in your profile. You just click on the upper right corner of your profile. There's a drop-down menu, and there's the drops menu. There you can see the progress and also the conditions for the drops. For today, on top of the regular campaigns that are running, we do have a special King of the Sea Twitch drop that is active on all of the channels that applied for it. So you can see the list on the portal. But if you're here, for example, on the official channel, right, it's working very straightforward. You watch for 90 minutes, you're already here. You complete the mission that you will get from the Twitch drop. You have to claim it. So if you're new, just that you understand, if you click on claim on Twitch, you still have to log into the game. If you're currently logged into the game, you will have to relog, because only upon login it is checked whether you have a new Twitch drop. So if you haven't seen it yet in the game, maybe just relog into the game and it should appear in your combat mission tab. And then if you fulfill this mission, you will get 2 King of the Sea containers. And if you already finished the collection or you're about to finish it with all of the King of the Sea containers in update 0.10.9, and you get one of the Twitch drops here today or on any other King of the Sea 13 broadcast that was eligible for Twitch drop, you will get with the release of 0.10.10 a mission that will net you the amazing King of the Sea skin for the North Carolina, the pirate skin that you've seen today already on the map there.
It was on Northern Waters.
Yeah, Northern Waters. Yeah. Very, very great skin. I hope you enjoyed, and you can get it for free just by playing that mission marathon and having some fun with the game. Good. And then taking a look at the schedule. So we just saw the first match between Shiny and Snack. That is now over. Snack won. We're now going to transition over to the losers bracket, and there we have Surya versus Extreme, both very experienced teams. We'll talk about them in a few minutes. Afterwards, we're going to head into the quarterfinals, where we're going to see Shaft versus Alea. So that's going to be a super fantastic top match with 2 of the very best teams of the European cluster already in the quarterfinals, so even in the semis or in the grand finals, no? So that should be very interesting. And then afterwards, we're going to see who else made it further in the losers brackets as the final match of the day. Then a seamless transition from our side is going to be happening to the NA broadcast, where you might have a chance to actually see Malteseknight play today.
If I'm not too
Because
tired.
he thought, hey, I'm going to travel to Prague, help with the broadcast, and then, for the fun of it, I'm going to play competitive. It's going to be a short day for me.
If I'm not too tired.
If he's not too tired, exactly. So you can also see the NA broadcast later, live here on the channel, of course, on many other community streams. So there's a lot of competitive action happening later today. And of course, tomorrow is going to be semifinals and the grand finals, plus the best of three for the EU part of the tournament, plus also for the North American part of the tournament. And let's not forget about the Asian cluster. They're not going to be broadcasted here on the official live channel, just because it's currently a very challenging situation in APAC region with Corona and so on, and being able to have an official broadcast, just for context. But I hope we get to do it in the future. But there are many other streamers who are going to cover it, so go check it out. For me, one of the coolest aspects about King of the Sea is for the internationals to see the different servers clash and have the different metas, or slightly different metas and crazy ideas from the different servers compete with each other. That's going to happen, by the way, 6th and 7th of November. Back with us here on the official channel. Yeah, and then I think we can go and talk about the next match.
Yes, let's talk about Syria and Extreme. So Extreme is actually a very long-standing history in competitive. They actually have reached knockouts a lot of times and also made Hurricane a lot of times. Syria, on the other hand, are not as long-standing. Maybe you can tell us a little bit more about them.
Syria? Well, Syria seems to be a team made up of different people, Europeans and Americans, actually. I'm really surprised, because I don't really know.
For me, Syria, actually, I think, because, we've seen Syria throughout the years, and I think actually in the beginning it was a purely French team, if I remember correctly, but now they actually got players from other clusters.
Seems like they wrote down they have American players, which is interesting to me, because as a player who plays on a different region, it's normal. You're going to have people like that. But yeah, it seems like they're a pretty experienced team as well, but I don't really know. Okay, there they are.
There we can see it.
As you can see, they're consistently placing into Typhoon, which is actually a pretty good league. I mean, it's not Hurricane or anything, but so they're not as qualified as, for example, Extreme is, but they're still managing to get into Typhoon. COD's history, they only played 3 CODs. One of them ended up in the qualifier and 2 of them in the knockout stage. So they're also not as experienced as Extreme. So.
Yes, and that might be an advantage for Extreme. Extreme has been around for such a long time. We've covered them in so many tournaments, and they got very, very, very close to winning. And I do hope they managed to get further, but they already got their first loss, and that's in knockout stage. So that means no winning EU King of the Sea this time, at least. But you can see the history, right? They made it to the knockout stage already 3 times. They made it into the semis in King of the Sea 8 and have been playing in all of the clan battle seasons. That tells you a lot. If you think about for how many years you were able to play clan battles, it's a very long time.
Yeah.
So one of the most experienced teams that we have around here. I don't think we have the picks and bans yet from the teams, but just as a reminder that you understand how the system works, the teams are able, before this year starts, to actually ban a ship. Any of the ships that are available in King of the Sea, they can ban, but they don't know what the enemy team is banning, so it's a blind ban. So, as we've seen in the previous set of matches, it could end up being the same ship. In terms of the maps, both of the teams can ban a map and they pick a map, and since this is a best of 3, you can expect 2 to 3 matches. If it goes into the 3rd match, the 3rd map is going to be decided randomly, so that none of the teams has any advantage in terms of winning this. That would be a shame if you would have a disadvantage there and the other team were able to pick it. Do you have any expectations for these teams to play it differently, more destroyer focused maybe, or do you expect something similar to what we've seen so far?
I expect it to be reasonably similar, but I do think there will be a lot of differences in how they play their destroyers. But I also think there will be relatively large differences in how they play their cruisers, especially since they'll generally stick to at least what I think is more central locations, or maybe more island campy things, or maybe even, we will see something completely different, which is the Gouden Leeuw, which we have actually not yet seen here, but we have seen it before in the group stage, brought by some teams. Kind of a, let's say, cheese strategy. Malta, could you tell us some more about the Gouden Leeuw?
The Golden Lu. Well, I really don't know how to pronounce it. I mean, you're Dutch.
This is now the perfect chance for all of you to learn how to pronounce it, because I love to kill it as well as Gouden Leeuw. So please enlighten us.
So
Sarah, how do you pronounce it?
It's actually Gouden Leeuw, which actually means golden lion. So I'll say it again, Gouden Leeuw.
Golden Lu.
Close.
This is always the struggle with ship names, and we all have to suffer. The good thing is that we have so many ships from so many different nations that everybody gets to slaughter some of the names of other nations. So it's all equal. And we are still waiting for the ship bans, but we just saw the picked maps, and Surya is picking Warrior's Path, while Extreme is picking Islands of Ice. Very interesting.
That is also very interesting. Islands of Ice has seen many versions throughout the years. And this one actually reminds me quite a bit of Mountain Range, the other map, due to the island formation between B and C, which are Mountain Range between A and B, which obviously allows for kind of a very split map. We also have a lot of islands in the caps itself, which allows for a lot of destroyers and cruisers to park inside.
Talking about destroyers and cruisers, we just got the bans for the ships. And both teams said, we don't want to see some of these naughty destroyers, and Surya banned the Ragnar, a destroyer that has been very, very popular so far in the tournament, and Extreme banned the Marceau. In combination with the tournament ban that was voted upon by the teams, that means no Kleber, no Petropavlovsk, we have no Ragnar and no Marceau. That means the French destroyers get absolutely nuked out of this one, which is very interesting. What do you think that will do for the team composition?
I think people are going to be able to play more slower-oriented ships where they can just sit in a position and not worry about the enemy team having to mass rotate somewhere else, because that's what Marceau really does, and we saw it from the Ragnars a bunch. Ragnar doesn't do the rotations too well, but it does it better than cruisers, so keep that in mind. So maybe we're going to see more static positions, maybe more Moskvas, more Des Moines, because Des Moines does really suffer against the Ragnar, for example. And then, well, remember, so last series we watched, Nevsky was banned. Now we're going to be able to see the Nevsky if the teams decide to run it. So,
which is very likely, of course.
It's going to be probably the case.
Do you expect any smoke trains?
Yes, I definitely expect any smoke trains, either with Gearing or Yu Yang even, because Yu Yang with the legendary module is able to have a very high smoke uptime. Well, constant uptime, more like, because they can deploy smoke screens so fast. So we will definitely be seeing that. On Islands of Ice, it's a little bit more tricky, because the maps are a little bit more centered around islands and island positions, but we might still see it.
Yeah, in general, like I think Warrior's Path is going to be a great map if you want to bring that composition with Nevsky's. We've seen that a lot in King of the Sea 12, right? I think Oh Boy was actually one of the teams that played in the best way, and it's going to be very interesting to see how these teams play. Do you expect another Kurfürst?
I hope not.
No.
I would hope
So
not.
far, this is for me like the one thing I understand. Like I would love to see Kurfürst as well in King of the Sea. Maybe we will see more of German battleships once we have the German battleship with 457mm guns, because this is of course the reason why in the future it will be Preußen, right? Why we don't see the Kurfürst right now. With a lot of the cruisers they have to deal with, if you don't have 457mm, you're not going to be able to deal with certain armor patterns, which makes these ships kind of disadvantaged because their other traits are not going to be as helpful. For example, with the Kurfürst, you saw that while even if you try to push it into that secondary position, you have to sacrifice a lot to be in that position. So in general, I would say you won't really see it. What I haven't really seen too much is Yamatos and Shikishima so far, and they have been significantly more popular in the last tournament. Do you think it was due to other factors like Deadeye, or why do we see less Yamatos and Shikis?
I think it's up to personal preference. I think maybe it's just the players we're watching just don't play Yamato normally, because a lot of people still like playing Yamato because it's a really good ship.
Yeah, I have to agree here. Personal preference does play a very large role, especially in BB picks, battleship picks, because battleships are generally pretty similar. So personal preference does play a much larger role there than, for example, in destroyers and cruisers, where the ship roles are much more defined.
Okay. Now, one thing we haven't really seen so far is light cruisers being put into play that much. They used to be very, very popular a few years ago, or let's say a few King of the Seas ago, but right now they're not really the best pick. Where is this coming from that light cruisers are not the most popular pick?
So we see that light cruisers generally are superseded by the heavy cruisers that also have very high DPM, looking mainly at Alexander Nevsky and Des Moines. Des Moines and Alexander Nevsky also have longer range radars than the light cruisers do, although Alexander Nevsky is kind of a light cruiser as well. And due to their superior DPM, or well, not superior, but they also have very good DPM, and they have superior radar in many cases, which is why we see them more.
Thank you. It's just important, to cover these different topics of what kind of ships you can expect. If you don't really watch competitive or you don't play competitive yourself too much, it's a very great thing to watch King of the Sea and to see all of these different teams and how they deploy their ships. And don't forget, you all can participate in King of the Sea if you have a team and you sign up in time. There's nothing wrong with trying it out. We do see teams like, for example, Shiny, which was, of course, had a composition of other teams that were playing before, but still put up a really good show. For example, made it into the knockout stages and was very close against a team like Snack that participated in a lot of King of the Seas before and still had a chance. So don't be discouraged. It's a lot of fun to play, it's a lot of fun to participate, and there's a lot to learn in general. Just by playing competitive, playing against the very best players, and to learn something from that. Maltese, for example, has been playing King of the Sea for a very long time. He always dropped everything. He's like, no, what are you trying to do? But Maltese, what keeps you going as a player if you already played King of the Sea, you won it, and then you just keep going? What's the motivation?
Really, really and truly, is just having fun with friends. That's my motivation for playing King of the Sea, honestly. It's less about the money or the prizes. It's more like just having fun with a group of people you can actually have fun with. That's kind of what I play for.
So you can expect Maltese Knight to raffle away his King of the Sea potential prizes, to his viewers, because it's
Well,
I don't know about that one.
all about the fun. No. No, but it's just interesting for me always to hear from the pro players themselves, because I play World of Warships quite a lot, and I used to play a bit in competitive when it was in its little children's shoes back in the day, but being able to hear from the people who play this on a daily basis, who practice, who scrim very often, who play on this high level for such a long time, what still keeps them going after all these years, is just very interesting to me. If you get to meet these players in battle, be nice to them and maybe try to learn some of their tricks, because they're very knowledgeable, very knowledgeable. Do you have any piece of advice for viewers? How to become better at World of Warships?
At randoms, my number one thing is, because I see a lot of people making this mistake, is my number one thing is if you die, try not to blame your team. First of all, try to see what you actually did wrong. Because if you're blaming your team in randoms, I mean, honestly, it's probably your fault at the end of the day. It's always my fault if I die in randoms. It's rarely my team's fault. So that's
Did you ever do this in COTS or comp?
In comp? In comp, you can't really stay blaming your team, so you're always supposed to try blame yourself and see how you can get better, because then you're seen as toxic. And
yeah, absolutely. It's a very, very good piece of advice. We're now waiting for the teams to finish assembling. If you don't know how actually the tournament works and where the players playing, there's no specific mode or anything where we're playing King of the Sea. No, all of this is happening in training rooms, and we have a lot of amazing organizers, adjudicators, referees that are helping in the background organizing King of the Sea, because it's a community tournament run by the community. By now it's in the hand of Wargaming, but we try to keep it as much as possible as in the old style, and just try to make it better with the broadcast and everything around it and the prize pool, so that you guys get to see a great tournament, also fully supported from our side. But there's a lot of work going into this from people just volunteering and trying to make this better. These are just training rooms. All of the teams jump into the training room. They have to They have to ready up in the right composition, of course, bring the ships they're supposed to bring. And big shout out from my side to all of the volunteers that are helping running this tournament, because it's a lot of work, and it's great to see how smooth this tournament has been running in the last few years, and where it actually came from and where it is right now. So big shout out from my side. The teams are jumping into battle now. So what's your prediction? Who's going to win this?
Despite their long-standing history, I actually think Syria will take the first map.
Okay, what about you, Malta?
I'm gonna say Extreme just because of their rigorous history in competitive. So what do you think?
Yes, I would look. I'm a little bit biased. I would love for Syria to win, but Extreme has been trying so hard, and I would love for them to maybe make it. But I think since this is Syria's pick, I'm going to give it to Syria. You can do this, and then I hope Extreme is going to come back and we get to match 3. So enjoy the match and let us know who's going to win in chat.
Hello and welcome on into our second best of 3 of the day. This is going to be taking place between Syria and Extreme, and game 1 will be taking place on Warrior's Path. Syria's lineup on the green team will be running double Ohio, Des Moines, Napoli, Alexander Nevsky, Stalingrad, Gearing, and a double Vampire 2. And Stats, what do you have for the Extreme team?
Down the other end, Extreme in red have an Ohio, a Yamato, a Des Moines, 3 Nevskys, a Daring, a Haru, and a Yu-Yang.
So, I want to quickly throw it over to our analyst for this game, Bazinga Flux. Baz, what do you think about these 2 Vampire 2s?
It's definitely an interesting pick because they have better concealment than the Daring. However, it doesn't have a heal, but you have a crawling smoke, so if for some reason they find a way to spot someone permanently, then that smoke will be definitely better to farm, but it won't be as easy to reposition compared to a Daring.
Yeah, you also have a giant look I'm over here smoke screen that follows you around for the next 2 or 3 minutes.
The Vampire 2 also most notably has a 5 km Hydro, which is much better than the Daring's 3 km Hydro, so that might be important in the B cap.
Yeah, let's take a look at these initial deployments. So, Ohio and Napoli going to be heading over to the A cap for the green team. Des Moines and Vampire 2 going to be making an interesting push down this 5 line. A second Vampire 2 going to be diving directly into the B cap. And then we have Ohio, Nevsky, Stalingrad, and Gearing positioning between B and C, heading over to the C cap. So that's what you got for the red team.
Yeah, we don't have quite as direct an approach. We've got Haru, Nevsky, Yamato for Extreme heading over towards the bottom of the A cap, but nothing immediately going straight for the cap. And then on the other flank, they've pretty much split 50-50. We've got Ohio, Des Moines, Yu-Yang, and a Nevsky going to Charlie. I noticed that Vampire 2 is already at the island, capping B.
Yeah, that's going to deny Johan entry into the B cap because of the 5 km Hydra. Also, he sees the smoke screen. So this very interesting play here from the Vampire 2 and the Des Moines for Syria are going to be pushing and using this crawling smoke to get this Des Moines into position and also allow him to get shots on anything that gets detected. So if that Vampire 2 had Hydroed the Daring, the Vampire and the Des Moines would have been able to open up on him.
So I think Johan will be very well aware of the fact that the Vampire has probably pushed to the island and so can't reverse very far and certainly can't go into the cap because of being spotted. And that Vampire 2 is currently running Hydro.
Yeah, they will have definitely...
Yeah, so Johan is actually spotted by the Hydro right now. And there's also a radar just gone out from Master Joris in the Stalingrad, I think that was.
Yeah, he is going to be picking up the Yu-Yang, a Des Moines if Harder was here, and also I think he's just in range of the Daring. So shots coming in towards the Daring of Johan, who managed to be stern in, so he's going to be able to accelerate away and dodge quite successfully. Des Moines shells being relatively slow at this kind of range, not going to be hitting too much.
So Syria getting good shots in with that radar. Harder was here, just hit quite hard there by, I think that was the Ohio of Skytech. Yeah.
Des Moines famously not exactly a big fan of being shot at by Ohio. So back over at the A cap, we're going to be seeing that this smoke train is being laid out by the Haragumo of Sid Bristow for the 2 Nevskys. They're going to get a lovely position to have that A cap completely within their radar control. The Des Moines and the Vampire 2 are going to be held at bay by this because well, simply put, 2 Nevskys are going to absolutely annihilate the Vampire 2 in not too much time, especially if the Haragumo wants to open up as well.
Yeah, so Nalik is just coming into that radar range now. Is spotted. Here we go with the first Nevsky volleys. Sid is also going to join in the Harrow.
Yeah, as we said, this is a lot of firepower that this vampire. He's got this island that he can't turn out, so he has very little room to dodge.
But is just outside radar range currently, so is dark.
And just
the Des Moines gets spotted, so Des Moines is going to come under a lot of fire now, I think.
The Haragumo is also going to be under a lot of fire from the Napoli in Ohio, though, and he doesn't have a smoke screen disengage, so he dropped it for them. He does get dark, he get turned out, he stopped firing just in time.
So at some point, Extreme have to try and turn that Haru around and get it towards the cap, because that's how they're going to take possession. Unless the plan here is just deny possession, it could be. Oh, did you see the smack on Timon in the Des Moines?
Yeah,
the Ohio from the middle was shooting at the Suri 4 Des Moines.
I was currently looking at this.
And that was a 20k crossfire shot.
Yeah, that is a lovely cross-talk going into that smoke right now. Schmockmaster getting a smack as well. Oh, Schmockmaster's in trouble. That's a torpedo on the stern end. No, he manages to dodge that one. But the other Nevsky won't be so lucky.
Oh no, electric fire. One, two. Alright, so Nevsky was recently buffed to no longer receive only 10% Citadel heal, and I think that was a couple of Citadels from the Ohio, so he's going to heal up 33% of that now.
I think you're right.
Correct.
That's still not exactly the kind of damage you want to be taking. And now both Nevskys are stuck on top of each other. Luckily, they're not spotted, otherwise that would be a lot of free damage for the Ohio if you got another salvo in.
That is giving a little window for Nalick to try and reverse cap the A-cap. Nalick, I think, reversed it in, was expecting a radar, didn't get one, and so is now actually capping.
Reducing the Vampire 2 is hard blocking the big cap right now. The Daring was trying to push into there, but he is caught in the Hydra. Luckily, nothing has shots on him right now. He did get some torpedoes out towards Skytech, but as we said, like they are hydroed right now by the Vampire 2.
So Electric Fire just popped radar and didn't spot Nalick. Nalick is too far away.
Luckily, they have a second Nevsky to try that again.
Yeah, Smok is actually spotted right now.
How long till the next smoke screen is going to be up for that Haragumo, Baz? Do you know? Since it's just
it should be
now.
up in 10 seconds.
Yeah, so the Haragumo will just drop another smoke screen for these two Nevskys.
Ohio AP out against Schmockmaster's Nevsky. Yeah, that's a nice hit there from Dracoon.
Napoli also going to be taking a shot.
Also trying to keep an eye on the B cap in the background. Daring versus Vampire.
Haragumo drops his Smokesky and the Nevsky should be able to get a brief respite from that damage. The Ohio got another salvo out though. Let's see if he catches anything on this. Electric Fire. Ah yes, dodging by staying perfectly still. The most successful technique that we've ever discovered in World of Warships. So we'll quickly take a look over at the C cap, what's going on here. We see the Yu Yang is going to be doing the same thing as the Haragumo is, but this time the Yu Yang has much more rapid cooldowning smoke, so you can reposition more often than the Haragumo, which has the longer one. And north of it, we see a Gearing, which has a very long duration smoke screen, going to be doing it for his Nevsky, and a lot longer cooldown. So we see all three different types of smoke screens that we commonly see used to protect these Nevskys. It's quite interesting to see them all used in different positions.
Sorry, so Syria pushed the Stalingrad actually into the cap. So currently Joris is unspotted, but as soon as that Yu Yang comes out the front, although Yu Yang is actually, I think, radared right now.
Yeah, he's definitely picked up by something.
Axe is going to have to turn and run. Christoph starting to lay down some shots into Master Joris.
A-cap engagement. The Vampire 2 is caught on the radar by the Nevskys, and the Haragumo is also going to be opening up. The Vampire 2 again does not have a heal, so any damage he takes right now is permanent and will not. And if he takes too much damage, he's not going to be able to contest that cap again. In fact, he's now on fire. Pops his damage control. 1700 health, 1500 health, still spotted. Finally goes dark. Shell's still flying in the air. 500 health. If he takes a fire, he's dead. 104 health.
Yeah, unspotted, still running. Shells in the air, goes down to the Yamato.
And now we see shells coming in towards the Nevskys that took him down, trying to get a trade. We see the Des Moines of Monlisurisbald, however his name is pronounced, sorry. Going to be aiming at the broadside of that Nevsky, but he's gotten dark inside that smoke screen, so they're not going to be able to pick him up.
The Bristow pushing into the cap. No Vampire to contest that anymore. Clem in the middle and Skytech both coming under fire in the B cap as they hold that.
Couple of radars coming out with the A-cap again, so that smoke screen is now detected. So Napoli and Des Moines holding a crossfire angle. Also, the Haragumo gets picked up inside the clap. The Ohio takes a shot at the Haragumo with HE loaded. Doesn't manage to connect.
Yeah, tricky to shoot over those islands. Although the islands on that cap, the one that the Des Moines is sitting under, is very, very flat, and you have to be really careful in that position not to get lobbed from the other side of the map.
Nevsky loses his engine. He must have got citadeled by the Napoli. Now we're going to be limping away down that one line with very little health remaining. Unfortunately, they lost their destroyer on that flank, so it's going to be hard to reacquire that. The Haragumo, I've said, is still spotted, and the Napoli's going to be opening up, but it's, you know, Napoli HE at long range, not going to be the best in the world. It's not going to be the worst in the world either, but, just, you know, it's not quite Venezia SAP.
So it was looking pretty bad at one point for Extreme over on this cap, but they have managed to get that cap with the destroyer down. But with the Nevskys quite low, especially Electric Fire down to 7,500, they might actually struggle to hold this, even though it's 4v3.
CB Gap, Master Joris of Stalingrad has taken a very interesting dive. He's now going to be radared by the Des Moines of Hardos here, and that's also going to pick up the Ohio in the middle and the Vampire 2 in the middle. This has some very aggressive positioning. Are they going to be able to hold that Ohio and Des Moines out with that Ohio Stalingrad crossfire? I'm not entirely sure about it. They are going to be able to flam the Yamato from long range, though.
Skytech is down quite a lot of health here, and I'm guessing that Zhao is looking that way. Yeah, Zhao is absolutely looking that way. By Zhao, I mean the Yamato. That is sitting in the A camp.
Make Zhao great again. They've made it great again. They give it 2,000 more health.
Yep, they have. Okay, so Zhao actually shoots Joris. I was expecting shots against Skytech, but no, they're trying to get rid of the radar.
Well, if he catches the shot in the top half of the bow, he overmatches that and just... Oh, it goes to the deck instead, hits the superstructure. Quite hard to position and get directly on the bow, even with the legendary module on Yamato, I suppose.
Seeing any movements here? I think Mirage might be... Yeah, Mirage is going somewhere. The Ohio Mirage tank is just creeping forwards. Needs to obviously respect Joris's AP, because at that angle, the Stalingrad will absolutely nuke that Ohio.
Christoph on the 10 line has managed to get caught out. He's on 8,000 health, and he's
sorry,
sorry,
daring torpedoes going into Skytech's nose. Sorry to interrupt. That might take Skytech down.
Oh,
yep,
it does.
Sorry to interrupt, but that was very important.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking at the 3,000 health Nevsky on the border, who's now back up to 6,000 health, so we can't be everywhere. Radar comes out from Master Joris. Going to be picking up Hardos here. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get around and catch him in time, though. We'll see if the crossfire comes in from the Yamato of Make Zhao great. Oh, wait, no. Of the Ohio for Dark Dracoon Fighter. Sometimes it's hard to tell which team things are on.
Okay, so Joris is going to have to try and... The problem is that Hardos here is already ducked behind the island. That was an opportunity to smack that Des Moines, and Mirage is already nosed in.
The Vampire is beached in middle.
Yeah. Clem's
in front of the Des Moines radar.
He dropped his torpedoes. Hardos is going to take one. Takes down Daring. Oh, Vampire 2, sorry. It's Daring class, right?
Yeah.
Points neck and neck right now between the two teams with one cap each. But of course, Extreme have several more ships on the map. But interestingly, the health pools are actually identical right now, even though there's more ships on Extreme's team.
A-cap, we have an Ohio charging Yamato. The Ohio is going to take a lot of damage on the way in because the Haragumo's decided to open up. We also have the two Nevskys that are also going to be opening up. So that Ohio might just be going for a ram here. I'm not sure what else he's going to be able to accomplish. He's going to be shooting towards the Nevsky, but he's not going to be landing very much at all. Radar comes out from the Des Moines of Syria. Going to be picking up exactly the location of that Yamato. I'm not sure if he's showing enough sight to get cheek right now. Definitely not anymore. Des Moines going to be opening up, getting some shots at the bow.
Sid is spotted in the smoke, but I think the Yamato is the focus right now. Napoli might take another shot at Sid Bristow. Yep, there they are. There's the shells in the air. HE coming onto the back end of the Harrow.
I think that's a couple of thousand.
2k chunk. So will the battleships meet each other?
I don't think either of them can get that rotation in.
No.
So the Yamato needs to be very careful of its cheek and showing too much angle. Des Moines.
Stalingrad's about to go down. You got torpedoed from behind. Harder was here nearly goes down in the process. And we had the Ohio
showing a bit too much broadside to the Stalingrad's AP.
Okay, so that puts Extreme ahead on points by about 100. Still 1 cap each.
So the Des Moines and the Ohio are both pinned behind this island by a single Yamato right now. There's a lot of low health ships behind it if they can make that jump, but they need to get rid of this Yamato. The Napoli has got the broadside of the Yamato, is going to be going for the rear cheek. Or just opening up with sap.
That Napoli damage is going to add up very quickly, and the Napoli is very tanky and has a lot of health right now.
Yeah, but if you show that much broadside to a Yamato...
Yeah, but where are the Yamato's guns? Because Yamato's turret turn is very slow. Okay, the rear gun could potentially turn, but Make Zhao Great Again is pushing forward.
I think he can still take down that Des Moines.
Yeah, I think he's going to go for a shot through the Ohio's nose. Ohio not finding the cheek.
Ohio down to 5,000 health and reversing. If they take down the Ohio, then the Des Moines is a free kill pretty much for Make Zhao Great Again.
The Ohio from Extreme in the middle is currently shooting at the Des Moines that's proxy spotted as well. So the Yamato even doesn't need to push.
Shells are in the air.
Well, the Des Moines going to push. The Des Moines going for the hero play and goes down for it.
That was a bit too late from the Des Moines. If he took the chance when the Yamato shot at the Ohio, he had a chance to kill the Yamato before he also died. But I think a bit of hesitation played into play there.
That leaves Lanubi in the Napoli on the 2-line all alone. Could potentially kill Make Zhao Great Again in the Yamato. Or Sid Bristow.
It's a 6-ship lead they have right now. If he kills the Yamato, sure, he can then try and kill the Nevsky, and then the other Nevsky, and then the Haraguma, but we're asking a lot from a Napoli, and it's, like, as a cruiser whose job is to tank and do a bit of damage, I don't think the bit of damage is going to be enough to kill 5 ships.
Yamato AP out against Napoli. Nope, nothing comes of that. 865, 66 points on the board for Extreme, with 2 caps ticking.
Yep, and C-Cap aren't in a position to make any sort of play happen on any ships, really. The Nevsky and Yuyang are going to kite to the map border. They don't need any more caps. They'll win on 1 cap at this point. It's all down to what the Napoli can do.
Even if they manage to get, if Syria managed to get into B somehow, or this Napoli goes on a rampage and manages to get into A, it's still very, very difficult without that middle cap being flipped as well. But they're going to have to try. We're going to see the gearing dive down the middle and try and rush the Ohio. I don't think it can actually even do that.
I think it has the alpha just, but you might need a bit of help. Maybe. So, okay, Napoli going to come out in front with smoke.
Yep, Napoli's begun the run. That's going to be a rough ride. Nevsky's opening up, Haru throwing torps. The Des Moines in the background firing, Zhao also firing.
Right, is this Napoli going to single-handedly kill 5 ships? Is that's where the bets are right now?
It's possible.
Realistically speaking, it's
unlikely.
Probably not going to happen.
I wouldn't bet on it.
Especially considering he's down to 9,000 health from this sustained focus fight. He does get some secondaries out into the Haragumo. That would be an interesting pickup.
Points for bravery, but unfortunately they don't count towards the match points. As
he might still survive the game.
Yeah, it's possible. 992, 994, 998. Yeah, he does survive
the game.
So amazing there. Extreme taking the first of this loser bracket best of 3.
Yeah, back to the studio.
Extremely well done by Extreme. You know, it had to happen sometime to bring that joke.
Wow.
But yeah, really good match, and it actually looked very promising for Surya in the beginning. What happened there?
Yeah, I mean, it looked very, very good, especially with the Vampire on A, hitting a lot of torps and dispersing the Nevskys out of the smoke screen. It looked really good. They got a lot of damage, but they were unable to finish the kills. And eventually, Extreme managed to push Surya back and take the win.
Yeah, what do you think made the difference here, Maltese? Because the setups were actually quite different. We saw Yamato for the first time. We saw triple Nevsky. What do you think was the difference here?
So the thing was, they Surya had double Vampire, correct? So they were playing into triple Nevsky, which is basically a hard counter to Destroyers. And sure, they got them low with the Torps and the Citadels, but they just weren't able to finish, and I think that cost them the game. Because you're going to let those live, and they're going to kill you over time. And that's what pretty much just happened. They just got killed over time.
Yes, that's something you always have to do. Be it in any kind of mode that you play World of Warships in, you need to finish targets. That's why I personally don't believe in the topic of like kill stealing, because it's about removing DPM from the field from what the enemy can do to you, because a ship with a few hundred HP might be able to heal up again, or might still, you know, launch that torpedo salvo, or just cap, for example. So that's, yeah, I think that was a big problem for Syria, being able to convert the damage into kills, and then being able to hold these caps that they initially got. For Extreme, like what does it take as a team to be able to like take an opening like, both of them Nevskys got the Torps down to half HP to say, okay, you know what, shit happened, let's just move forward? Or how does it work?
You can't just stress out over it and say, oh my god, how did you take that damage? And you have to worry about that stuff. You have to forget it and still try your best to just live and stay alive and communicate well with your team. I mean, they probably just did that. So if you're going to say stressing out about something that just happened, you're not going to be focusing on what's happening in the game, and you're going to make more mistakes, and you're probably going to die because of it. But they clearly stayed in their mind, and well, they did as much damage as they could and basically outtraded the enemy team and ended up winning the game. So
Yeah, and that's reflected in their model as well, because when teams sign up, they could give us some extra information. And Extreme said, you never know what will happen, but we will play for the win. So that's certainly what they did. They didn't know what was going to happen, but they still adapted and played for the win and eventually got it. And I just got that we do actually have the replay available. So
yeah, we'll just open it quickly in the background.
There.
But yeah, I think overall, what we've seen from Extreme was just the experience showing through, right? That they took it slowly and methodically and analyzed what Syria is doing, and being able to claw their way back into the match, because it wasn't an easy start.
Yeah, so we had a very good start from Syria here, capping out the B cap, strong positions on A as well, with the Vampire and the Des Moines have very close to the cap here, whereas the Nevskys are very far behind.
It's very interesting to see that both teams have a similar setup on the map, right?
Yeah.
It's almost like it's kind of mirrored how they position themselves, with the 10 line being mirrored, the deployment of the caps, for example, in the B cap, the both Ohios, they're just waiting to be in the position to be able to shoot both A and C potentially. It's just great to see that, you know, these teams had a similar approach to it, but it still turned out to be very different in terms of outcome.
Yeah, and the outcome especially mattered here on the A side, where things were actually different, because when you look at the middle and the right side of the map, indeed we see that there's actually basically complete mirror in what the teams are doing, except for like some very small differences like Gearing and Yu Yang, Des Moines, Stalingrad, that was a small difference. But yeah, we mostly saw the action happen here on the A side. Eventually here the Vampire comes back and does actually get caught out by the Nevskys here, and this is kind of from where Extreme kind of takes back the game, as we see it play out here. And another crucial thing here is right here, we see the Vampire in Ohio, where the Daring manages to torp out the Ohio with single launch torps, and then eventually Extreme is able to rotate back towards B and take out Syria.
Yeah, really well done. Also that Yamato in the A cap, just being very patient about not trying to rush in and just get these ships killed, but actually relying on this team to take them out and conserving as much HP as possible until the last minute, because the game is not over until it's over, right? We've seen a lot of matches actually flip because teams would maybe be a little bit too aggressive. Yeah, very well done to Extreme, and they took Suria's map pick. So now we're going to see Islands of Ice, which is Extreme's pick, and now the question is, can Syria get it back? What do you think?
I actually think that Extreme will take their own map pick here, because Islands of Ice is a very specific map. So I think they'll actually go for 2-0 here.
What do you think? Yes,
I'm gonna be honest. So I mean, this is their map pick. Last map wasn't their map pick. This one is. So they're gonna be more confident and comfortable on it. And last match they were pretty confident. So yeah, this is gonna be an Extreme win, I think, again.
Yeah, for me this is very interesting to see over the course of like all of the King of the Seas that we've seen so far. That it depends on the map, right? But last King of the Sea, we've seen like especially the first map, the map pictures going wrong for their own teams. Today, actually, a lot of the teams converted already their own map picks, but we'll see. Islands of Ice is, as I said before, a map that we don't really see very often being picked. And what would you expect in terms of the lineup that Extreme might bring? Do you think it's going to be close to what we've seen here on this one, or?
I actually think we will see more Moskva and a little bit less Nevsky, because there's a lot of good islands here for static cruisers. Maybe if they can push like a Des Moines in like the B island on the left, maybe. But I don't know. I think Moskva is going to be a more favorite pick here. What do you think?
Stalingrad as well. They're both really good ships. The issue with Nevsky here, you want open water, you want to be able to smoke it and push it somewhere open water. But here, there's not really too many areas, maybe on the side of A cap, but at the same time, the enemy team could put a radar under the A cap, for example, and it could radar out the smoke and catch the Nevskys. So we're probably not going to see too many Nevskys on this map, to be honest.
Yeah. For those players who would ask, like, why do we see in the situations where teams rely on a tankier pick with a long radar more Moskvas than Stalingrad these days? What's the reason for it?
So Stalingrad recently, well, not really recently, with Commander rework at the start of the year, lost access to fire prevention. And since Stalingrad has 60-second fire duration, it actually means that it's a lot easier to burn down than a Moskva, which has 30 seconds fire duration.
Good. Just so you understand, of course, over the course of the time, things are changing in the game. That also means that certain ships might have been popular in the past than they are right now. And in the case of Stalingrad, for example, with the changes to survivability, plus also the reduction of the radar time, other ships might be more relevant, except for in very specific positions. We still haven't seen a lot of other cruisers, as for example Hindenburg, Goliath, and so on, but we might see them on specific maps. So that is always a bit depending on the team strategy, of course, that we can expect from the different teams. What do you think is Surya going to change up? Any crazy strategies you would expect from a team like this?
Maybe, I think they could still run the Vampire and B-Cap, just because B-Cap has so many of those big islands. They could possibly run a Vampire.
I actually think on A-Cap they might even bring some Gouden Leo, because it's really easy to airstrike some of the ships that are anchored in A or around A. So who knows? I'm hoping to see some, because it's very interesting to see the airstrikes and how teams play with it. So let's hope.
We actually, talking about airstrikes, there was an interesting rule that was added to King of the Sea for this King of the Sea. Would you like to explain it?
Yes, this King of the Sea actually, ships do have anti-submarine warfare airstrikes, which are actually not allowed. And shouldn't be confused with the airstrike from Gouden Leo, which actually has surface bombs. But the anti-submarine airstrikes are not allowed because they can spot out ships. But the teams are getting ready now, so we'll be ready to send it off into the game in just a bit. I think Extreme's going to take it. You?
I think Surya.
I think Extreme's going to take it.
Okay, we'll see what's happening in the game. Have fun.
Welcome on into Game 2 of this best of 3, taking place between Surya and Extreme, and this time will be taking place on Islands of Ice. So the green team of this game will be Surya, and they will be running Ohio, Yamato, Des Moines, Stalingrad, Daring, Shimakaze, and a Vampire 2. Stats, what have you got?
In red Extreme, at the south end of the map, they have Ohio, Yamato, Des Moines, Nevsky, Stalingrad. They have 2 Darings, a Harrow, and a Vampire. So 4 destroyers versus 3 destroyers.
Indeed, it's also quite a lot of Des Moines versus all of these destroyers. So, Bazinga Flux, tell me about the utilization of the Shimakaze. We haven't really seen very much of it, but we saw you perform exceptionally well in it during the last King of the Sea. Why is it not being chosen very often, and why is it going to be good on this map?
Shima is honestly, it's a niche pick because there are quite a lot of other destroyers that have a heal, that have better smokes, that have better guns. But the thing that the Shima excels at is that it has the best concealment tied with the legendary mod gearing. But what it has over the gearing are the Torbs that can be either usually 12 km or 20 km in competitive play, and they have exceptionally high damage. So if you see a Shimmer Torp hit someone, he's gonna feel it, and he will try everything he can do to avoid it without, sacrificing too much health. And I assume that he's gonna go to A because it's their kiting flank, because the Shimmer is also a really good kiting destroyer just for defense.
Alright, well, let's take a look at these initial deployments anyway. So the Shimakaze is indeed going to be going to the A cap. He's going to be backed up by the Des Moines, Yamato, and we've seen the B cap. We're going to be sending a little formation between the Daring, Des Moines, and Vampire 2. We're going to be smoked up this island. The Stalingrad is going over to the C cap, and he's going to be backed up by the Ohio and a second Des Moines. Stats, what have you got?
On the south side, we have the Vampire, who's just capped in the B cap, supported by the Daring. The Harrow is going to contest against the Shima, supported by Des Moines and Yamato, who we may refer to as Zhao. And then you've got Stalingrad, Nevsky, and a Daring in Charlie, with the Ohio in the middle.
I don't quite know whether this Shimakaze is going to be running the 12 or the 20s. I can't really tell from inside the training room. I don't have that mod installed, unfortunately, but I'm expecting these to probably be 12s.
So I would bet for 20s, because the amount of, considering the flank and the amount of open water that these torps can go through, I would bet on 20s, but let's watch and see.
Well, radar coming out from the Des Moines north of the B cap will be detecting this Vampire 2 and Daring, forcing them slightly away. Their Vampire 2 reaching this island with his crawling smoke, get him into that position completely unspotted. And the Vampire 2 the red Vampire 2 wasn't in a position to spot this Des Moines as he came in. He's now being forced out and he's taking a lot of damage. Yep. He's now being crossfired by this Daring as well as the Des Moines Vampire 2. He dropped his torpedoes towards the smoke, but they're all going to be hydroed. Nothing's going to catch on to that. The Vampire 2 down to 6,000, 5,000 health. Schmuckmaster.
That was beautiful crossfire set up there by Surya with the Daring and the Vampire 2 and the Des Moines. Beautiful. Nothing that electric fire can do to help. So yeah, that Vampire is down a lot of health.
Yeah, he's down to 3,800, and he's still spotted. We see another radar comes out from the Stalingrad of Master Jarvis. They're going to be looking to see if they can convert this kill. HE misses. Torpedoes don't look like they're going to connect either, but the Vampire 2 and Des Moines are going to have shots again. Schmuckmaster down to 2,800, still radared. Stalingrad salvo comes in. He turns back to dodge those torpedoes. This might be a mistake. Depends on where the position of the Daring is. No, he gets dark. He survived. He's on 3,000 health, but he's not going to be able to do very much for the rest of this battle. He will not be able to heal any of that damage.
Yeah, Daring's going to have to take over that role of contesting the cap, but with the positions that Surya have right now, that's a very dangerous thing to do, because the same thing will just happen again to the Daring.
So they are going to take hold of that B cap. C cap is going to be contested by both sides, and A cap is also going to be contested by both sides. So the point's going to be ticking in favor of Syria now, going to be slowly eking away at that lead that was taken out. Oh, big hit over on the Des Moines on the A flank.
Yeah, Nemo Le Petit Poisson dropping lovely shells over there into Harder was here.
Harder overextending out that smoke screen, was he detected by the Des Moines radar? I think he's spotted by Le Nubi's radar. Yeah, they're currently radaring each other, and also the Haragumo of Sid got picked up in that and lost half his health too. Again, another ship that doesn't have a heal. No more
so extreme. Let's have a look at what's this replay. So this is a replay of the hit on the Des Moines. Yeah, so that's a lovely little shot there with the Yamato. Overmatches, of course, pretty much everything on the Des Moines. Able to just go through like butter.
And now we see the Des Moines at the B cap has a crossfire onto the stern of Harder was here. If Harder was here, reverses too far into that smoke cloud. So you have the Yamato bearing down. The Des Moines the green Des Moines when it gets its next radar in, will be able to radar Harder was here, and the Des Moines for Syria at the B cap will also get the crossfire. That's a lovely surround that they've got going on. So the red team need to somehow break that to rescue Harder was here or extract him somehow. Daring has dived into the B cap to try and pick up the slack of his Vampire 2 friend who was forced out of there earlier. This might be a bit of a risky thing to do.
And if you're that player, having watched what just happened to Schmuckmaster, there's the radar out from the Des Moines. I would be very nervous if I was Electric Fire right now, given what just happened.
There he goes. He loses a chunk of his health already. Des Moines starts opening up. Vampire 2 starts opening up. This is exactly what we saw last time. The Destroyer being forced out.
And the only way they can spot in reverse is AXGX, who is not quite in radar range, I don't think, of Nalik.
Yeah, so even if the Daring waits out the Des Moines radar, they still have the Starlins radar ready as soon as the Des Moines radar goes down. So they have a double radar covering B.
Lanubi north of A takes the same thing that happened with the other Yamato, bow pen from the Yamato's overmatch. However, Le Petit Poisson has got a lovely broadside salvo and it makes Zhao great again. Doesn't do as much damage as it could have though.
The problem with Yamato, it can be very hit and miss as to whether you actually get those shots in, even if you have a good shot.
The retreating Stalingrad on the 7-8 line, sorry, gets a lot of broadside salvos from the Des Moines north of B.
Johan is being forced out of Charlie Cap.
Yeah,
running under radar. Skytech has pushed around the corner. May go down here. That's
400 health, respotted.
shot out from Skytech. Surely that's it. Yep. Johan goes down, leaves C in Syria's hands.
Syria with some excellent radar coverage this game, and the Extreme Destroyer is just diving into it again and again and being heavily punished for it. Over at the A-cap, torpedoes coming towards Linubi, who's been forced back. The Haragumo's going to be opening up. The Yamato's going to try to lob him, doesn't quite catch on to him. The Des Moines takes a fire, instantly Damacons it. He's still radared by Harder. So the Haragumo's going to be looking to try and get another shelter land to catch a fire after this radar, before this radar goes down, sorry. 5,000 health, still landing shells. 3,000 health.
Yeah, Newbie still spotted, so gonna, that the thing is with Harry's shells is that lobbing that island is, quite easy. So Newbie's not going to be able to escape those shells.
The problem is as well, they have no crossfire coming in for the reversing Lanubi. If there was any ship that was there, they could have finished off that Des Moines if he reversed out into it, or the Haraguma would be able to get a fire onto it, but unfortunately not.
Now, Extreme obviously having to deal with what's going on the rest of the map, so there's nothing available to take those shots.
Yeah, Electric Fire now caught in his daring. He's going to be, I think he's caught in a Stalingrad radar, and now he's caught between the daring, Vampire 2, Stalingrad. That's probably about to be a dead daring. Again, like we say, the Extreme Destroyer is just pushing into radars and hydros and being punished for it over and over again.
Yeah, Syria absolutely dominating the B and C caps here. Excellent use of radar overlap, excellent use of crossfires and focus fire. Not much that Extreme have been able to do.
Like a fire down, 1,000 health goes down. And just look at the positioning, look at the map control they have over BC cap right now. They have an Extreme Nevsky, Ohio, and Stalingrad with no way back into here. They have to push into Stalingrad, Des Moines, Daring, Ohio.
Meanwhile, off the screen, actually, the Shima hit a torp on the Haru and is dead.
Oh. Yeah, the Des Moines catches him in a radar after they see where that torpedo landed, and just either that or blind fire. I didn't quite see. Well, considering the Des Moines Hard is still radar, I think.
Just before that happened, I was about to say, well, Extreme have 4 ships to 3 over on the A-cap, so they could, make a dominant play over here. No more, because Schmockmaster is also potentially about to go down.
The Extreme Stalingrad goes down to Master Joris. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, he got caught flat broadside. Ah.
Oh, yeah. He was doing a full turn in front of a Stalingrad. That is not recommended.
Harder was here, takes a big hit. Schmockmaster is still spotted, but they don't have shots currently. Oh, here we go. Here we go. So replay of the Stalingrad turn. Yeah, that was AP through the rear end of that Stalingrad as he made that turn.
Harder about to go down because he's broadside to Moriele something.
815 points here for Syria.
Yeah, Harder was just shooting into the water there. I think they've realised that this game's over.
We may actually see Extreme here get zeroed. Schmockmaster not currently spotted, but Make Zhao great again is an easy kill for this many ships. 18 points left on the board for Extreme.
Yeah, they're just inting with it higher right now. He's like, okay, come on, I'm just gonna be here. Just press W and you guys.
So this will obviously bring it up to 1-1, and so Extreme probably at this point are just thinking, yeah, let's just get it over with and get into the next game, and then we can get our heads on the tactics for that one.
Absolutely. In my opinion, Suri 4 played this exceptionally well. They had the control of the pace and a really good positioning and opening deployment throughout the game, and then they just capitalized on it.
Do you think that's something to do with the fact that they Extreme chose the 4 destroyer? Sorry, it is 4 destroyers. Do you think that had something to do with Extreme choosing the 4 destroyer lineup, so they had less radar to bring to the map?
I would say not exactly, because I would say the intention of the 4 DDs is to play control, but when you have overlapping radar setup and good control setups, your destroyers can't cap and can't give you the vision they need. So it's
This
more
is
like a
spectacularly
firepower
good.
issue.
Well, that's going to even things up.
Yep, thank you for that excellent insight into that, Baz. We're going to throw this back to the studio, and you are going to go into game 3 afterwards. Back to you guys.
And as we just talked about it, map picks don't necessarily mean wins on that. And Surya is taking away Extreme's map pick in a super convincing way, steering them. That's something that you usually don't see in King of the Sea, and just shows how well Surya played on this map. So let's talk about what happened here, Maltese. What do you think was the big deciding factor for Surya to be able to win it that decisively?
I think overall, I think the Vampire 2 was really aggressive on the B cap, and he ended up taking way too much damage. But really and truly, it was that, and the combination of Extreme actually let Surya get their Des Moines onto the B cap rock, which basically allowed Surya to control the B cap, but also have the Des Moines supporting the A cap. So that's kind of what I think happened.
Yeah, and it kind of just snowballed from there, losing so much HP on the Vampire too. It kind of granted Surya so much control over the middle, and they were able to make it so that they could also have that pressure on the other caps, mainly on the C cap and A cap.
Yeah, overall, I felt like even when Extreme was trying to rotate these, rotating out the Vampire, bring back the Daring, just basically bring back the Daring into the Pain and having to disengage, and not really having an answer to the middle of the map, and also being kind of like a stalemate on both other sides, on A and C. And to discuss a little bit the ship choices that we saw here, usually Shimmer's not the most popular pick in King of the Sea, because they're a bit limited in what they can do, but as we said in the beginning, as Painezor highlighted, if you bring a Shimmer, it's actually very, very impactful if you can make it play. And I think the Shimmer was actually able to pull its weight compared to like a lot of the other gunboat DDs or radar DDs that you would expect to impact the map that much. What do you feel about the Shimmer?
Surprisingly, Shimmer is actually a really good pick. It's because it doesn't only offer concealment and really high damaging torpedoes, which are not only long range, but they do, I think, some of the most or highest damage in the game. But also, if you take the 4-point skill, which increases your top speed but lowers your main gun reload, Shimmer doesn't really care about its main gun reload. Shimmer can actually go 47 knots, so it's actually one of the fastest destroyers also in the game. So it's actually an overall really good destroyer. So in this game, it clearly showed. I mean, it landed a bunch of torps, so that's this game in Shimmer.
Yeah, very, very, very well played. Now it's actually equalized. Both teams took the other team's map, and now we're going to move on to map number 3. And what is the third map? Trap. Oh, Trap. Trap is going to be very interesting. The first time we're going to see Trap today. The replay, though, is still incoming, so we'll wait for the minimap replay that you can also use at home, by the way. If you want to see your own matches in the replay view that we've been showing throughout the stream, you can also do this for your personal replays. All you have to do is join, for example, the official Discord or any other Discord that is supporting that bot, and you can just upload your replay file, and we'll generate a video that you can use yourself to take a look at your own moves, analyze it, or, for example, just show it to friends, you know, if you had a really fun or interesting match you wanted to share with them.
So we have the replay ready here, and we see immediately that the Des Moines here is rushing towards this island, and there's nothing really here that can stop, except for maybe this Ohio. But they weren't able to get a good spot on the Des Moines, and Des Moines is able to effortlessly get on this island, which ends up costing this Vampire 2 a lot of HP.
Do you think it was rather a mistake by Extreme to try to play it safe on the B cap, just ramming the Vampire into that island over potentially spotting anything that might endanger it?
I think it's better if he were to maybe spot the Des Moines or anything really that goes to the cap, because, I mean, the enemy team has 3 Des Moines. One of them is probably going to end up into the B cap, so maybe try spot it early, maybe try sit at the edge of the cap, so if you see it, you can run away without taking minimal damage at least. But here, as we can see, they're keeping 2 destroyers on B cap. Their goal here was to try to take the B cap, but they don't really have anything to support them. Like the enemy team have 2 destroyers also, but they have a Des Moines with them. So
Yeah.
they were allowed to take the cap for basically free.
Yeah, because in general you always have the like kind of like 2 points of entry into a cap. You either go just, straight in, trying to cap it as soon as possible, and find a spot where you can, hopefully be shielded off from any potential damage, or you reverse into the cap. You usually see, like, on this level of gameplay, you see a lot of players play it carefully. So they're, like a lot of long-range radar in the game to be able to minimize the damage they're taking. As a DD, you don't have that much HP. But here, it was a risky choice, and it didn't really work out for Extreme too well. So, yeah, that Des Moines, as we said, very, very important positioning.
Yeah, we see it again happen here with Daring. Also going to lose a lot of HP here for contesting this cap. And this just leaves them in a very vulnerable position with basically nothing here to actually exert any pressure because both their DDs are low HP. Their Stalingrad is vulnerable, so there's not really much they can do. Meanwhile, they've also lost the Daring on this side, so it's just completely falling apart here because they can't really retain any map control.
Yeah, I think pushing the Des Moines onto the 9-10 line was a really good counter for the Daring, because there's nothing the Daring can really do about it, and the Des Moines wouldn't have pushed out too much to get nuked by the Ohio. So yeah, really well played on that side.
Yeah, unfortunately, if the Daring misses his single launch torpedoes on the Des Moines, it's basically over. So we'll just let this play out, and yeah,
This was actually pretty good, this Harugumo, before he went into die. Before, he was farming out the Des Moines pretty well. I believe he got them down to like around 7,000 HP.
I think even lower, like 3k even.
We see it here, and indeed the Des Moines is down extremely low, right here. As you can see, the Des Moines is down extremely low by this Harugumo, but they were unable to finish the kill, and the Haru actually runs into a Shimakaze torp, which ends up being his demise, as we can see right here.
Yes, very well played by Surya. And now the big question is, of course, who's going to win the last map? So let's take a look at the Trap. Of course, also a very long-standing map that we've seen in many, many King of the Sea tournaments, but it's the first time we're going to see this map today. Would you like to maybe highlight what makes this map so special?
So one of the big traits on this map is how the islands are centered around the cap and how the caps are laid out. So it's actually a diagonal map, which means that relatively it's a lot of ground to go from A cap to C cap when compared to something like North, where it's not so far. Also, the caps are very large, so it's very easy to put in like ships that aren't really able to get like radared or shot at.
What about the topic of detectability or visibility of ships? Since we don't have a CV allowed in King of the Sea.
So basically, like unlike clan battles, for example, in a tournament like this, when there's no carrier, a team can play more, I would say, secretive, because you're not going to know what the enemy team is doing till around 3 minutes, 2 minutes. With a carrier in play, you can probably know what they're doing in 15 seconds or 30 seconds, so you can counter it pretty easily. So here you're going to have to play in a way where you're not going to know what the enemy team is doing, where they're going straight away. You have to find out what they're doing, and then, like last game, like the Des Moines, he got to the rock. Clearly the enemy team didn't really know about it, so you have to be more aware of that type of stuff. But this map is pretty wonderful, I think, for Nevskis. I think we're going to see Nevskis again on A-cap, especially, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, and we also have to consider that there are no French DDs allowed.
Yes, French DDs were, especially in King of the Sea XII, extremely popular on Trap. We saw a lot of Clabers used by Rain, but we also saw a lot of Marsals used in international by especially the Asian teams. With both of those banned out, however, I think we will see a lot of shifts to maybe Venezia and especially Nevsky.
Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting match. And while the teams are readying up in the background, just a reminder, don't forget, if you want to get Twitch drops, to link your account if you have any issues, because I saw a few comments in chat. If you have any issues with receiving your Twitch drops, the one solution that helped most of the players who reported this problem is unlinking your account. So you go just in your account management, you unlink your Twitch account, you relink it, you relog into the game, and that should do the trick. Otherwise, feel free to contact our customer support, and we'll try to help you as much as we can. But it should be fine. Just to address this question. What you can get with the Twitch drops, we have, of course, the Twitch emission for King of the Sea if you watch this or any other King of the Sea stream that is eligible for this drop, you can get a mission that will give you in total up to 2 King of the Sea containers for this weekend. And we also have in the Armory tab new things for you, so you can get up to 3 King of the Sea containers for community tokens, or a set of camouflages from the King of the Sea tournament. This time we have red and green ones, so go check them out, plus specific King of the Sea commanders for 3,200 community tokens that you can get, for example, through regular Twitch drops that we have every month, every week for World of Warships. Great. The teams are readying up in the background. How's it for a player if you were already as a King of the Sea player, you win the first match, it looks quite nice, you took the enemy's map pick, and I know that 07 loves to sometimes do this, you know, like give the enemy team like, you know, a few wins and then come back to it. How's the mindset for a player if you like, you know, lose a match and then you have to come back and win the deciding match?
Just focus on the next match, really and truly. Just focus. See what really went wrong, just discuss what went wrong briefly, and then just see what you're going to do in the next map. And just don't be overly stressed that you have a loss. You have to keep focused, because if you're stressed, you're going to make way more mistakes than you should. So just keep calm and try your best in the next match. That's pretty much the only advice you can pretty much give.
Would you as a team sometimes rotate out players who would be too stressed, or is it really just more about like, hey, we take the players who are best for the specific map, for the specific ship?
I mean, if someone says they're not in the right mindset, they're too stressed, I mean, they totally have the right to leave at any time they want. But for the most part, most of our players at least remain as calm as physically possible, and well, we just go into the next match like we're doing right now.
Yes, great.
If I may, there's something I don't usually do. Just voice from the off. There's an amazing comment here from DSU Bushka, who says, "Oh wow, they invited pre-serum Steve Rogers to commentate."
Wow.
Wow.
It was savage.
Wow.
We will have to, like, just for you guys to understand, while the match is loading in the background, like, we're not that different in height. It's
No.
just
They have
an
higher seats. Well, he doesn't.
unfortunate distribution of seats. Also, it's not that small. Not that small. We can prove it later.
Right. But quickly, who's going to take this match?
So I think you know what? I think Extreme is going to come back.
I think Syria is going to take it.
I think Extreme is gonna come back.
We'll see on the other side.
Welcome on into Game 3 of this Best of 3 series between Extreme and Surya. Loser of this game will be eliminated from the tournament. Winner of this team will go on to face the loser of Alea versus Shaft, which will be our next game of the day. So, running down the teams we have for the green team, Extreme, we have Ohio, Yamato, Moskva, Double Nevsky, Stalingrad, Double Daring, and Haragumo. Stats, what have you got for Surya?
On the south side of the map, we have Ohio, Kremlin, Des Moines, Nevsky, Double Stalingrad, and then 3 destroyers, Gearing, and Double Daring.
Yeah, both teams looking to be running a 3-destroyer composition, and there's nothing extra spicy. This is like relatively standard play, the kind of stuff like we expected. With Haragumo probably going to be dropping a smokescreen for his pocket Nevskys. In the meantime, the Gearing going to be dropping a smokescreen for his Nevsky. Or maybe the Des Moines. We'll see where that one wants to go. And then a couple of roaming Darings on each side. Other than that, it's going to be some relatively static play from the two teams by the look of it.
So one thing I'd like to mention whenever this map comes up is the fact that it's diagonal, because it means that there's quite a long distance between A and C, and so any flanking maneuvers that you do are a very, very long way away from the rest of your team. It makes things like cross shots much more difficult, and supporting one cap from another cap is a bit more difficult. So I think we'll see that reflected in the initial deployments.
Speaking of the initial deployments, let's get into them. So the Haragumo is going to be taking a jump between the A and B cap. We see a bit of crossfire coming across the map on the Stalingrad South B. We'll get into that in a minute if anything big happens. But the Haragumo is going to be between A and B. He's going to be backed up by 2 Nevskys. Daring going to be parking north of B cap in front of a Stalingrad, Yamato, and Ohio, who's going to be heading over to C cap along with the Moskva and the Daring. Stats, your deployments?
So we've got Daring is already contesting against Johan. The Stalingrad you mentioned earlier, Newbie taking a little bit of fire going into cover behind the island. Radar out from Doris as Daring, Des Moines and Kremlin carry on up towards the Charlie cap, and a group of Ohio, Gearing and Nevsky head down towards the A cap. B cap falls to Clem in the Daring.
Yeah, and look at all these shells coming in towards Johan. He knows, hey, I'm just gonna retreat. I don't want to take too much damage. I can heal a bit of it. I'm not gonna take it if I don't have to. The Ohio Skytech going to be the focus fire of quite a lot of ships at the moment. He's going to be dodging most of that successfully.
Skytech goes dark. I think we're going to see the gearing of Burake laying a smokescreen for the Nevsky and then doing some spotting.
Electric Fire Stalingrad only going to be picking up Lanubi. I'm not sure if that was the best radar.
Yeah, I mean, Nubi's even not spotted right now, although you need to be really careful sitting next to this island that Nubi is sitting next to, as perfectly demonstrated there by Make Zhao Great Again dropping AP over that island. Fortunately for Nubi, not much damage.
9,000 or so. I mean,
But,
not much is relative. If that was a destroyer, 9,000 is a lot.
Yeah. But this island has 2 flat spots in the middle of it. You need to be very careful which bits you park next to when you get spotted.
Speaking of getting spotted, the Moskva north of sea does get spotted, and there's crossfire coming in from the Stalingrad, and he's not quite angled enough. Well, Dispersion says it's fine. Although the Kremlin has also took a salvo.
Sid Bristow is radared by Nej on the A cap, being forced to run north as the gearing laser smokescreen for the Nevsky, and the Haru doing the same on the north side.
Gets his engine knocked out, but he's dark, so he can pop his repair party whenever he wants. Sorry,
This is going to be an interesting situation, because this is 2 radars in the Nevskys and the Haru versus 1 radar, but they've brought an Ohio. So you've got more vision and more DPM versus more hit points, effectively.
Stalingrad south of the B cap, going to pop on a radar, going to catch the daring of Johan in the middle of B. He's also going to catch the daring of Schmuckmaster in the middle of C. So that's a 2-for-1 pickup of destroyers.
Also, Clem and Joris making a push into B. There is now, I guess that's because Syria know that there's no heavy hitters over on the A side to get shots into Joris.
Heavy hits, Electric Fire just took one. I think that was the Ohio getting a nice lob of Skytech.
Torpedoes got there's stuff happening everywhere. Excuse us if we're talking about stuff that's not on the screen. So Nevsky's dodging torpedoes on the north of the A cap. Daring of Johan parked up against the island in the B cap, as you just saw, as the Stalingrad and the Daring push in from the south. Daring is about to cap the C cap, Nalik. 1 cap apiece.
So, Baz, Stalingrad position in the B cap. How vulnerable is this? Is this a good Stalingrad position?
I actually really like this position because once that he's in there, there is not much that can actually stop him from just having an annoying map presence.
Going back to what I just said about there not being a heavy hitter over on A, do you think they would have pushed that Stalingrad in there had the Yamato been over more towards A?
If they found the opportunity to do it safely enough, I think that was their original strat, because sitting 2 Stalins, especially behind the B cap, is not very effective. But putting one inside of it is quite a lot more interesting tactically. And I think the Daring was there to escort him in case something went wrong. So he would have given him a quick smoke screen, and maybe he would have been safe with that.
Yeah,
Moscow north of C cap, going to pop a radar, going to find the red Daring of Nalik. Shells coming in, you know, a bit of chip damage.
Looks like Timon is actually pushing all the way up to the island on the corner, which is going to make it quite tricky to dislodge. Although that does mean that the Daring is free to go into the top of the cap without too much risk. Shells going in towards Dracoon, who was briefly spotted.
Yeah, this Kremlin Des Moines push along the 9-10 line, about to have some, you know, success with their push. They're going to get around there. There's not going to be much resistance. At least to getting there, there's not going to be much resistance. You are going to be running into an Ohio and a Moskva and a Daring eventually.
Yeah. So the risk to Hardawas here is the Des Moines AP would add up very quickly, but the risk to Timon's Des Moines is, of course, the Ohio, who can put shots through
Harder
Timon's
also has to
nose.
worry about, you know, being completely crossfire between this Kremlin and the Stalingrad, who has his broadside now. It's very crossfire your position for Harder. You can hang out behind that.
Radar out from Timon to spot Schmockmaster for Nalik, potentially, who smokes up. Yep. H-E going out from Nalik towards Schmockmaster, who is going to be forced off the cap. Timon pushing around the corner to get shots on Schmock while the radar is still up. Just puts the first volley into the island, but the next volley will definitely go towards the Daring. Oh no, he actually chooses to shoot Moskva's broadside.
Oh, yeah.
I was wondering why he had AP loaded.
It is a
Great
very,
little bit
very
of damage
broadside harder.
Next volley of HE goes into Schmock, who has got nowhere to run right now.
Well, he's got a couple places to run. None of them are good. He chooses to run toward the Des Moines, and he's going to go down to the Daring for it. Well, Schmock must have going down. Unfortunately, gets himself caught out bow in for reasons I'm not entirely aware of. But hey ho, it happens.
That's
Harder
gonna leave,
still broadside though.
That's going to leave Charlie very much in Syria's hands. There, not much they're extremely going to do about it. The Moskva might even go down here to focus fire.
The Yamato of Make Zao Great Again has decided that he wants to enter the B cap.
Electric fire is also poised to push if necessary. Joris may get AP here. Ooh, that could have been very nasty for electric fire, potentially.
Harder goes down in the background. He again gave a lot of broadside to Lanubi Stalingrad and just gets taken down for it.
A-cap, we've got some exchange of radars here going on between the Nevskis. Gearing just going out of range of that radar there as Elsa is shooting the Haru, who is returning fire. Sid Bristow is going to be coming under fire. First volley actually not doing very much.
B-cap, explosive things are happening. The Darings have found each other in the face. Ow.
Johan is doing a pretty good job of wiggling and running away, but taking some damage. Clem just free shooting, not spotted. Johan is caught by the radar. Here we see, torpedoes on the Nevsky over at the A-cap.
Well, Stalingrad and Lanubi gave a bit too much side to electric fire, lost about 20k health. The Daring fight is happening again in B-cap. There's battles everywhere. This is just a brawl breaking out.
Yeah, this map is essentially 3 separate battles all going on at once because of the positions of the caps.
Thing is, they're not that separate though, because there's a lot of crossfire between the two caps with them all being so close to each other. Like BC, we saw the Stalingrads at B were able to catch the retreating Moskva.
I agree. So now that particularly the Stalingrad in B is actually in the middle of the map, and the Yamato is in the middle of the map, that does open up the crossfire potential. Electric fire coming under huge focus fire now that Charlie has been pushed through by Syria. I'm not sure that electric fire, who is currently nose in, can do anything about this really.
Well, he's currently burning a double electric fire. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. 17,000 health, reversing, pops his damage control. Got a load of single fire torpedoes coming towards him, but they're going to be just out of range. But the Des Moines, Kremlin, and Daring are just going to march down upon his face. And if he reverses too far, there's going to be probably Ohio salvo ready and waiting. The spotter plane is up for Skytech.
Don't think that's going to matter. Lots more shells in the air from Nalik and Timon. And the torpedoes do actually reach, just running out on the hull. Oof.
If he'd not turned, he would not have taken that torpedo. So I was sort of right. The push is happening in the middle of the B cap though. The Yamato is pushed around in front of the Daring. The Daring's dropping single fire torpedoes, trying to get out as many as he can. He didn't get all 10 of them. He got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
That might be enough. Well, not enough, but it's going to certainly hurt. Yamato has a great torpedo, but that's still left a mark. 80k roughly.
Radar comes out from Master George. He's like, oh, that's my impending doom approaching me. Johan and the Stalingrad are going to be approaching. In fact, he's going to get crossfire onto Nubi.
The gearing, we're watching a replay of the gearing going down at the A-cap as well while we were watching the Yamato push. So, Yamato got a heal in, but isn't going to get much more than that back.
Master George. So Master George is going to do a lap now, right? Where do you go?
There's nothing really stopping him from just going around the island.
Well, there is Mirage Tank.
He could run for the gap, but then there's the Ohio waiting.
It is a more favorable fight for him to face the Ohio there, honestly. Because the Ohio will get perma-spotted by him, and then he has 2 more people helping him out.
The Yamato of Make Zao great again. Now has to worry about this Daring of Nalik approaching him and doing the same thing that we just saw the previous Daring do, firing single file torpedoes all over him. He's also just like crossfired by this Ohio and Nevsky now as well. So the Daring dropped in the smoke. That's not going to last forever. In fact, it's probably not going to last very long at all, considering we have Lanubi's radar ready to go or Master Jar's radar ready to go. They can get that vision whenever they want, really.
Johan,
Lanubi has got the broadside of Mirage tank.
Johan pushes torpedoes out towards Joris, expecting, I suspect, him to stop on the corner. Because Joris is not going to want to go out broadside to Mirage.
If Makes Out Great Again gets reverses far enough, he could probably take a shot at that Stargate, actually.
Well, I think that is the plan. Where are your guns? Yeah, so Makes Out Great Again's guns are definitely looking towards Joris. Those torpedoes are looking like they're a little bit too far back. Maybe the front ones?
Well, he's stopping, so he
Yeah, he is stopping. Yeah, that's going to be, I think, just the one, maybe the one on the aft as well. Nope,
straight
it's
on
just
the
the one.
rudder.
But Yamato has a shot now.
Takes it, doesn't get the best salvo in the world. Was that just one gun?
No, that
Yeah, I
was the
think he's-
Ohio salvo.
Oh, okay,
Uh,
Nalik has made the push.
Here's the Yamato salvo.
Nalik has made the push. Torpedoes in the water against Makes Out Great Again. This is the second set of like 10 odd torpedoes that are going towards this Yamato.
He's gonna have daring PTSD after this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this time it will work though. Yep, there we go.
He gets the salvo off before he goes down at the broadside. Master Joris, no. That must have been secondaries I was looking at.
So Joris down to nothing as goes down to finally the daring of Johan. Which puts 740 odd points on the board for Surya versus 380 odd for Extreme. 2 caps to 1 for Surya.
So just quick take restock of the situation there. Yes, map control, not in the hands of Extreme at all. Health, not in the hands of Extreme at all. Caps, not in the hands of Extreme at all. I think Extreme might be have to make some hero plays here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think Nalik is probably the first one in their sights. Extreme, Sid Bristow, and Johan will open up on Nalik right now.
Not going to pop a
Nalik-
smoke screen.
No, I think Nalik is going to go down, but it's just a matter of whether they can take Johan out before that happens. I think yes. Is it going to be a trade?
No, 800
No.
health, still alive, but he is caught in 2 star
shells in the
Grand
air.
ranges.
Yeah, shells in the air. Yes, Johan does go down. That is a trade. So it is 3 to 5 in terms of ships, but more than double the hit points for Syria. Ohio takes shots on Timon. Ohio, Skytech takes shots onto Mirage's Ohio. Oh, nice chunk there by Skytech on Mirage. 814 points. As the Harrow Sid. So that will stem the points income slightly, but of course see a cap in the back of the map. No one anywhere near that, and that's just going to keep ticking.
The Nevsky of Dark Nimbus pops up radar, trying to find. Oh look, I can see my approaching doom. He sees that Ohio's barreling towards him. Des Moines radar in the middle of the B-cap, going to be fighting the Halagumo, who's going to be opening up anyway on the side of the Kremlin to try and take him down before this Ohio ram happens.
Yeah, Mirage. I'm not sure. So Mirage trying to get all guns on Dracoon. There's also torpedoes coming, so Mirage is going to want to avoid this, but having to give a very dangerous broadside to do so.
Well, the Haragoon was caught in the smokescreen in front of the Des Moines and the Nevsky, so...
Yeah, Sid,
Yeah.
that's going to put some points on the board. That's not going to end the match, though. 890. Dracoon should go down to torpedoes here. Yep. So that makes it 848 points, with 3 caps ticking, because currently Dark Nimbus isn't in the cap, and is spotted, and is being shot at.
And he's on 200
216.
health.
More shells from Timon in the air. Oh, hitting the island. Just a little reprieve there. But there's a surprise coming in the form of Skytex Ohio.
That's not the kind of surprise that you want.
No, not really.
Like, if it's my birthday and I'm like, you know, not very well, like I'm on like 200 health in real life or something, please don't send an Ohio up my backside. That's
So Dark Nimbus impossible situation being forced forward into Timon's guns. 964 with poor Mirage all alone. I don't think there's anything that Mirage can do.
well, you might block the Des Moines. We'll find out.
Yeah, but even one-shotting these ships one after the other is probably not going to be enough.
He doesn't even get a reload off at this point. Yeah.
No, so this series will be going 2-1, and the tournament is over for Extreme. Syria will be advancing to the next round of the losers bracket, where they can fight their way for 3rd place in the tournament and still think go to internationals. So
Correct, yes.
we'll let the studio handle all that and explain all that how it works when we throw it back over to them.
Thank you and congratulations to Surya winning this set of matches and still having a chance to getting to the 3rd place in the EU part of King of the Sea. Very well played. And yeah, how does this work with the losers bracket for players who are unfamiliar with it?
Yeah, so the losers bracket basically works as follows. When teams lose in the winners bracket, they drop down to the losers bracket, and they have to fight the teams that drop out from the winners bracket every time. And then eventually, if you win the losers bracket final, which is like the teams that drop out of the semifinals, and then that's basically it. You can fight for 3rd place, but you can't fight for 1st place anymore.
Exactly. So now Extreme got eliminated. They had the chance in the losers bracket, but now they're out. And Surya still maintains that chance to get to the next one. And we're going to see one of these matches later on today as the final set of matches. But now we're moving on to the next the next match, which is going to be in the winners bracket. But before we do this, let's talk about this match. What do you think made the difference here for Surya to win this battle quite decisively?
So first things first, Surya had a very interesting strategy, pushing the stalling rod into the middle of B, which actually was a very good position because it ended up, the stalling could end up helping at A, where the Nevskis were fighting. Surya was actually at a disadvantage at A with 1 Nevsky versus 2, but the Stalin kind of evened it out, and they ended up trading 1 for 1 at A. As well as at C, where they eventually managed to push through with the Des Moines, killing the Daring, and they could kind of just go through and collapse on B.
Maltese, what do you think was the mistake here from Extreme?
Really and truly, I missed a bit of the match, so I don't really know.
Well, we can see it
I
on the
kinda had
screen
a 2-minute break,
right now.
so-
It was the Daring here dying to the Des Moines and the other Daring, which ended up collapsing on the seaside, where the Moskva died right after, as you can see there. And from there on out, there were just too many ships that could push to B, and Extreme kind of just had to give up B as well, suffered their losses there, and they didn't win out on A soon enough.
Yeah, I mean, they won A eventually, but it took them so much to get it and such a long time to get it that they were never able to then support B, and you could see that Syria was able to pick the targets, focus them down step by step, and take it off of Extreme's hand. Very, very decisive, I think. More decisive than I would have thought. I would have put my money on Extreme with their experience, and even though they lost the second match, to be able to just say and go, okay, they played on traps for such a long time, they were able to ban certain ships, right, that they could take it. We're actually going to get the replay in a minute, so let's take a look at this, and of course, guys, you can also take that replay and take a look at your own replays, as I said before, on the official Discord while we're jumping into this one. While it's loading, one thing, I would really like to get your feedback on the replay that is showing right next to us over here, and whether you'd like to see this in between the matches, showing you the highlights with all of the different scenes from the last match that we've just seen, in case you missed something. I personally think it's really cool, but of course, we're happy to hear your feedback because we're still improving our broadcast and the things that we can do maybe for future broadcasts, like the international finals.
So we have the replay here, and we're just going to reiterate some of the points we just made of why this worked for Syria. So here we see that the Stalin is already kind of moving up, trying to get into the position. And here there's really nothing stopping him. There's only really the Haragumo to spot, but he's going to go behind the island here. The Daring is going to be pushed out as well by the radar. So the Stalin is actually free to move in at this point.
And it's really funny to see if you stop this. The Stalin was actually trying to put himself into this usual position where it's easy to just, reverse here behind the island if possible, if necessary, But realizing that opportunity of not being spotted and nobody really contesting it, taking that move to just say, okay, you know what, B is free, I'll just go in.
Yeah.
Very, very good adapting here.
And it ended up for him, if we just let it play out a little bit longer, he has shots on the Nevskis here, in this area, right from here. Which actually ends up helping them here because they are at a slight disadvantage, seeing as they have an Ohio instead of a Nevsky, which ends up making their trades a lot more favorable. And then if we skip a little bit further, we see that here, the Des Moines and the Daring at sea are actually moving up to the top of the island, and the Daring is very close and actually turns back around, which ends up costing him his life. And then the Moskva ends up getting shot up by the Stalin like this. Also gives up his life.
Keep in mind, nothing can even shoot the Stalingrad right now. He's in a super aggressive position where he can do so much, except he's not vulnerable. Like, he can live forever. Nothing's shooting him.
Yeah, the only thing that could have countered it, Stalingrad, in my opinion, would have been the Nevskis deployed on the 1-2 line. But the Nevskis were, of course, they had a different task. They were supposed to help get A and win that flank instead of trying to focus down the B Stalingrad. So yeah, really well played and leveraging the kind of openings that Extreme gave them.
Yeah, and we see just that the Nevskis and Harguma are just all at half HP here. They just took too much damage in their trades. It took them way too long. It's already 10 minutes in before they actually kind of managed to push in.
Yes, and then I have to say, I wouldn't want to be that Yamato, taking, first of all, a full set of single-launch Daring torpedoes just to survive for another round of Daring torpedoes. That's not the fun situation you want to be in as a Yamato.
Yeah, he took one wreck here, and then the second Daring came in to finish the job again. That's must have been a pretty bad moment for that guy.
Yes. I mean, he played he tried to do everything right, but Suri just had the better plan for this one and managed to execute it. So let's move on to the next match we're going to see, and I hope we will have it here. So we're now in the winners bracket. We know that Snack, of course, moved on, and they're going to play no cap, but the match we're going to see is Shaft versus Alea. And that's like a baby grand finals already, because Alea has some of the players from the Rain team that won King of the Sea EU12, and Shaft was actually the third position team in COTS 12. And when we take a look at the team bans for the map, we can see that Warrior's Path has been banned by both teams.
Yes.
So again, here blind bans. And in terms of ships, very interesting. Shaft banning Marceau. Probably also knowing that, hey, these are Rain guys. They love their French destroyers. So let's poop a little bit on that party. While Alea, on the other hand, said, okay, we'll just take out the Venezia to protect our DDs.
Yes, Alea does have a lot of strength in their DDs, and I suspect that the Venezia ban will also be targeted both at, if the Shaft didn't ban the Marceau, because obviously Venezia is pretty strong against Marceau, but also against Ragnar. Venezia does pretty well. Ragnar is very big and not too fast if it doesn't have the speed boost, so Venezia can definitely pack a punch against it.
Great. Well then, let's take a look at the maps. We have Trap that we just saw as the final map. Then we have Land of Fire for the first time today. Very interesting. And then as the deciding map, Islands of Ice. And that sounds like a very promising set of maps. A new map and Islands of Ice as the decider. Of course, this is a best of 3, so if any of the teams manages to win the first 2 maps, it's already over, just for your context. What is your expectation now that Marceau and Kléber is banned, either by the teams or the global ban, and Petro is banned, plus Venezia? What would the teams fall back on for Trap? Would you expect a similar reliance on the Daring for Trap in particular?
I'm actually quite surprised that Shaft was the one to pick this map, as obviously this is a map that is very renowned for like Marceau and Kléber play. But obviously knowing that they were going to ban Marceau, probably Shaft have something up their sleeve. I expect Nevskis to be very prominent again at the A cap. I think we will see relatively similar gameplay to what we saw last time. Obviously it's going to just play out differently. What do you think?
I think Nevsky, importantly, at A probably again. and maybe quite possibly Ragnar from Alea, since they do like playing their destroyers, so they might bring Ragnars. So especially since they banned Venezia anyway, so could be a possibility.
So for players who are not familiar with the Ragnar, because it's a pretty new ship, what makes it so strong?
Okay, so there's a few things.
We have some time.
So it has radar on the destroyer, 7.5 kilometers. Its detection is 7.5 kilometers. So when it gets spotted, it can instantly radar and find out what's spotting it. Then it has basically cruiser guns, 150 millimeters. So they do pen 30, which is really important if you want to try kill Des Moines. And then you also have a heal. It's around, I think, 4,000 or 5,000. So it's actually quite a big heal. It has a lot of HP. It has 30,000 HP, which is, you're approaching cruiser levels of HP there. And then you also, the biggest issue with Ragnar is it doesn't have torpedoes, of course, but you also have, most importantly, it has armor. It has 25 millimeter armor, which, okay, for a cruiser isn't anything special. But if you're 1v1ing destroyers as a Ragnar, destroyers actually have to aim for your lower armored sections, which is quite hard in an engagement like that at 7 kilometers. So that's everything Ragnar has pretty much going for it. And AA, but in this tournament it's irrelevant. So
Great. So yeah, this is why Ragnar might also be a pick here for these two teams. Anything crazy you would expect in terms of cruisers? That would, like, because we've seen, for example, Napoli before. Do you expect teams trying to leverage it here, or is the Nevsky power here potentially just too tempting?
I think Nevsky is still going to be very tempting, especially at A, as we've already mentioned. Napoli might actually be like a pick that they could use on C, as C is generally like a little bit closer engagement. If you manage to go all the way to like the 9-10 line. Yeah, I'm still hoping to see Gouden Leeuw at some point, maybe. I'm still interested in to see what like teams could do, as I have heard that there are teams that are trying to cheese some strategies with it. So still hoping to see that at some point.
In what situations do you think you might see one of them?
You might see it especially used against static cruisers such as Des Moines, Stalingrad, and Moskva. Maybe at like the B cap. Where you often see like Stalingrad's or Moskva's camped, so that is most likely.
Okay, that's good to know. If we take maybe a look at exactly the current state of the tournament, you can also, by the way, check this for yourself with the tournament. And for Mr. Conway, if we could actually bring up the winners bracket to see the teams that also advanced, because we didn't take a look at the second part of it. Thank you very much. In the best of 16, we also had Wargaming Pay to Win actually succeed, one of the long-standing teams as well on the European cluster, and they're going to be playing against Tauras. And as the last two teams, we have Paid, which is a team that I haven't seen play yet.
They're actually formerly known as Yeeboy.
Yeeboy. This is something that is in general interesting, that you will see players from, teams that have been participating in previous King of the Seas. If, for example, a clan community is slightly breaking up, or they're just trying to refocus a bit, they might actually build new teams or join new teams. And then you will see some of them. For example, we had Shiny with previous members from Oboy and Yeeboy, and now the team Paid. And they're going to be playing against BANCV, which is, of course, one of the strongest teams from the European cluster. Previous King of the Sea winner, and a super strong team, and definitely nothing to that you're going to have fun to play against.
This would, of course, be the perfect time to bring up our Hall of Fame that we have to show who has been the most strong in previous COD. We obviously see that TWA, or BANCV as they are also called, have indeed recently won a couple King of the Sea, so they're definitely a formidable opponent.
Yes, this is very interesting, and I'm very happy that we have this in this Hall of Fame. You can see that, with the early King of the Seas, the OM clan community, or Omni clan community, as they belong together. Omni is the international branch, and OM is the German branch, winning actually the first 4 King of the Seas. Then Wargaming Pay to Win, that we just saw as the winner of King of the Sea 5. And then Rain, some of the team members you will, for example, see in Alea, winning King of the Sea 6, and then winning King of the Sea 12, maybe to return for King of the Sea 18 to keep the pattern, every 6 King of the Seas to win. And then a lot of TWA, and as they are now known as Band CV, with TTT actually winning. I think it was the last one we actually had here in the studio with casters and everything, which was a fun tournament. So, yeah, and this weekend we'll figure out who's gonna carve their name into this Hall of Fame for King of the Sea 13. Let us know in chat. Now that you know who's actually in the best of 8 round, right? You can see which teams are here. Who do you think is going to make it into the semis? I hope you participated in our predictions. If you missed it today, don't worry. Come back tomorrow. We'll, of course, have more prediction campaigns. And in 2 weeks' time, we have the international finals, where you can then bet on the international teams, who's going to make it from what cluster, and who's going to be the international King of the Sea and take home a lot of money for their team. Great. Now, back to the match at hand. They're going to start in roughly 1 or 2 minutes. So, who do you think is most likely to take this home?
So Shaft has definitely seen a lot of play also in the last quarter, but it's definitely not an easy match for Rain last time. And obviously Alea does like some prominent members from Rain, names such as Lulu, Malimu, or Azur. However, I do think that Alea still has a very strong core and will definitely take the first map, but I hope it goes through map 3.
What about you?
I think Alea will take it.
Oh, okay. So for me, I'm siding here with Shaft. They have been playing really, really well in the past King of the Seas, and I would love them to make it to the next round. And Chad, you can also let us know, who do you think is going to win this one? Is it going to be Shaft, or is it going to be Alea? No, we are going to see the first map, the second map, and the third map, but today we see only best of 3s, while tomorrow we're going to see mostly best of 5s. What's the difference for you as a player between those two? Like, how much different is it as a player between best of 3 and best of 5?
Best of 3s, let's say you start off with a loss, it can be way more stressful than a best of 5. Because best of 5, I mean, you only have to win 3, but you have 2 losses worth. So you can lose 2, you can win 3. In a best of 3, if you lose 1, you can't lose another one. You have to win everything. So sure, you have less games to play, but on the mindset, at least it's more stressful to play a best of 3, I think.
And the best of 3 also gives a lot more opportunity for teams that would be seen as the underdog to take the win. As the more games go on, the more likely it is for a more experienced team to edge out.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, that's for me, like, I can't imagine how you can keep your concentration for like a super long day of King of the Sea. Not only for like 3 or 5 matches, but actually like a full evening, and even like a you for example, streaming here with us for the afternoon and then potentially going into, oh, you know what, I'm going to play some King of the Sea in the evening, and hopefully win it.
There's a lot of waiting time during CODs, like for the players as well. Like even just in general, you're just waiting in port, like between matches, not really during the match itself, during the series, but after the series done, you have at least like 45 minutes, 30 minutes break, so you have some time to chill and relax and just take your mind off things. So it's not that stressful, honestly.
What do you do in between the matches?
Well, we just talk normally and just joke around, but I know other people who maybe go eat or do anything really. Yeah.
Take a walk,
just
clear their mind.
You have time.
Don't forget your keys. Yes. No, this is really something. I mean, it's easy to sit at home or to sit here for us, right? And we're just talking about seeing what's happening, being in the comfortable position to have like hindsight and say like, oh, the team's made this mistake and that mistake. But pushing on for all of these matches, and it's hard to sometimes put yourself into the shoes of these players and trying to put their very best and not make the mistake that makes the team lose the match, or there are so many people watching this tournament by now that your name might be known, for certain moves playing King of the Sea. Do you actually have this, that players would recognize you mostly because you're a streamer or because you played in King of the Sea?
Before I was a streamer, people would recognize you if you play COTS or whatever, because they see you, oh, you're a COTS player, you're in that clan, So I see it a lot, even from members from our clan or other clans on the server. You can see it like when you're in a game, because when you win COTS, you get an emblem. That's one thing we didn't show. You win an emblem in game, which shows you're a King of the Sea champion. And basically, if people hover over your name, it kind of shows. And then people recognize you and they're like, oh my god, it's him, So it can happen even if you're not a streamer. So It's him.
Hopefully in a good way.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe we'll see some ASW airstrikes, anti-submarine warfare airstrikes, and then people will also know your name, but not in a good way, probably.
No.
It
It happened last week, right?
Yeah, it did so happen last week, I believe, in the group stages, but we haven't seen it so far. At least I've not heard anything.
I would hope
about it happening in the other matches. I mean, most of these teams unbound their key for airstrikes.
That's what I did. I removed it from my keyboard.
Play it safe, yes, play it safe.
They just remove it. So
Yeah, that's what we talked about earlier. It's just removed from the tournament as a rule to not use it because, you know, you might be able to see the AA fire right. You might kind of figure out where somebody might have parked their ship if it wasn't spotted, and it would give an unfair advantage. So this is why, at least currently, the rule is that you're not allowed to have this up. But the teams are now finally ready to go and jumping into this match. So chat, this is now your time. Tell us which team is going to win this one. And we are, well, this is pretty much like already after halftime. We have this set of matches and another set of matches. Don't forget afterwards, we will hand over to the NA guys. We get to see the NA cluster duke it out with day one of their knockout stage. And with this, I'll slowly but steadily hand it over to our amazing casters, Painezor and Statsbloke. Don't forget, if you like what they're doing, you can always head to their channels, give them a follow. They would very much appreciate it, and they're great content creators. I can highly, highly recommend it. Now, enjoy the battle and have fun.
Welcome on into this quarterfinal game between Shaft and Alea. This is the first game of a best-of-3 series taking place on Trap, and the green team for this game will be Shaft, who will be running Ohio, Kremlin, Hindenburg, Napoli, Moskva, Nevsky, Gearing, Daring, and Ragnar. Stats, what have you got?
We have a far less standard layout down this end. In red, we have for Alea, Ohio, Kremlin, Nevsky, Stalingrad, and then 5 destroyers. We have a Gearing, a Shimakaze, and then 3 Ragnars.
Do you really want to call the Ragnar a destroyer at this point?
Yeah, it's so we were just talking about this as you guys were listening to some analysis as we were waiting for the countdown. Yeah, 3 Ragnars, that's a lot of fire.
Yeah, and a lot of AP as well. So Ragnar AP, nothing to sneeze at, but the HE is definitely what you want to be worried about with those 152mm guns. No torpedoes on the Ragnar, but the guns more than make up for it. So anyway, let's take a look at these initial deployments. So we're going to see, for Shaft, we're going to be sending a Gearing over towards the A cap, backed up by the Hindenburg, Nevsky, Kremlin. At the B cap, we have a Daring and a Ragnar. And then over at the C cap, we have Moskva, Ohio, and Napoli. So that's like going to be very destroyer light for the green team. The red team, though.
On the south side, it's almost the opposite. So we've got 4 destroyers. So 3 of the Ragnars, or all 3 of the Ragnars, and then the Shima, presumably doing a little bit of advanced spotting for those Ragnars, going into Charlie Cap with Mag in the Stalingrad parking underneath B. They're going to be backed up by the Kremlin. The Ohio, the Gearing, and the Nevsky are going the other way towards Alpha, so they are definitely going to be the light flank for the Alea team.
I want to quickly talk about this because Alea are made up of a lot of former Rain members, and we saw this strategy used in the last King of the Sea, albeit in a slightly different variant. The previous strategy that they used to use over on this map, on this cap, is instead of a Shimakaze, they would have a legendary module Kleber backed up by 3 more Klebers. The Shimakaze does the same job of spotting, except this time you have 3 Ragnars to put out the DPM that the Klebers will be putting out, obviously with Kleber being the global ban for King of the Sea this year, this season, sorry. We will not be seeing Klebers, so the Ragnar is the next best option for a gunboat squadron.
Yeah, and I think the key thing for that strategy is that the ships are all the same speed, roughly. The reason that they used a legendary Kleber for that tactic was that then it allowed all that wolf pack to keep together. And it's a similar concept here. You've got the Ragnars and the Shima, similar kind of speed, able to stay together as a pack. So that means that the Charlie Cap obviously is going to fall to those 4 destroyers, who are now going to go hunting, I suspect. B, we're going to see Zill and Flo in the Daring and the Ragnar heading in towards the top of the cap, although there are torpedoes.
Yeah, those were Hydra by the Daring. The Ragnar managed to turn out of the way of them just in time. Not going to take any of those. That would be very unfortunate for them.
So
So this strategy will be known to a lot of teams because it has been ran previously by Rain, and everybody knows. Well, all the competitive teams know that this is a former Rain clan. Basically, it's not everybody, but it's a lot of the former members. So when they see this in when they see the team lineups, they know what to expect. They know where these ships are going to be going. So they've very wisely decided to stay a bit back from that cap, especially when their only forces to defend against it is a Napoli, Moskva, and Ohio. The vision control for these ships is going to be relatively poor. The Moskva can't stealth radar. We do see a radar coming out south of the B cap for earlier, trying to see what's in the B cap. They're going to find absolutely nothing because the destroyers are already left. They're going to send in one of their Ragnar's Gangbarang to try and take that.
So I was going to ask, Henning. So if you are Shaft in this position, so if you're the green team and you see that 5 destroyer lineup, you're pretty sure that what they're going to do is that Ragnar Shima Wolfpack. How do you deal with that? So you've got to take control, presumably, of the rest of the map. What are the things you have to worry about?
I mean, if you see that Wolfpack, then you know that at least 4, 5, 6, 7 ships are going towards C. Because this Wolfpack doesn't really work that well on A, especially if you have Nevskis and a smokescreen who actually fend them off. So you need to take A then with force immediately, basically, and that's actually what Shaft is doing, while also putting pressure on B, which they did by capping it, and then trying to fend off this Ragnar push from actually getting any kills. Make sure they can't push further into your spawn, and that they can't really get anything done on other sides. You need to be really careful that you don't have isolated ships though that can be farmed down.
So I guess that's why we see the Napoli Moskva push going over the top there, trying to stop them from getting into the
that's
spawn.
actually dangerous.
Look at that wall of torpedoes towards that little Napoli and Moskva diving right in front of 3 sets of Shimakaze torpedoes. Radar comes out. That's not going to stop the torpedoes. 1 top, 2 top, 3 tops, 4. That's a dev-struck Napoli, and the Moskva is going to take some behind it as well.
That is a yikes.
We said earlier, Shima torps, if they hit you, you know about it, and if 4 hit you, you definitely know about it. And that is the difference. That's the difference between the Kleber version of that Wolfpack and the Shima version of that Wolfpack, is that the Kleber does not have those torpedoes.
So now you have a very isolated Ohio and Moskva, who are actually they're not isolated anymore. The Ragnar and the Daring have rotated over. The problem is that Napoli was his job was to get that Moskva past that island. He's got the Moskva there. The Moskva still does have control over this with his radar. The problem is you no longer have the Napoli as something to tank damage and be able to shoot at these destroyers. The destroyers are all opening up. Look at this Ragnar blob opening up onto the Daring and Ragnar pushing into it. Hexagen and Artorius. Ragnar's gonna the Flo's gonna drop a smoke and a Daring for the Ragnar. They're just gonna try and disengage from this.
Wondering whether the fantastically named Mr. Blap is going to push up here and put some pressure onto Possum, or whether Blap is going to stay at the island, because of course Pepgazando is there in the Ohio. Down the other end of the map, not much happening. We've got A cap just being held by Shaft as Alea just kite away from the cap there.
Stalingrad, south of B, going to pop his radar. That's going to be picking up both the Ragnar and the Daring. So the firing squad of the 2 Ragnars is going to open up now. See if they can get a little bit of damage. The dispersion of these cells from the Ragnar is absolutely amazing. It's pretty much pinpoint accuracy. Where you aim is where you hit.
Yeah, which of course means you have to have good aim. But at this level of play, these players have good aim.
Yeah, Zill's Ragnar going to take a fire, going to limp out of there. Pop his damage control as soon as it's available, heal a bit.
Focus fire switching from Zill to Zandos, Ohio.
Yeah, he's going to reverse back behind the island, get himself unspotted. Going to also Damacon a fire on his way out. Hopefully he's not going to take another shell after his Damacon runs out and set him back on fire. Nope, Damacon's still running, he's got him back. But that C cap is going to be retaken by the Shimakaze. So they're going to have to dive back into there at some point. And can we look at the A cap? The push for Shaft just isn't making any ground. Pushing into the Ohio and Nevsky gearing is just not getting anywhere.
No, I think they're not doing that. So they've actually turned Vert and Kamikazes around, and they're actually going to go towards B. Because in the time it takes Alea to realize that they haven't actually pushed through, Of course, all the time A is actually ticking points, and they really need to get into another cap, because if you look at the points, there's more than 200 point difference. It's approaching 250. And so Shaft really need to get into that B cap. Which is going to make it's going to make life difficult for Vert, actually, because if you're a Kremlin and you're parked in B, there's destroyers around. You've got cross shots maybe from the Ohio of Panzo.
Half staring might get caught here.
Yeah, Radar comes out from the Ragnar, will catch the Daring and the other Ragnar. The Ragnar's gonna, like, his backup Ragnar's gonna open up, but it's, you know, 3 Ragnars versus 1 Ragnar, and the Daring might... Well, the Daring beaches just out of range of the radar and drops his smoke screen, so he's gonna get away with it. Stalingrad's radar's still gonna be on cooldown. And none of the other Ragnar's gonna be in position to re-radar.
Focus fire heavy onto Zill here.
Yeah, he's caught out all alone in front of this firing squad.
Zill running, turning, shooting back against Ragnar. Gangbrang's Ragnar. Focus fire continuing from Artorias and Marcello Pello as Zill runs away, still spotted, still firing.
Hindenburg and Kremlin get some nice shots onto Gangbrang's retreating Ragnar. He is currently on fire, but he has gotten dark. He has himself behind an island of safety.
So Alea have realized now that there's no push coming through A, so they've turned the Gearing and the Nevsky around. But of course, Shaft have left their own Gearing and Nevsky in A.
Yeah, and pushing into a Gearing and Nevsky is a lot harder than kiting with a Gearing and Nevsky.
That will push Shaft's Kremlin into the top of B shortly. While taking shots over towards, I think that's Hexagen.
So, Henning, I'm going to ask this again. How do you dislodge this Kremlin with a bunch of Ragnar? Gearing torpedoes the other Gearing. Oh, that's over at the A cap. So this push back into the A cap for Alea.
As you just said, pushing in is much more difficult than kiting away. That's one of the reasons. It's much easier to get torpedoed. Here we're going to see a replay of Evasion dealing with those torpedoes, taking both torpedoes, and going down.
Not evading those torpedoes.
Nope. Kremlin, Vert in B, currently spotted, could be reset. There you go, goes dark.
You didn't get a chance to answer there, Henning. So
Yeah,
how
exactly.
do you deal with the Kremlin in the middle of the B?
Usually this position is not safe if you get spots on him. The question is, can Alea get spots on him and farm him reliably? I don't think they are currently in a position to do so. So right now he's safe. I don't think they will shaft the Shima in and rush him. I think it would take too long, it would be too risky. They would give up control over C because the Ragnar would get outspotted by the Daring in the meantime.
I think what they've chosen to do is push Panzo and Garrus Brutus up towards B, but of course that's not going to be without danger because Kimilili and Exodus Blaze and the Gearing and the Nevsky are right there.
Stress Possum in the Moskva north of C cap is being farmed by this Ragnar. And I think this is probably the play that you want to make. You want to try and rotate as many of your Ragnars to be fairly able to farm this Moskva down just for the points that he provides and then try and hold on to your single cap. I'm not sure if that'll be enough points, but it should give you a big swing at least.
With 8 minutes left, I don't think that's enough because the points are quite close. They're within 100.
Especially when C is currently being blocked by the Daring. The
Yeah,
Daring is found by a radar from the Ragnar of Gangbarang. Shell's going to be opening up, and you have the Kremlin, Ragnar, Stalingrad, who all should have shots. Gangbarang is going to take a bit of focus fire in return from the enemy Ragnar of Zils over this island. Daring going to be opening up too.
Radar out from Stress Possum spots all of the destroyers. But Zill is receiving a lot of incoming fire. Zill has been the focus pretty much
Gang's
every
down
time.
to 3,000 and burning. Still spotted 2,800, 700 health. Goes down.
Will they get Zill in return? Zill is still spotted. Yep,
Zill goes
Zill.
down too.
Torpedoes heading towards Flow. That could get interesting in a few seconds' time.
I don't think if he has his Hydra available. He doesn't look like he's on a collision course with
I think he's okay. Yeah, I think he's
Yeah,
okay.
he's fast enough. For Pegazando, now going to be the target of some focus fire from the remaining Ragnars in his Ohio. One fire burning currently.
think he's stuck there. I don't think he can make this turn.
He can't make the turn, no, and he's only got really like one turret angle on the Artorias Ragnar.
So Shaft in danger. I mean, they don't have control of sea, but they're in danger of completely losing control of this end of the map once Zando goes down, because that opens Possum up to being pushed.
Yeah, Possum's in a lot of trouble depending on what Mr. Blap wants to do.
Honestly, Possum's already in a bad position. The camera could push around already if he wanted to.
Well, he kind of got stuck in that bad position because originally he was supposed to have that Napoli with him, and with the Napoli eating all those Shimakaze torpedoes, that push getting intercepted as well as it was.
So Flo being nice and smoking up Zando, but Zando's still with him Fire Bloom right now, still spotted.
6,000 health, 4,000.
Goes dark, but it's a battleship, and you know where it is.
2,000.
So blind firing it in the smoke is not difficult.
You see that? The shells are missing.
I'd say that, but they are missing.
Target, they're going after Flo right now.
So the purpose of that smoke was to allow Zando to make that turn and try and escape.
If he gets spotted, he gets his heel off.
Gets a heel off.
10,000. Marco Polo drops his torpedoes to try and catch him on the retreat.
Blind shots.
Alia really needs to get going.
Okay, Zando is
running out
spotted
of
again.
points.
Marcello Pello with the chasing torpedoes for the Ohio.
This catch onto the Ohio will be enough to swing the game if they can't get respotting.
Yeah, Mr. Blap immediately getting 10k there.
Yeah, he's down to 4,000 again. The shells coming in from all of the Ragnars from the Kremlin. Shimakaze isn't firing. Stalingrad is taking shots too. 600 health. But Pegasander goes down, and that's actually not enough points.
Go back.
Also,
Then get another kill.
yeah, so Ragnar Vittorius is pushed in between the islands there in the little channel. Is currently spotting Possum, I think. Mr. Blap is finally making the move around that corner.
Yeah, trying to get around the back and get the Moskva. No kills other than that looking to be available for Alia right now.
If Flo... Okay, so I was going to say, if Flo has torpedoes, Flo needs to throw them towards the corner, but actually Flo throws them towards Artorias. Unfortunately, he sticks 2 of them into the island.
Well, the idea is they expect the Kremlin to push around. At the same time, I think they also expect the Ragnar to push around.
Exactly.
Because despite not having torpedoes, it does have very punchy AP, and you can drive by a Moscow with it.
Well, if Blap's health decreases just slightly, Possum can actually get a ram kill, potentially, which is why you're seeing Blap go wide and not actually just go straight around the corner.
He's already in range to get rammed by the Moskva. He would die from that.
The gearing of Exeter's Blaze does get seen, but managed to get back into his smokescreen and escape. He does take about a quarter of his health for it. That was in the B cap. The Kremlin farming has begun a vert, but I don't think they're going to be able to burn that down anywhere near enough in time. However, I think they might try and get their Shimakaze into the cap to block. So they're just trying to provide enough breathing space to get the Shimakaze. They might go for the Shimakaze rush on the Kremlin.
Yes, and also the points are neck and neck here. I think Shaft with 2 caps are about to pass. Yep, they do. They pass on points, 922 to 922, 924. But with the Shima now entering B, that is points ticking 1 each.
Bart has a slight advantage still.
Didn't get it
And
in time.
don't forget, in these matches that come down to points, if it's neck and neck and the points are ticking tick-tock either way, the team that has more points when the clock runs out wins. So it could come down to that.
Well, the Kremlin has finished his push. He's now nose to nose with the Moskva of Stress Possum. The daring of Flo has decided that he wants to open up on this. We'll keep an eye on that in the background. We'll also be watching everything else that's going to be happening at B. B is basically a powder keg ready to explode right now. Ohio is now pushing in. We have the Kremlin that was already there. The Shimakaze is in there. The gearing of Exodus Blaze is also in there, dropping his torpedoes towards that Ohio. Shells coming out from the Ohio towards the Hindenburg, positioned up, trying to get some damage onto him.
Background, Blap and Possum also going at it in the corner.
Possum needs to go for the ram. If he dies, the game is instantly over.
Yep, these points are going to keep ticking up. So they've both got 1 cap ticking. So these points are going to keep
Like
ticking towards, and we are 1 kill away from a win here. For
One
either
kill
team.
gives 40 points, so...
B cap torpedoes on the Ohio, going to be taking 2 at least. 1.
Junior 1.
Oh, he dodges
Essentially,
one.
first kill
Shimakaze
wins.
behind. Shimakaze dodges the torpedoes. The
980.
Kremlin, Moskva push, stress pass him going for the ram. The Kremlin is reversing. However, he's very broadside to the Ragnar. The Ragnar's going to be taking shots into him. 7,000 health and stress plus him going for the ram. 6,000, 5,600, 3,002. He gets the ram off. The game's still going.
970. It's not going to stop though, because next kill still wins.
Ohio
So
in the middle, down to 5,600 health for Alea.
looks like it's going to be a Shaft win if they can get Panzo. Will Panzo go down? 1,300, 200?
Goes down. They had torpedoes on the pushing Kremlin as well. That was a very close game.
To the wire.
Wait, studio, have fun analyzing this. Over to you guys.
Did I promise you too much about the quality of this match? I did not. What a fantastic match up until the very last second, and you're just sitting there on your chairs like, who's going to take this?
Oh, we certainly were.
No, fantastic match, and yeah, let's talk about the very interesting compositions here. We saw the very first Hindenburg of today.
Hindenburg.
We also had a very interesting 5DD composition that might not be too surprising, knowing this team and knowing the map, but still, let's talk about it. Alea bringing 5DDs and the big Ragnar train. What do you think about this set?
There was a lot this game, so we'll have plenty to talk about here. The triple Ragnar setup they had at sea, at the north side of the map, definitely resembled what the Rain were doing in COTS 12 with the triple Kleber. Actually, they had 4 Klebers, but instead of the 4th Ragnar here, they had the Shima, the spot. It worked pretty well for them. The Shima managed to catch out the Napoli at the start and even land a torp on the Moskva, which actually put Shaft in a very difficult spot early on. However, at the A side, all the way at the south side, the gearing managed to torp out Mr. Evasion in his gearing, so that ended up equalizing things, and we saw kind of a rotation from both sides. What happened next?
Well, so the Kremlin started pushing down the 10 line, right? The Moskva was relatively low, and he was in a risky spot because there was 3 Ragnars basically, and a Kremlin. But he was kind of safe there because they weren't overly aggressing on him, and there was Zando there, right on the cap on the edge, chilling. But then there was a fight between, I believe, Gangbarang and another Ragnar, correct? So it was a Ragnar versus Ragnar, and they traded 1-for-1 on the C cap, which unfortunately for Alea, they can't really lose their destroyers because the more destroyers they lose, that's too much DPM they're losing overall. So, but Pepe Zando did go down, right? So the Kremlin was allowed to push. He got up to the Moskva. How low was the Moskva at the end? 3,000?
Yeah, like
Extremely
2.8K
low.
or something.
7,000.
And it was like 1 second
So
until the Kremlin was
if
reloaded.
there was enough time for the Kremlin to shoot him, the game could have gone in Alea's hands. So that's how close the game was. It was around 5 seconds, I would say, for the Kremlin to reload, if not less. So.
Yeah.
And here we see
Here's
the
Napoli,
Shima torps
yeah.
catching out the
So
Napoli.
fantastic.
Insane torpedoes there, and even
This was
catching
so
out the
wonderful
Moskva.
to watch.
This was insane.
Yes, definitely making that Shimmer worth it. Really, really great showcase of how to use a Shimmer in competitive. But yeah, I have to say that what really impressed me with Shaft's play is you start the game, you know that okay, we're gonna be up against 5 destroyers. There is a health advantage on Shaft's side, but the health advantage is not that huge because they're Ragnars. They still come with 30k, and then you lose a ship, and you lose half of the Moskva on the flank where you have to face these destroyers. But Shaft was able to redeploy their team in a great way to basically cut off the map at B. After they took out the gearing and positioning the Moskva in a way that the Moskva would not have to really be too stressed as a possum in terms of like what they have to deal with, right? But being able to really make the enemy team tiptoe around that cap. Very, very well played. I was really impressed to see how Shaft was kind of using that disadvantage and still managed to be the team that wins this map. And I think we have the replay ready to go, so you can actually take a look at the different approaches here from the teams.
So we're just gonna let it run for a little bit, and we see indeed the triple Ragnar and Shimakaze going up towards the north side. And we see Shaft actually very heavy towards the south side with Nevsky and Hindenburg with the gearing and the double DD in the middle.
And that fully aware of the push, right? This is something that Shaft knows this team. They know that this strategy exists, and they still said, we're comfortable enough with whatever we have deployed on sea, and we rather roll up the map from the south.
Yeah, and then here we see indeed the Napoli getting picked off and the Moskva taking a lot of damage, which ends up putting a lot of things in Alea's favor. They get a lot of map control out of B and C out of this. And yeah, they have a massive health advantage, a ship advantage, but unfortunately, they just lose out on C, or on A, I mean, eventually, with Mr. Evasion going down.
And I really like, if you can stop here, I really
Yes.
like how Shaft used the Kremlin, knowing that, okay, the enemy team has a lot of destroyers, but there is not a lot of torpedo
Only
danger,
one
right?
destroyer has
There's
torch,
only
yeah.
one, exactly, there's only one destroyer with torpedoes. We're looking here at Ragnar's, not at, for example, Kleber's or Marceau's. And this is something that you just have to keep in mind, that these teams know all of these different factors, and the Kremlin managed to say, okay, you know what? There's an Ohio, I can deal with that. The Nevsky's going to be busy at the A cap, and I can actually block the B cap and potentially even flip it, putting the pressure on Alea.
Yeah. If we let it run for a little bit more, we need here see that Alea started to rotate to focus on this Ohio here. And here we have the trade between this Ragnar and this Ragnar. So yeah, the other Ragnar here.
Yeah, and that was so important also. The gearing in the south that was lost
Yeah,
really put the game into the hand of
Unlucky
of
as well.
Shaft. Yeah, very
Yeah.
unlucky, but then again, if you park this way,
He did park broadside.
if you
Yes.
park broadside, that's the risk, right? You want to be able to angle against the incoming threat, and sometimes, unfortunately, the torpedoes hit you in places where you don't want them to hit you. But that really opened up the map. And now the question for me, because we discussed this as well, when looking at the situation, if we look up here at this position here, we will see the Moskva versus the Kremlin that is going to push up in here. And we were really discussing whether the Kremlin that is down here and now pushing up. We saw that the Kremlin could have pushed in, but a Moscow will potentially, Citadel, you might just go for the ram, would have definitely been the better trade for Shaft. But the Moscow backed away.
Yeah.
Do you think it would have been the safer choice for Shaft to just go for the ram, or was it better to play it this way?
I think they're trying to play it safe because they're in the lead and they don't want to take a risk that could actually lead them to a loss. So maybe that was the thought process there. The possibility was like the Kremlin comes up, the Moscow goes in for the quick ram, but the issue is the Stalingrad down there, as we can see, would have possibly gotten the Moscow's broadside. And imagine if the situation is the Moskva dies and the Kremlin lives, you basically lose a game for a risk that could have, you didn't have to do it, right? So I think that I think it was a good chase to stay on the island.
Great. Yeah, then if we just keep running it here, the shimmer was like
Maybe a second or two. So yeah.
3 seconds late to actually enter the cap, because at this point the points were equalized, and with the shimmer blocking that cap, Shaft was able to push with the double cap just slightly with 2 points, ticking over, taking that advantage in terms of caps, and this is why caps are so important. But teams are readying up for the next match, so after this very exciting match, I can't wait to stop the next one and see whether Alea can take the next map, which is Land of Fire. And Land of Fire we haven't really seen today. Would you expect a similar setup here with the very DD heavy composition, or rather cruiser focus?
I expect some destroyers on the A side, but I expect a lot of Des Moines and maybe Salem's on the C side. That's what I expect.
Oh.
maybe a battleship running down the 9-10 line as well on the C side.
I hope to see a Goliath, maybe. We don't know yet, but the teams are ready to go. So chat, let us know, who do you think is going to take this? Is Alea going to have their comeback, or is Shaft actually going to convert this one and win 2-0? What's
This
your
is
guess?
actually Alea's pick, to point out, and Trap was actually Shaft's pick.
Okay,
I think Alea will take this one.
Yeah, I agree.
Alea, I want to see match number 3. Let's go.
Hello and welcome to game 2 of this best of three quarterfinal series between Alea and Shaft. Alea will be the green team for this game, and they're going to be running Ohio, Des Moines, Daring, Haragumo, Vampire 2, Ragnar. 5 destroyer composition stats. What have you got?
Yeah, so we've got, again, a pretty, I was going to say pretty conventional. Actually, there's a few differences. So we've got double Ohio, we've got Des Moines, Salem, Minotaur, double Moskva, and Gearing, and a Ragnar.
Do you want to quickly go over this Minotaur, since we don't really see that many of them? Mr. Henning, how do you use a Minotaur? What is its strengths and weaknesses?
Well, Minotaur you usually run with radar. In this case, it has a 10-kilometer radar while having like 9 kilometers concealment, which gives you self-radar opportunity. Or if you get spotted, you just press your button immediately to spot whatever spotted you. That gives you really nice control. You're also really survivable. Like, there's always the meme around that Minotaurs get blood easily, especially in random battles. But in high-level competitive, this is usually unlikely to happen. And with the super here, this Minotaur can actually take a lot of fire.
I think the key is as long as you don't go down, you can get a lot of that back, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
I think the case here is that they want to put it into the ACAP because rushing a Minotaur around these islands, which we sometimes see on the ACAP, is not great because it has 8 torps per side, if I remember correctly, and a lot of firepower.
Anyway, let's take a look at these initial deployments and see exactly where they are going to be putting that. So for the green team, we're going to be sending a Des Moines, Haragumo, Ragnar, and Des Moines to A-Cap. Actually, the Des Moines might be going to the B-Cap island, but there is going to be another Vampire 2 going over there along with the Ohio. Over at the C-Cap, we're going to be sending Ragnar, Daring, and Ohio. And this could be a bit messy, especially when this Des Moines gets radared by this Ragnar as he's on his way. And Stats, where is your team going?
Yeah, we'll see. So Ragnar Stress Possum is pushing up to B, along with Kimi's Salem for support. On the A-Cap, we've got Minotaur Moskva, supported by Zando's Ohio. And then over on the C-Cap, we've got 4 ships going over there, Ohio, Des Moines, Moskva, and Gearing.
So I think we're about to see some action happening between A and B. The Ragnar's positioned quite forward. The Minotaur might get spotted by it, in which case we'll have something explosive. The Vampire 2 will be dropping a smoke screen to take his Des Moines to this island. I think he will then be rotating and try and contest that. But when he gets there, he will be radar. There it goes. The Ragnar pops his radar, finds both the Vampire 2 and the Des Moines. I expect to see crossfire coming from all angles to try and pick this up. Salem starts opening up. Ohio doesn't have an angle, but the Moskva does.
Yeah, Exodus just managed to get 1 volley before going behind the island. Unfortunately, Exodus is not going to have a shot now. So it's only shots from the other side of the map that will find home. So Mag will have to try and get to the island as quickly as possible. But of course, because of having to run forwards quickly, Mag hasn't managed to make the turn that you would normally make.
Yeah, he's now very bow in towards the island instead of being flat broadside against it. Yeah, but he will have time to maneuver. He's not spotted anymore.
He's got the smoke screen, not spotted. Should be fine. But that is a very, very risky position to play. You are completely dependent on the rest of your team surviving to stop you being crossfired. Okay, Zill pushes in up to the island in A-Cap.
Yeah, we see this defensive screen of Haragumo, Des Moines. It's a very common combination that we have on this cap as your holding flank, just to stop anything rushing around it. However, the Garrus Brutus' Des Moines is spotted, and there are a lot of salvos coming in towards him, including an Ohio salvo. And now he has to turn full broadside to the Salem to get into his wanted position.
This is a situation you see on quite a few maps, where the cruiser has to potentially get to an island, but has to give a lot of angle to get there, to get to safety. And that's exactly what we're seeing from Garrus right now, although he's being pretty lucky. Shell's not quite finding home, although he's down to half health, more or less.
Yeah, it's pretty lucky is relative and all things considered. So the C-Cap was taken by the green team. B-Cap, Salem pops a radar to try and find something, doesn't really find anything. The Ragnar is currently Hydra by the Des Moines, and we see the Ragnar of Gangbarang in a smokescreen provided by Mr. Evasion's Gearing, going to be trying to farm stress Possum out of that position. C-Cap is going to be contested by the red Gearing right now, who has a Des Moines in support.
So the Des Moines and the Minotaur on the A-Cap will be spotting each other with Hydros for as long as they last. So the teams will be trying to get shots into those two cruisers if they can. And I would imagine that Shaft are going to try and get Exodus up far enough to start lobbing shots over to Mag, although Moskva not the best cruiser at lobbing islands.
Yeah, you do have those, like, that's the downside of having railgun shells. They're not floaty enough to get over islands. However, if you were caught in the open in front of it, he's probably going to hit you. Torpedoes coming towards a Ragnar at the sea cap, going to be dodged in between. Nice little gap for Gangbrang there.
We have a start of a movement here from Shaft up the 9-10 line. We've got Vert in the Ohio and Moffley in the Moskva pushing up 10. Nothing immediately there to contest them, so they're going to be able to push as far as they want to.
Yeah, and the Ohio of also has shots on this Des Moines north of the B cap of Alia. Mag gonna have to reverse back, try and dodge these Ohio shells. Doesn't have Des Moines acceleration. He's probably running the legendary module. However, he does take a big chunk. I'm not sure if that was a citadel or just a pen.
Torpedoes just going past Zill there. You can see on the picture-in-picture. Zill reversing back and dodging nicely with the Hydro running.
This island cove on the south side of the A-cap island is notorious for being really, really safe. The north side doesn't really have that.
You've got the bay to protect you from torpedoes, and then you've got the cliff to protect you from the B cross shot, right?
Yeah.
Zill is now reversed out to a point where he can start opening up on the Mag Des Moines. So there's a bit of trading going back and forth there. Stressed Possum is getting fired at from all angles for pretty much the entire game. It's a very risky spot for a Ragnar. We usually see that position occupied by one of the heavy cruisers, but if a Ragnar can do the same job there, I think we might see a lot of teams shift towards that strategy if it works out well for this guy.
And you usually put a cruiser there with Hydro though. Wagner doesn't have that.
No.
So he just gets spotted.
You get spotted, but he's not been taking very much damage. He's got such a small profile that he's managing to dodge all the shells. Especially with his improved engine booster, you need it. You see the Ragnar of Artorias.
Sorry, Prince, welcome. Carry on.
I was just saying that Artorias is opening up on the Ohio. What were you going to say?
I was going to ask Henning. So if you look at the minimap right now, you've got Alea with kind of losing map control in the north there, especially over on the seaside. So if you see that as the caller and you're Alea's caller, what do you do to react to that as you see that Ohio and Moskva pushing?
You usually need to start making plays on the other sides of the map, and I think Alia is trying to do that. They relocated the Haragumo and a lot of other forces to farm this Ohio down right now, or at least pressure it away. The problem is right now I don't really see a play. They need caps for sure. Like A is blocked forever. I don't think the Haragumo can really rush that.
Do you think?
And I don't see them get B anytime soon.
Do you think pushing Zill is an option?
No. Like,
What?
Too dangerous, right?
the Des Moines can't really go around the corner. The Haragumo just gets absolutely clapped by the Minotaur if he tries. Like, they can get a trade on the Minotaur, but whatever they try to trade it with, it's gonna die, and they probably actually lose 2 ships if they try. Like, one ship will die to the Minotaur torps, and the other will probably die to the Moskva afterwards.
So
It's gonna be costly.
the danger is currently that the mid 2 caps are essentially contested. B keeps sort of being attempted to be capped by the destroyers, but they keep getting pushed off. A is completely contested. And so the only points income for either team right now is Charlie, and Alea are nowhere near being able to take Charlie. So those points, even though it's a single cap, those points are going to continue to tick in really steadily.
I want to point out something as well, is usually when we see heavy destroyer setups on this map, it's usually the French destroyers, which have the ability to rotate around very quickly.
I need to point out the fact that Mr. Blap has crossed the halfway line.
He has, and he's about to run into a Ragnar, a Salem, a Ohio, the Minotaur, the Moskva.
Oh. So having us having said, pushing Zill is not an option, I think that's exactly what they're doing. So
And they're also pressuring Shaft's Moskva on the true line heavily here.
Yes. So Exodus is coming under all the focus fire. Blap is trying to get shots onto Zill, I think, eventually. Let's just have a look. Where are the Ohio's guns pointed?
So Zill can't protect his Moskva right now. Like, he's went back to, like, not give ground to the Des Moines, but he's given the Des Moines an angle up the farm on the Moskva, combined with the other Des Moines of Mags, the Haragumo, the Ragnar.
AP out from Mr. Blap against Zill.
They're basically gonna trade the Moskva for their Ohio and mid, but they're also gonna, like, this opens up the rush on the Minotaur though.
Yeah, Blap not managing to get any shells really onto Zill. Little chunk here and there, but nothing out of 3 or 4 volleys.
No, but he tanked long enough for like
Yes.
positional play to be made onto that Moskva.
Absolutely. And Garrus is scraping the island, I think trying to push.
Zill popped his radar. He doesn't know what everybody is right now. Hexagen gonna start. Alright, I'm radar anyway. I might as well start farming your Ohio for a bit.
B-cap does, while that was going on, go to a layer. So it is 1 cap apiece right now. But 150-point lead for Shaft. Garrus, Brutus just stuck on the corner. I'm not sure whether Garrus was going to push, but certainly while that radar's up, Garrus is not going to make that push. Especially with the threat of Zando's Ohio sitting there.
Yeah, it's a very risky thing to YOLO around, but basically he is now waiting for the Ohio to shoot to make his decision where he wants to go. The Ohio shoots now at the Haragumo, because if he didn't shoot, the Haragumo was just going to keep farming him. So now that the Ohio is shot, he can make the decision, do I want to push around or do I continue farming? And he chooses, I'm just going to continue farming, I'm going to try and take down this Ohio, and then if I need to, I will make that play. Because they did take the B-cap in the meantime, so they're all taking points back.
There's Des Moines pushing a Minotaur, you know, it's torp threat versus no torpedoes. You do have improved AP angles on the Des Moines, but it's a very risky push.
Well, the Ragnar's just going to push around and do it himself, apparently.
Yeah, absolutely.
While being full broadside the Minotaur. That might hurt.
Yeah, the Minotaur's AP will add up. Minotaur not managing to land shells just yet, trying to sort of calibrate the speed. Artorias will turn and try and angle as that AP starts to hit. If Garrus was going to go, I would suspect it would be now, but I don't think Garrus is going to.
Well, the Ohio just shot, so he's just gonna... No, I'm not going to go out in front of that. Now that the Ohio is fired, now he's going.
Yeah,
Artorias not on point.
Artorias not trading very well, considering that Zill does have access to a really good heal.
Yeah, he's stuck on the border. I think Garrus was about to go for it and then beached on the island again. Just go back to farming the Ohio. Where's it reloading?
Ohio returns fire, nothing really.
Vampire 2 get caught out and loses a large chunk of his health to Gearing, Des Moines, and Salem.
Yeah, Marcello Pello going unspotted down to 5-5. Radar out from Mag in the Des Moines. Spots Flo and King.
Artorias might just die here.
Yep, Artorias
dies on the border, doesn't take down the Minotaur.
Yeah, as long as... So Zill stops on 3-5, radar out, there's going to be a heal at some point.
I think Hexagen needs to go and try and... Oh, he can't. He's... There's not many options to dislodge that Minotaur. They tried to use Artorias, it didn't work.
Yeah, Garrus is going to go now, but I suspect that Zill will get... Yep, there's the super heal, just as Garrus goes around the corner.
Well, Papega Zando is no longer in a position to shoot him, so this is his one opportunity.
Okay, Zill, seeing that coming, is responding. First shots into the island.
Oh,
they
no.
both put shells into the island. Is Zill just going to go for the ram? It's too close for torpedoes. Yep.
Ram. And he's going to keep that cap neutralized.
Yep, because Possum can just come up from the G line and just go up into the cap. If they want to not have that happen, Hexagen needs to come over.
Ragnar of Gangrang spotted, quite low health, in front of a large number of ships. I'm not sure if the Des Moines and Salem want to take shots. Moskva might want to take shots, but he's gone unspotted now.
Okay, Hexagen starts the run over towards Alpha. So Possum is going to have to either fight Hexagen in open water or dive behind the island, but then the Harrow is still going to be contesting.
Well, with the Des Moines there, you don't want to be taking that fight 2 versus 1. You can get a bit of damage. You'll win their initial trading before the Des Moines realizes what's going on.
Yeah, Zando can take shots against Hexagen, but at that range, Ohio, you know, the landing shells is not guaranteed. I think, yeah, Zando's going to shoot the the Des Moines, who is spotted and just sticking the nose out a little bit. Doesn't really find any shells. Possum dives in. Haru actually being spotted, not immediately diving into the cap, having to dodge shells a little bit. I don't think Possum's going to have time to actually get the cap, though, before they get in. The Vampire is also coming across.
5 minutes left on the clock. 2 cap advantage currently in favor of Shaft. 1 ship advantage currently in favor of Shaft.
So Alea need to get into A and B, which they're right next to. They can do that. C obviously is going to keep ticking.
The problem right now is Shaft is winning with 1 cap ticking only, and they have 2. So they need multiple kills at this point, actually.
Okay, Hexagon blocks A and actually starts capping because Possum has left the cap. Gangrang is in Bravo and spotted. I think that's Kimmy's radar. I saw a radar out from Kamikaze as well. No, that's Kamikaze's radar. Shots in towards Gangrang from the Moskva up on the D line.
And the Ohio.
Okay, A cap goes to Alea.
Oh, Gangrang's going to be diving out like capping those torpedoes. Ooh, he beats me on the island. Okay, you got lucky. Well, not
Yeah,
lucky. That was
Gangrang gets reset. Beautiful shot there from Kimmy. Yep, Gangrang goes down without taking the cap.
I don't see a way for Ali to get back into this.
Yeah. Most of their
800
ships are on
and-
A, but there's nothing on A to get for them.
Mr. Evasion has the only opportunity to make anything happen right now, and that would be YOLOing this Ohio, but I don't even think even with single fire torpedoes he's going to be able to take it down, especially not at that angle.
Hanzo is just pushing regardless of the Moskva's AP. They have to get down there.
They might be able to take down Pepegazando with the Haragumo's DP. Actually, he switched over to the Ragnar who opened up. Stress possibly going to open up in front of the Haragumo. I'm not sure if this is a trade that you want to take, but at this point... Yeah, if you Shaft, you just have the Ragnar disengage. I'm not sure why he opened there.
Hanzo in Charlie Cap is pushing hard while the battle goes on Alpha. Hanzo takes torpedoes on Charlie in the background. Hanzo, I don't think is going to last much longer. 20,000. Vert. So I think Panzo is going to try and get a ram on Vert.
Yeah, I think he has the maneuverability and the time to do it.
Yeah, so evasion is still there to get into the cap, but I mean...
In front of Des Moines?
In front of everything, yeah, pretty much. Kimi and the Salem taking shots on evasion in the background there.
Yeah, Ragnar takes down the Haragumo, and that'll be it. Is that a 2-0?
That is a 2-0 for Shaft against Alea.
Congratulations to Shaft. They will be moving on to the semi-final. Commiserations to Alea. They will be moving down to the losers bracket, and we throw it over back to the studio.
Congratulations to Chef for advancing to the next stage. And, well, Alea lost this one on a few mistakes. Let's talk about it. We discussed this when before the match was starting, talking about, like, are they going to bring the same, like, 5DD setup? How do you feel about this the setup they brought?
I mean, the double Ragnar seemed pretty interesting, but as we saw, there actually how many they brought 5, correct?
Yeah, they brought
a Vampire,
5.
a Daring, a Harugumo, and 2 Ragnars,
Yes.
right? I mean, so they still brought their destroyers, but they switched them around. So they didn't have 3 Ragnars this time; they had 2. But unfortunately, the enemy team did play really well into them, right? So I think where it really went wrong was the C cap for Alea, because they completely abandoned it, right? Which really isn't good. And basically, if you abandon one side of the map, you're hoping you're going to win the other side, correct? So you have at least half the map, but they didn't do that. So what do you guys think?
Yeah, they did really try to win the A cap. They pushed their Ohio through B, next to B through, in hopes of killing the Minotaur that was blocking A for Shaft, but unfortunately, that didn't end up working out for them. And yeah, when they eventually pushed through the Ragnar to kill the Minnow, he survived on like 3,000 HP, and then he got a heal off, and he ended up ramming the Des Moines. So in the end, they sacrificed like 3 ships for 1 cap. So it wasn't really a good trade for them in the end.
Yeah, I still wonder why they gave up the C cap so easily, because it's not like the A cap looked like an easy flip. You still have to get around and deal with that Minotaur. Also, by the way, loved the parking sign that was there, even though it wasn't a DD, very, very funny sign over there. But yeah, what do you think was Alia's game plan there when they abandoned C? Because I expected them to do a very, very strong B push then to be able to just ruffle stomp that flank and kind of win it that way, as we've seen in some of the matches actually in King of the Sea 12, in the international part, where we saw some Asian teams actually just really pushing very hard with the Kleber Marceau setup and kind of just pushing the enemy through there.
I believe at the point they had 4 destroyers on B cap, but they still weren't able to like hold on to it.
Yeah, that Salem positions south side of the B cap was extremely strong the entire game, and likely also part of the reason why they decided to abandon C. It just exerts so much pressure over both C and also B.
Yeah, because it took, like for me, looking at how Shaft played, they played it very slow and methodically on the C cap. It took them such a long time to move the Moskva, and I think it was one of the Ohios, to push around into emptiness, but it didn't really hurt them in a way that they would pay a lot of HP on the other side of the flank or lose a lot of caps that would then turn into like a huge point disadvantage.
I think they wanted to play it safe. That's why they took it so slow. They wanted to play it safe just in case there was a destroyer, because there's still a destroyer in that flank, so there could always be torpedoes. So he wanted to play it a bit safe, and I mean it worked out in their favor. This Moskva also we forgot to mention. I mean he got farmed out really quickly, but they traded the Ohio for it, so that's actually not too bad.
Yeah, the Ohio push was also, it was very aggressive. We were thinking that it might be to kind of like dislodge the Minotaur to be able to flip back A, but losing the Ohio for that, there was a lot of HP gone.
He lost
very,
basically
very
90k,
quickly.
and they didn't even kill the Minnow for it.
Yeah, we can rewatch it here on the replay, the minimap replay. So we see here the initial deployment. We see Shafts is a lot more divided, but especially the Salem position on this rock here is, I think, what made such a strong like presence on both the B cap and the C cap. What do you think?
That Salem spot's actually really good. Not many people utilize it. Unfortunately, the north side doesn't have that part because the rock isn't as big, so it's not as easy to get to. And we actually saw the Des Moines on the 4 line for Alea take quite a lot of damage, whilst the Salem was pretty much chilling and taking no damage, because that is actually a safer rock, especially how Alea played it, because Alea didn't really have anything on the seaside to pressure the Salem, so the Salem was just allowed to sit there, whilst the Des Moines, on the other hand, for Alea, was being pressured, especially the one in A on the approach. If we can watch that, I don't know if it's going to show the HP, it won't, but
No, unfortunately not.
he took quite a fair amount of damage trying to get into the cap, so he was down to like 34,000 HP, I believe. And, well, then he was on the rock, and it was basically a stalemate between a Minotaur and a Des Moines, and none of them were going to kill each other. So the Ohio, of course, decided to push down. It died, but they did kill the Moskva for it. But really, the Ohio didn't really affect the Moskva actually going down, but they did kill the Moskva. Then they also, Alea also tried to bring down a Ragnar to try to kill this Minotaur, but again, unfortunately, he gave too much of a broadside angle, and he took significant damage and ended up dying. And the Minotaur still got to live. And then Alea's like, okay, well, we're just gonna send in our Des Moines because that's all we have left. And the Minotaur just rams. So for one ship trade for a Moskva kill, they lost 3 ships, and they didn't even get to kill the Minotaur on A. So,
Do you think they might have been able to flip it if they wouldn't have lost the Ragnar in this encounter? Like taking out
Possibly.
the Minotaur,
there was a
freeing up the
chance.
cap?
Because the Minotaur was down to like 3k HP. Let's say the Des Moines comes around and just risks taking like 2 citadels, 4 citadels, whatever. He kills the Minotaur, and then you have still a Ragnar alive on the one line. You have a Des Moines in the cap. This Ohio's, as you can see down here, he's really low. I mean, Pepegasando was around 20k HP, but it's possible, it's possible. And then they could have worked on B with the push. Anything's possible, but unfortunately the way it was done wasn't, I would say, the perfect way.
Yes, just really well played by Shaft, and congratulations for winning against Alea and moving on to tomorrow's stage, which is semifinals. And now we're actually checking whether we can maybe jump into a potential third match of Pate versus BanCV. Mr. Conway can let us know in the background. No, actually. Unfortunately, BanCV actually won. Not because I don't want BanCV to win, but I was hoping that we can get into a third match, since we're missing out on the third match here from Shaft versus Alea. Would have been really great to see these teams, Paid and BanCV, to be able to just have an idea of how they're going to be playing tomorrow. Now, for tomorrow, we have No Cap versus Shaft as the first semifinals, and the second semifinals is going to be Wargaming Pay to Win versus BanCV, which makes a very interesting day. A lot of teams that we know, No Cap, Shaft, Wargaming Pay to Win, BanCV, all well known in the competitive scene. So that should be a very great day in the winners bracket. And for the losers bracket, if we jump over to the losers bracket, then we will see what's the current status over there. If Mr. Conway can bring it up for us in a minute. I think he's quickly updating all of the information, which he's doing a great job with. Big thumbs up. And I can already hear the sign in the background.
Perfect.
Thank you very much, Mr. Conway. We love you very much. Feel free to give him an F. I don't even get to see his face, which is going to be a big smile for me. I know him. So we're going to have Alea, who just got eliminated into the losers bracket versus Surya. Then we have Snack, the team that actually won the first set of matches that we broadcasted today, also lost and is now in the losers bracket versus Punch. And then Pate is going to play against OM, and Toras versus Shiny.
Interesting tidbit actually for Alea versus Surya, who already actually faced in the group stage.
Oh.
And Alea ended up winning out against Surya, so
it's now time for revenge, potentially,
Who knows?
for Surya. Who knows? Who knows? Which match are we actually going to be see? Do we know already?
I don't
think
know.
so. I think that was to be determined. I think.
Yes, that was one of the to be determined ones.
Okay.
Personally, maybe Pate versus OM would be most interesting, as that's one with clans that we haven't actually seen yet today. We've already seen Alea, Snack, and Shiny so far, so it would be nice to see some clans that we haven't seen at all yet.
Yes, but we also have to consider that Pate just finished their game against BanCV and usually want to give the teams a little bit of a breather in between the matches to go and take a bio break, get something to drink, catch a little bit of a breath. It can be very exhausting playing, tournaments and trying to give your very best, like 110%, to win these matches. And even if you don't, to still continue in the tournament, even though you might be a bit frustrated. Good. Does Mr. Conway have an estimation for us when the next match might start?
Mr. Conway is furiously trying to sort it out. So the unusual situation that occurred is that all four quarterfinals ended up being 2-0. So we have no game running right now. So we're waiting to see if the teams can start earlier. And if we have a team, then we'll go jump there.
Okay, perfect. So Jet, usually I would then use this opportunity to open up a Q&A session, but since we're on a 5-minute delay, that's not really feasible because your questions would come in 5 minutes time. But it gives us maybe a little bit of time to explore how King of the Sea is organized in the background and how that tournament usually comes about. Since you were on the other side of that equation as one of the organizers, can you explain to our viewers how it actually works behind the scenes on a day like this? Like, how is the organization for, let's say, regional finals?
So there's two parts of it actually. There's the preparation leading up to the tournament, and then there's the tournament days themselves. So leading up to the tournament, it consists of spreadsheets, a lot of spreadsheets to keep track of what we're going to do. And also you can view these spreadsheets publicly as well, a lot of them actually, on the links that are provided on the Discord. And then on tournament days itself, it comes down a lot to the adjudicators and referees, much more than the actual organizers, but those are obviously still around and important. But the referees and adjudicators are the one managing the teams, opening the rooms, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, in general, this is really great work, but also sometimes it can be very cumbersome because you have to make sure that all of the teams are bringing the same setups, right? Checking screenshots and so on. It can take a lot of time during the day, but at the end, the outcome is a very fantastic tournament. And now I'm going to jinx it, but we haven't seen a single restart today, which is perfect. And all of the matches started pretty much on time. So thanks to everybody who was helping with this in the background. We really, really appreciate your help. And I'm sure that also the community that is watching this is very happy about a very smooth sailing when it comes to, we're just trying to see the best competitive content that you can see here with World of Warships in Europe. Now, for North America later, we have also a lot of King of the Sea coming up, and maybe it's something for Maltese to tell us about. For North American King of the Sea, what's different to what you've seen on EU so far?
So basically, in terms of the format, it's the same. 9v9, 2 battleship restriction, any cruiser count, no carriers. That's all the same. The only difference is in the losers bracket, you still have a chance to actually win the entire regional tournament and end up first and winning your standard first prizes. In terms of metas, I haven't really seen that much of a difference, honestly, in terms of NA and EU. Normally, NA and EU have pretty similar metas. They're not like Southeast Asia, for example, who are way more destroyer focused, for example. But I guess we'll see what happens on NA. There's 4 teams left in the winners bracket, so they're already on the semifinals. And I believe, I'm actually not sure how many there are in the losers bracket. I didn't take that into consideration. But
Everything like on the winner side, that's where we focus on. I can't blame you. I would do exactly the same. No, but before we get the info who we're going to watch next, let's maybe just recap a little bit about Twitch drops for those of you who might be new to this channel, because I saw a few questions about the Twitch drops, the King of the Sea collection in particular. So the King of the Sea collection is still the same that we started with when King of the Sea came up, and we're going to see Taurus versus Shiny in like 11 minutes. That should be good. So we'll talk about this and then jump into the info about the match. So for King of the Sea, it's still the same collection. This is also why you can see still the same picture for the same container. If you finish the King of the Sea collection, you will get a Tier 7 premium ship container, which hopefully is something that you really like. And it's all for just interacting with King of the Sea as a tournament in the game, outside of the game, and having some fun with it. You still have a chance to finish it. You can get 8 containers through in-game missions and Twitch drops. We also have 3 of these containers, as you can see right here next to me, in the armory for 2,000 community tokens. And then we have the special commanders plus the camouflages, particularly for King of the Sea 13 in the armory for 3,200 community tokens. Now, when it comes to the collection, I know that some of you, or by now actually quite a few of you, have already finished their King of the Sea collection. This is why for this tournament, we included now, or we added a new skin for the North Carolina that you've seen, for example, at the start of the last match, right? Beautiful pirate skin that you can get by fulfilling a marathon for missions. And how to get this, you have to, first of all, finish the King of the Sea collection by the end of this update, so you still have time. And then you have to have at least 1 King of the Sea Twitch drop from King of the Sea 13. So it doesn't matter whether it was during the group stage, if you already got it, or if you got it now, today, or for example at the international finals. As long as you have these 2 conditions, with the start of update 0.10.7, we will give to your account a special mission where you can earn this skin until the end of the year. So you have some time. That should be something nice. How to get these Twitch drops? Just link your account, watch for 90 minutes, and then the mission, or for example for international finals, straight up containers, 2 of them, 1 for each game day. Should be very easy. So I hope that covers this aspect. And with this, let's take a look at the next match. We have Taurus playing. Taurus also a team that we've had before, and Shiny we of course covered earlier today. They get eliminated by Snack, but managed to get this far. So that's already, that shows you that definitely not a bad team. They put up a really good fight against Snack, and now they're still on track to potentially get to place number 3. Taurus we haven't seen at all. Do you want to cover Taurus?
Yes. So Taurus is actually a merger between the clans TTT, Tora, who won, I think it was COTS 9, and Paraz. There was a merger somewhere in 2020 between these two clans. So they're a relatively new clan. They are from, they say that parrots are found mostly in tropical and subtropical regions. So I guess they really like parrots. And who are Shiny?
We already saw Shiny before, right? So They're a relatively experienced team in terms of clan battles. As you can see, they've reached Hurricane various times. But in terms of King of the Sea, they've only played it twice, and they made it to the knockout stage. So, I mean, they're not as experienced at possibly tournaments, but they're clearly used to clan battle formats, and they're at a constant Hurricane level. The Typhoon, I mean, remember it was a tier 6 season, so quite possibly that had something to do with it. But apart from that, every other tier 10 season, they're Hurricane. So they're clearly experienced enough to get there, so they do play as a team and stuff. So it might be an interesting showing. So
I agree.
Do we already have the info which maps we're going to see, Mr. Conway? If yes, please bring it up.
we had
so
the
we
ship
can-
plans, I believe, up as well.
Perfect. So we have here the maps that we're going to see. First one is going to be Warrior's Path. Second is going to be Land of Fire, and as the potential final decider, Hotspot. That should be great because it's definitely like a map, as we said before, right? Hotspot for the first time in the King of the Sea map roster, also with a 4-cap setup. And teams didn't really have that much time to prepare because it was due to technical limitations. This was implemented with the latest patch, so they only had this patch so far to prepare. Maybe a little bit of public test to get a look at this. And it does make a difference whether you get to really scrim on these maps, right, and to figure out all of the different aspects in the training rooms for the different setups in terms of cap zones and so on. So we'll see how this goes, and might be a very interesting final set. Now, looking at the ship bans, if Mr. Conway can bring them up, otherwise we will just bring it up on the amazing page that was created for us in terms of... perfect, Mr. Conway. So we do have Ragnar and Nevsky banned. Not really surprising, but that leaves up the spot for Masol.
Yes.
It's still on the table. Keep in mind that for this tournament, Petropavlovsk and Petropavlovsk and Kleber were actually voted out by the competitive teams participating in this tournament. So they're off the table, and now we have Ragnar and Alexander Nevsky for this set of matches between Taurus and Shiny out of it. And we saw Northern Waters and Trap being banned here. What do you read out of that information?
I mean, it's actually very surprising to ban Trap and then leave. Well, actually, banning out Trap kind of removes the necessity to kind of ban out Marcel, because Trap is like the one map where people might really run the Marcel wolf packs. You will also see some Marcels on other maps, but not really the same way you would see them on Trap. The next map is going to be Warrior's Path. I don't expect too many Marcels here. I do expect a lot of Des Moines, maybe some Stalingrads, Moskvas here, because obviously there's a lot of caps close to the, or islands close to the caps, which teams can make very good use of. What do you think?
I'm sure we'll get to see Daring here, because people love to play Daring, of course, especially when there's no Ragnar. I mean, it's still a really good ship. Those single launch torps on the B cap could be really good. Quite possibly a Shima on A, maybe a Yu Yang or Gearing on C. People love playing those things. It's very common to see those things. And that's pretty much it.
How about a set 52? Because I remember very distinctly, for example, in King of the Sea 12 on the NA cluster, that the set 52 was actually deployed here very, very nicely on the B cap.
It's good. Z52 is really good. I still think it's a really good destroyer for this type of stuff, especially since it got buffed like around a year and a half ago, I would say. It got 32mm pen, so it actually can pen cruisers, which is really nice for it. It has 6km hydro, 6.1 detection, so sure, it gets outspotted by 0.1, but whenever it gets the chance, it can out hydro basically anything, even cruisers. So it could be a good pick here. But we have to be careful with Z52 because Vampire is a good counterpart. Its hydro is only 5km, so it does give Z52 that 1km advantage. But Vampire has the surface detection advantage and the DPM advantage. So Vampire could also be a good ship on BCAP.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, and then my second question for you is, what about Hindenburg? Do you think we might see a little bit of Hindenburg, maybe to try to counter some of the parking positions, or you wouldn't expect that?
I think we could even maybe see a Goliath instead of a Hindenburg, maybe, especially around B. But I doubt it.
I just don't think Hindenburg. You're just taking too much away from your ship if you want to just YOLO with it. There's other stuff, especially since Marceau is still in play. I don't think they're going to be using Hindenburg here.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Now I have to ask the question: what about the Kurfürst? Does it make a reappearance? Because it is shiny. It is shiny. Maybe they bring the GK back into
BCAP
the
first.
folder and just want to prove that it might be working here.
I hope we
Yeah,
can see
yeah.
GK again.
I,
love
I
watching
hope,
GK.
I hope we see some interesting shots again.
Yeah, just find a way around C to push it into B, and then
I love
let it
watching
have some
GK
fun.
gameplay, not because it's good or anything for comp, but it's how teams use them, because they use them very differently compared to other battleships. Normally battleships, you either push with a Kremlin or you hold with an Ohio or something. But GK, you're pushing, but randomly around the map. It's not like a set position where you can shoot a push.
Yeah.
What of the ships that you haven't seen today would you love to see in one of the matches?
Colbert.
Okay, now that you said this, you also have to tell us why we're not seeing it.
Because the main reason people won't play Colbert is, one, it's a really difficult ship to play, right? So you're gonna put your best player in the Colbert. So you put your best player in the Colbert, there's still a chance to randomly get Devstruck from Goliath because it overmatches you. Stalingrad it's literally unplayable against Stalingrad. So you're playing Colbert, it really doesn't offer you much, and you're putting your best player in it, he gets Devstruck, you're losing not only a ship, but you're losing your best player in it. So you're losing two big things. So that's why we won't see it ever.
But that's why you want to see it?
Yeah, I want to see it so we can see some entertaining, like, crazy stuff. Because you never see it. You never see it. I know what he's going to pick.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be no surprise, my answer here. But I'm still waiting to see Gouden Leo. Not just because I'm Dutch, but because I think it offers a very interesting strategy with the airstrikes. And I'm still hoping to see...
It's because he's Dutch.
might be a very, very slight home bias.
Side bias.
Yeah.
Side
For
bias.
me, it's still actually the Goliath, because I think it's a heavily underrated ship. Of course, in competitive, it needs to be in a very specific position to really play to its strength, but the survivability combined with the firepower that it can actually have, depending on, of course, what the enemy is deploying, is usually a lot of players don't really know what it can do compared to its actual reputation. So,
Yeah, against other cruisers, it's definitely insanely strong. The only cruiser it might lose out to is the Salem, because it also has a super heal. But yeah, the super heal of the Goliath, combined with its large HP pool.
Concealment, 11 kilometer.
Yeah, good
Torps,
concealment.
armor.
Torps, yeah, it has a lot of things going for it. But unfortunately, against battleships, it can be a little bit tough sometimes.
yes, the armor is not forgiving.
Conway is laughing.
Conway, do you mind?
They gave me the lowest seat ever.
Wow.
I don't know.
Now, I hope. Good. Thank you very much, whoever created this. Good. Thumbs up.
Yeah.
We'll do a height
wait.
comparison at some point.
Yeah.
It's not that
Guys,
bad.
I can show it. Give me a second. Let me just find it.
What?
But the height comparison? Did you take secret pictures of us?
Take a secret picture, I guess.
Yes.
Nope.
There we
Oh.
go.
I
They
mean,
couldn't see it.
show it to the stream.
I thought it wasn't. I thought it was already visible.
Oh, I thought it was
Yeah.
on the stream, yeah, because we
Yes.
see it on the monitor. But
Yeah. If you're wondering, like, why we're looking in this direction, we have a really big TV here, so we can also see what you're seeing to make sure that we're talking about the right things at the right time. And Mr. Conway, snuck this in and showed these pictures to us. Great. Now the match is starting. 30 seconds. Quickly, who do you think is going to take this one, Malta?
shiny.
I think Torres will take it.
Okay. You know what? I believe in the power of TTT plus Paras, and who can argue against parrots? So let's see what they're going to be able to do. But maybe Shiny will prove us wrong. Let us know in chat who you do think is going to win this one, and then we'll hand it over to Painezor and Statsbloke with the match. Enjoy.
Hello and welcome to the final best of 3 for the day. This one's going to be part of the losers bracket round 2, and it's going to be taking place between Torres and Shiny. Torres is going to be the green team for this game, and they're going to be running Ohio, Des Moines, Venezia, Stalingrad, Gearing, Daring, and a Marceau. Stats, what have you got?
That's the map shiny in red have Bourgogne, which we haven't seen yet today, Yamato, Des Moines, double Moscow and Stalingrad, and then 3 destroyers, Gearing and double Marceau.
Yeah, the French are coming. We got Baz heading for this game.
I think it's Baz, right?
Yes.
Hello,
Hello,
Baz.
Baz, what do you think of the Bourgogne on this map?
It's definitely it's an interesting pick. It is by far the fastest battleship that they can get. So I'm gonna assume they're gonna use it for some sort of flanking / map control based play to get it to the 1-2 line as fast as possible. It is also a very HE focused battleship. So I assume they're gonna have a play around that to farm maybe a Bow and Stalin or maybe something else. We shall see.
Could it be perhaps to try and catch that Mosso? I know they don't know it's coming yet, but Miki in the Mosso is making a beeline for A.
Well, let's take a look
So
at these
you-
deployments. So,
Yeah, go ahead.
Marso, Daring, Stalingrad, Venezia, Ohio, heading to the A cap for the green team, and then over at the C cap, sending Gearing, Des Moines, Ohio. Red team about to go in.
So the red team have got the double Mosso, the Mossfire, and the Bourgogne, as we've just discussed. I suspect that Miki is in for a little surprise shortly, although Miki is pulled short of the cap because of that. On the other side, we've got Yamato, Stalingrad, Moskva, Des Moines, and a Gearing heading gradually over towards C, but definitely not going anywhere near B right now.
Radar
Radar
out
from
Stalingrad,
Devour.
north of A. Gonna be picking up one of the Marsos, but not the second. Now the second gets spotted. Shell's gonna be opening up on them, but I think they might get away with this cap just.
Yeah, I think Maycooks is going to get the cap, even if, yep, that's it. So they're going to run away now because they've got the cap. They can just let it tick.
They are gonna say no and leave. And a bit of Scots coming in back in return onto the enemy Marsos. No damage either side.
So in order for this Bourgogne to catch a destroyer, obviously they would have to come inside radar range of Lappen. If that doesn't happen, I'm guessing Actor will just be laying down HE onto whoever Actor can. So it could be the Venezia, or it could be the Stalingrad would be a good target probably.
Definitely.
Because Devour obviously is against the island and is not going anywhere, although one of the destroyers will have to get close enough to actually spot. All the torpedoes being put out by these two Marceaus over the cap.
Where is the Torres Des Moines going? He seems to be going bow in towards B. Is he? No, I think he just reversed back around there. Looked like he was going to make an aggressive play there. He does get radared by the red Moskva.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a plan. You don't have to do it immediately. They could be waiting till the radar's down and then going in. Because the Des Moines radar, so the sorry NDA radar, that's not going to cover that Des Moines position. So all they have to do is wait for YOLO's radar to go down, and then if they wanted to, they could push Pathfinder in.
Well, they're going to be rotating... Torres is going to be rotating a Marceau into the B cap. Should be able to take that completely for free. There's going to be nothing there to contest him at all. Not even a radar in range. Now that they know that Moskva's burned his.
On the 10 line, we're currently watching Rudaboot smoking up Sorry NDA. This is a position that you would normally see Nevsky in, but Nevsky is one of the bans for this, along with Ragnar. So they're using Des Moines in that position instead.
Yeah, Gearing going to have that long duration smoke screen. They're not going to be making too much ground with it, but they'll be able to hold control over it, be able to radar anything that drops into that cap. There'll be a bit of torpedo action going back and forth with it, so hopefully we won't miss any of that.
Shakers and Trainel pushing up gradually towards B. And that will bring Miki under radar. But Miki is probably going to get the cap before any reset can be done. Yamato shells out. Gets the cap.
Yep, now he says no one leaves. Does take a bit of a damage, actually. Wasn't expecting that many shells to land.
Okay, Ohio of Emmy is going to push in. We've got a replay of shots on the Venezia of Giga. Over at the back of the map, taking a bit of a chunk there. You can see Giga down to 37k. Trenel taking quite heavy damage trying to get to this island in the center. It's going to end up on something like 40k, I would imagine, once Emmy's shells land here.
That being the Stalingrad south of B-Cap.
Yep, 40k and healing. I think Shiny need to do something over on C, because effectively right now it's 3v2 and Ineo's Gearing is making a run for the cap. Radar out from YOLO. Let's see if they can get some shots onto Ineo.
Counter radar coming in from Queen's Marksman north of the sea cap. They're going to be looking for the Gearing. We'll find the red Gearing of Das for the booth. So both Gearings currently in radar. Moskva
And you're
gets
taking, yeah, quite a lot of damage there from the Moskva. Emmy pushing quite deep, just off the camera here, pushing quite deep into B. That's going to open up the potential for cross shots to and from this Ohio.
Alright, the Green Daring in the Sea Cap no longer rated down to half health though. He needs to be very careful, pick his engagements very carefully because at this point Statsbloke could just run him down in the middle. The Des Moines of Queen's Marksman north of it has been forced so far back and is still being farmed by the Moskva and Des Moines combination.
And also Queen's Marksman's radar is down, Rudabout is unspotted and capping on full health. So it looks like Charlie is going to go to Shiny here. Radar out in the middle from, I think that was Trainil.
Yeah, it was Stalingrad.
Oh, Emmy is actually pushing. That is very aggressive there from Emmy.
So if he comes out, he's going to have to face up with the crossfire of the Moskva and the Stalingrad. And, well, look how broadside he is right now to the second Moskva and the Burgoyne. But he's going to get
If they
behind
can
the
do a
Stalin.
little bit more damage to the Ohio and then the Stalin can ram, then the Stalin will actually kill the Ohio. Because right now, he wouldn't kill him. Okay, now he's definitely going to kill him with the ram.
Well, Mickey and the Marceau behind is looking to make a play onto... I'm not seeing which way he goes. Is he going for the Stalingrad? Is he going to go for the Yamato?
I think he
Maybe
goes for
they're
the
just
Stalin.
Stopping the ram, I think, is probably the primary objective here.
Well, they have no intel on the fact that Mickey's coming. He's still unspotted.
He's definitely going for the Stalin. This is going to be a free Stalingrad kill at this point.
Pathfinder just chipping in there as well. Here comes Miki. Stalingrad has just realized what's about to happen. 6 torpedoes into Trainil. Mickey does take a serious amount of damage there.
Well, he's got a Moskva on his broadside still. And he
They're
hasn't-
going to trade the Marceau for the Stalin, I'm assuming. Because he just dumped the rest of his torps as well.
Yeah, dumping the torps back towards the Moskva, which should be just about in range of those torpedoes.
And he has a bit of an island to contend with if he wants to get around them. I think he might only take 1 or 2 at most, and he should be able to get a turnout and dodge them all.
Okay, so Player Game is rushing towards Emmy, but of course Emmy is facing the other way and moving away.
70% of his health in the middle of the B cap, being broadside the Stalingrad of Devourer. Shakas pops his heel. He's now still broadside to a Stalingrad. Oof.
Oh,
Now at 9,000. Next salvo about to come in, see if he can finish him off. Here it comes.
Torpedoes out from Player Game towards Pathfinder. I don't think they're going to hit.
But the Des Moines is now pushed out for the Yamato. Doesn't get the kill with the salvo. And the Des Moines drive-bys the Yamato. That was... oof, questionable play. Marceau's
Emmy goes
fine.
down. Emmy goes down to Marceau. Torpedoes play again in the Marceau, now trying to get as much damage into Pathfinder as possible.
Crossfire of the Stalingrad comes in, finishes off that Marceau too. That Stalingrad position playing dividends, taking all of that Yamato down and finishing off that Marceau, protecting his Des Moines.
So if Pathfinder goes down here, it still leaves B in green hands. Here we can see the end of the battleship to the torpedoes. So Pathfinder will go down very shortly. I think Lappen next volley in the air. Gearing is capping C as well, so that's going to end up being 3 green caps, at least temporarily.
Yeah, but there is still time to reposition and reacquire some of these cabs. B is completely empty right now. Well, there's not really anything in position to do anything about that.
Yeah, so in terms of ships, it's even. In terms of health, it's more or less even. So you're currently seeing Shiny trying to make a play onto Charlie. They are 3v2 over here, so they can make a push.
Yeah, they have the radar, the long-range radar of the Moskva. They have the Des Moines with the shorter range but longer duration radar to back that up. So Queen's Marksman and Inio will know that they need to just leave at this point. They're not going to win that fight. They might be able to hold off a push or something, and maybe they could turn back in later if they want to use the Gearing and Des Moines combination. They just have to know that they're going to be contesting a Gearing and Des Moines with more health than them.
So what's interesting is the points are still in the favor of Shiny, even though they've spent a bit of time without all 3 caps.
So they're going very broadside. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've taken a big hit from the Ohio. And now the Venezia's going to open up as well. And the Burgoyne, not the most armored ship in the world. This sap going to hurt.
It has speed, it has DPM, but it does not have hit points. It's more than a 20,000 difference between the Ohio and the Burgoyne.
Right, C cap is taken. B cap, the Moskva's rotated in. He's going to get himself positioned in there.
Yeah, Shiny are not in a position to push A. They need to just hold that and try and control the other 2 caps, because the points are still pretty even.
They don't necessarily need A. I would honestly favor Shiny once they get B, which should be easy enough to get. I really do like the reactionary play that the Stalingrad from Toras did, though, because he moved up an island and got kills out of it.
Yeah, Lapin's going to be advancing 4th. He should be able to protect the push path for the Stalingrad. So if Stalingrad wants to head towards B, he has to now go past Moskva's broadside, which...
Yes.
So he's got him locked down.
So YOLO is unspotted, but getting reset.
Oh, he's spotted.
He's spotted because he's shooting at the Stalingrad, I think. Or... no, he is actually in range of the Stalin's base detection as well. If he goes a little more forward, then he would be unspotted, but then he risks showing broadside to the Des Moines, which he hasn't seen in a while. But now, actually, they do have vision of the Des Moines, so I would say he should do that.
Yeah, now they know that Des Moines is all the way back on the sea line, they can make some more aggressive positioning maneuvers. The gearing for Das Verteboot is actually going to jump into the channel and take the cap himself, leaving just the Des Moines of Surrey NDA to hold back C. And he should be able to do that. He's got more health than the enemy Des Moines. He can take a ram if he needs to. He's got enough, like, if the gearing wants to push in, he's got enough gunpowder to take him down in a full radar duration, then make the ram on the enemy Des Moines. So he's fine to hold that cap by himself.
There's something brewing here. So Mikux in the Marceau is running towards Devourer's Island, up the 4 line.
Stalingrad get YOLO'd by him also.
This is yet another Stalin who's going to get YOLO'd.
Well,
there's the radar. They know it's coming now.
This is a long run to do past these rocks.
But there's nothing else.
Stalingrad's guns aren't looking that way.
The Ohio needs to get a really good salvo if he wants to save his Stalingrad ready.
Yeah, Sniping Cat gonna be turning his guns looking for the Marceau, but I think it's too little too late. Marceau's got all of his torpedoes off already. Salvo comes in from the Ohio. Does get a big hit. But
there is nothing to respot him, so he's just gonna live.
The Daring can respot him later on, but the problem is he has to get past Lapin's Moskva first, and there's a Burgoyne to protect him, so...
yeah.
If the Daring wants to make a play, he has to run the gauntlet of both the Moskva's hydro and radar to make anything happen. Meanwhile, the Moskva can just rain down AP on the broadside of Spike McCat's Ohio.
Here we see a replay of Queen's Marksman taking a torpedo. Okay, so it's 2 caps. There are torpedoes being pushed through the B cap, but the Torres torps are, I don't think, going to find anything. 786 points for Shiny, with 2 caps ticking.
The Ohio Sniping Cat has some torpedoes to worry about in front of him. Not going to take any of them, and he's then going to start going diving towards that Moskva, knowing that the Gearing's torpedoes are going to be on cooldown for a while.
I think the Marceau from Shiny has set his eyes on his next target being the Ohio.
Yeah, but doing that rush with 5k is a bit different to doing it with...
I think he's just going to hold around the corner.
Yeah.
Instead of committing to the full YOLO. The Des Moines of Toras is spotted. And
yeah, and the Des Moines of Shiny has got AP on his broadside. It was quite nice, actually.
Radar. The Tora's gearing is also now spotted, so they know that there is no torp threat inside the B cap.
Well, you say you know that. Oh, there's definitely not now.
Mekats goes down, but does get the torps out. I don't think they're far enough forward, though, because Sniping Cat is going to carry on going forward.
Venezia goes down at the Burgoyne in the background. Hope we get a replay of that for you.
850 points past
Queen's
for
Mark.
Shiny.
4,500 health, having the Des Moines rain down upon him, is going to get himself respotted. Probably going to go down to Moskva salvo into his broadside right now. Oh, no, not just yet.
Shiny having to basically leave the A camp alone to deal with the situation in the middle of the map. Des Moines, Queen's Marksman does eventually go down to the other Des Moines.
Yeah, sorry, ND going to pop his radar and also find the gearing, and a nice little 1v1 he's found for himself here. Just to be careful of the gearing's torpedoes, but they've already been dodged, unless he undodges them, which oftentimes...
Sniping
Ohio
Captain
will
B
go
may
down
take
to the
torpedoes,
gearing
yeah.
dodge.
Okay, that's 970 points for Shiny.
And they get the kill on the gearing.
Owen.
That's a 1-0 in this best of 3 series in the losers bracket, so throw it over back to the studio.
Welcome back, and Shiny taking this one off of Taurus, and this was Taurus's pick, so really well done by Shiny, and let's dive into why they actually managed to do this. What do you think made the difference here for Shiny?
Yeah, there was a lot of action at B that I think swung the game around a lot, mostly with the Marcel rushes from both teams. Yeah, a lot happened there, and we'll have to wait for the replay to really digest what happened. But basically, the Marcel rushed Stalin, and then it died, and then another Marcel rushed Ohio and the Des Moines, and they all died.
You should have seen these two. They were just so happy to see Marceau's just doing Marceau stuff.
Yeah.
And just nuking stuff left and right.
It's just so fun to watch Marceaus. Really and truly, the match boils down to one team had 2 Marceaus and the other team had 1 Marceau. So the team with 2 Marceaus can YOLO twice as much, so they won.
Okay, so this
Yeah.
is the math. We'll have to write this down like in YOLing power.
But yeah, we saw this again at A, where one of the Marcels managed to rush
Stalin again.
the Stalin, yeah. And then he ended up getting away scot-free because it was dark after.
He did get damaged quite a fair amount.
He did take a lot of damage, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to kill, so he didn't really have any downside from it. And yeah, from there it kind of just started swinging more and more into Shiny's favor, and they ended up taking the match.
Yeah, while we're looking at the replay of the highlights of the matches here, by the way, you can see the skin that we were talking about from the North Carolina. But yeah, what I noticed that it's like 10 minutes in, health pool was kind of equal, slightly in favor of Shiny, but Taurus was actually holding 3 caps. They managed to secure 3 caps, but Shiny just had much better positioning to be able to basically get back into these caps, not only taking them back, but also getting the upper hand in terms of the ship kills they would get. So that was, at least for me, the good thing about what I could see from Shiny, being able to not like give up after like losing 3 caps, but just playing it safe and then coming back into it, using the Marceaus in a good way. Even though the first YOLO was a bit like losing the first Marceau rush.
One on the Stalingrad.
Yeah.
That was actually quite pricey, I would say. Or what do you think?
Yeah, I think so as well. I think maybe they would have been better off killing the Yamato instead if he was able to land all 12 torps. I think maybe the Yamato even dies. Although Yamato does have very good torpedo belt protection.
This is something we're showing right now. The AP on the Des Moines. If he used AP before, because he was using a bunch of HE, if he was using AP before on the Des Moines stern or whatever, he would have gotten, because that's not what I call it on my stream. It's not what I call it on my stream.
What
but
would
like,
you? Oh,
I
yeah.
can't say it here because official stream. But
Yeah.
the replay is ready. But if he was using AP the entire time, the Marceau actually had a chance to live there instead of just killing the Des Moines and dying right after. Well, he actually didn't end up killing the Des Moines. His team did. So he died before killing the Des Moines. He had a chance of just killing the Des Moines and getting the cap immediately for free. So
we have the replay ready right here, so we'll have a look. Interestingly, something we actually didn't talk about is the Yamato and Stalingrad here that actually remained in spawn for a very long time.
they did that before with the GK
Yeah,
Stalingrad.
they did it as well.
So-
Like we're 3 minutes in and they're still waiting in spawn. So this actually, yeah, we were very eager to see what happened. Although eventually not much did happen, except for the rushes that followed from this.
I mean, for the battleship, I would understand, because maybe he's just taking some extra time before heading into a certain direction, because he has the range. He doesn't necessarily have to get closer. But I'm surprised to see it with the Stalingrad being part of that strategy that it sticks around with the battleship and then builds a team, like a buddy. for
Yeah,
the
I guess because they didn't have much here on B itself. They did have here the Moskva and here Moskva, but they didn't really have much to support them otherwise. Right? I guess they didn't really want to leave him alone at B. Let him get caught out. I mean, we saw a lot about the Moskvas that were just alone in the middle of the map and just kind of instantly died because they just got focused. So I guess they wanted to prevent this happening. And here we just see
An important thing we've seen this match is something very risky. Like both teams actually did this, putting your Stalingrads on rocks in a game where there's Marceaus on both teams. So basically what that means is Marceaus can use the island as an advantage and get up close to the Stalingrad with taking minimal damage and then unleashing all its torps and basically killing a ship. So you have to be really careful where you park your heavy ships.
Yeah, and this is what we're going to see right here as well to this Stalingrad here, who is going to have a very fun time with Marceau, who does end up going down after right here to the other Marceau, who then does his rush of his own on the Ohio and the Des Moines. And literally everything at B dies.
Everything dies.
Everything dies.
Not a happy place.
So yeah, and it ends up actually staying in Taurus's favor, but Shiny does manage to push all of their ships in, both into C and then into B. Oh, my bad. we'll let that run again. But yeah, Shiny does manage to push their ships back into both B and C after everything just dies in B. And from there on, they have a pretty strong foothold with their ships still on A and on good anchor positions. And as we will see later as well, we have the rush on the Stalingrad at A.
What's also interesting for me to see is that the gearing and the Des Moines from the south are actually able to push the Taurus gearing and Des Moines completely away, just pushing them out, even though it's actually a stalemate situation, because there's not much else that can support them. Maybe the Moskva if he reverses, but otherwise they could have maybe stood their ground a little bit longer, but I guess they tried to just get their forces onto the B cap and consolidate that point.
Yeah, so we see here that the HP disadvantage for the ships from Torres is massive. Like, these ships are full HP and the other ones are half HP, so even trying to take this fight and for the gearing to contest is very risky. So let's put our eyes at this Stalingrad here, who is going to suffer the same fate as the other Stalin. And here the Marceau actually gets away scot-free because he's unspotted and there's nothing to punish him.
Not only that, but the Des Moines on the C cap there for the green team actually ends up eating a torpedo. That's why he lost like 20k, I would say.
Yeah, here.
He ate a gearing torp, so just at the same time.
Yeah, well, right here he's almost half HP and he just loses so much HP, which again allows...
Worsens the situation on the C cap, yep.
Exactly. It basically completely kills any recontesting on the C side. And from there on out, Shiny kind of take the map just by force. And here also we see the Bourgogne, who actually picks off the Venezia here, as we can see.
And the Marceau also getting caught out by the Ohio. Bowen, he ends up dying. Of course, he was at around 5 kilometers. He did get torps off, but I think he underled, so he ended up missing those torps. And the Ohio's last play, of course, has to be to touch B. That's the only thing he can do. He also kills the Marceau, I believe he does.
Yeah.
And he's trying to contest, but there's a gearing. He's going to get torp, and he just dies. So that's game.
Yes, and that means Shiny took that pick from Taurus, and now it's Taurus's turn to try to get Land of Fire off of Shiny to make it into the third match. Because if Shiny wins this map, it's already on. So let's take a look at the map. We already saw it before, but I see the teams are already ready and want to go into the next match. So we're not going to spend too much time here. What's your guess? Who's going to take this one?
I'm still going with Torash. I think they can still claw back.
This is Shiny's map pick, so I'm going to say Shiny.
Okay, so Shiny, I hope you bring Große Kurfürst just so we can see what's happening. And it looked very convincing what Shiny did, but I do still believe that Taurus can make it back, so let's see whether they can do it. Handing over to Painezor and Statsbloke with hopefully a very fun match to watch. Enjoy it and see you on the other side.
welcome on into Game 2 of this best of 3 taking place in the losers bracket round 2. This one's going to be between Torres and Shiny, and this team, Torres, is going to be on the green team, and they are going to be running Ohio, Des Moines, Goliath, Moskva, Gearing, Marceau, and a Yuyang. Stats, what have you got?
On the south side, 1-0 up against Torres, we have Shiny with double Kremlin, Des Moines, Venezia, double Moskva, Stalingrad, Gearing, and a Marceau. So 2 destroyers to 3.
I'm going to assume that there's going to be a Smoke Yuyang legendary module, right?
I would suspect so, yes. I mean, there is always the option that it's a radar. That is possible. We have seen radar Yuyangs during this tournament, but yes, I suspect smokescreen in this case.
Yeah.
Does Baz agree?
I agree, yes.
Okay, good.
They have 2 Des Moines with the 2 Gearings and the Ohio going towards A right now, and I'm assuming that one of the DDs is going to split off and go towards B, which means they will have a Yuyang with the Des Moines, so the Yuyang should not need to have radar there.
Well, let's take a look at these initial deployments. So, as we see over at A, we do see the Gearing, Yuyang, 2 Des Moines, Ohio. The Gearing and Des Moines going to be most likely heading towards B, as you mentioned. The Ohio taking a very dangerous cut through the middle of the map. Meanwhile, over at C, we're going to be seeing the Marceau with a fast speed there, the Goliath and the Moskva, and that might turn into a fight. Stats, what have you got?
Yeah, so we've got the same Marceau kind of move, but just not quite as aggressive. So Chaos is not quite going into the cap, so Miki will maybe dive in. Then we've got that supported by Moskva and Venezia, but a very heavy move by Shiny over towards the Alpha side. So we've got Shakers in the Kremlin at the back, and then Stalingrad, Moskva, Kremlin, Des Moines, and Gearing over towards A.
Wunderbar. I'm not sure if I'm saying Wunderbar, but yeah. So yeah, we see the Marceau for the green team. It has dived into the C cap. This is going to be Miki. Just going to be poking herself in there. Might run into the red Marceau. They're like just on the edge of each other's spotting range right now.
I think Chaos being quite cautious, not quite knowing where the ships are yet, not knowing where the radars are yet. Chaos is just going to reverse back, trying to get a spot on Miki. They'll know from the speed at which the cap was reached that it's the Marceau that's in there. There's no other destroyer that could have got there in time.
They will spot each other.
They are spotted.
Can he get the reset? If not, that's a big problem. Ooh, he doesn't get the reset in time, so he's now giving away 3 points because he wasn't aggressive enough compared to how Miki played it. Let's see if Miki can get out unscratched. No, he takes a tiny bit of damage, but I'd say that's worth it to get the point income that he's got. 10 points ahead. We saw a game be a 2-point difference earlier on.
Chaos is going to reverse back towards the cap, is reversing back towards torpedoes. Oh, Miki nearly getting a blind shot there.
It wasn't blind, he was respotted as well.
Was he respotted? Okay, so there is a nice gap in the torps, but Chaos will try and reverse back towards the cap, I think. So Des Moines of Giga Chad has reached the island between A and B. Classic position there.
Yep, we'll see his Gearing probably going to reverse himself into that cap, but there will be a Stalingrad waiting for him. And also, what's this Gearing smoke going on? Is the Gearing
Yeah,
smoke?
I just saw that. So
That is a fake smoke. I'm pretty sure they're gonna fake going at Des Moines there.
oh, that's hilarious. Okay, Rudaboo. That's fascinating.
How often do you see this?
That's why it's making me pause. So yeah, no, you don't often see this. This is like mind games, like serious mind games. Although radar out from Giga Chad will notice that there's only a Gearing in that smoke screen as far as they can see.
Well, the Ohio had his shot loaded waiting for a Des Moines to approach. He's going to throw it at the Gearing.
Does land one shell. Inuor is going to cap. I suspect there'll be a radar out from Trainol.
Well, they've got rid of his Des Moines radar, which means that they can make some fancy plays now. Like, they might want to do some really bold stuff, like push that Kremlin up.
Yeah. So that there is the Trainol radar does spot Inuor. Will they be able to get the reset in time? Let's see. I think so. Yep, that looks like a good reset. But that radar... So Inuor is staying in the cap. Because the Stalingrad radar is not going to last forever. There it goes. So B will go. There might be another reset coming. Blind.
He leaves the cap.
But without another radar, that is going to go to Torres.
Ooh. So the Gearing smoke is actually for the Kremlin. The Kremlin is going to push through the smoke in next to the B cap now.
Interesting. Okay.
I did say
What's that? But what's that to catch? Is that to catch the cruiser that's supposed to be an A that isn't?
No, it's to murder that Des Moines.
But they can't see the Des Moines.
They know he's there. They'll
But
just
you can't shoot through the island.
No, but you press W through the middle of the map.
Yeah, that's not without its risk, though. You've got Emmy over on your left if you're Shakers. You've got Sniping Cat in front of you.
You're in Ohio, you don't care. I mean, Kremlin, you don't care.
I would say it's to crunch the people at A because they have a Kremlin pushing the 9-10, the 1-2 line right now.
I would expect this is to put pressure on Devourer, who I think they were expecting to be at the island, but he's not there. Shots out towards Emmy from Shakers. Good 20k volley there towards Emmy in the background.
Yeah, the Ohio being forced further and further back now. Also, the Yuyang and Des Moines being forced further back, which is going to allow the red Des Moines to have a safe path into the cap. Park himself up in that little cranny we saw it used by in a Minotaur in an earlier game.
The Emmy taking those torpedoes.
Shaker
Replay.
still advancing.
Okay, sorry, NDA is going to have a pretty good run up to the island. Is spotted. Giga Chad may have an opportunity to get an AP volley into the broadside of NDA here. Yep, here comes the shot. 6 AP shells out towards NDA. Having to slow down. They go over the head of NDA. Second volley does not miss. That was a lovely chunk there. But sorry, will get to the island. BCAP is still heavily contested. No one's actually managed to take it yet. Rudaboot keeps getting pushed off. Ineos keeps getting pushed off. Sorry, Inyo keeps getting pushed off.
Rudaboot got caught in the higher there, and the Marceau of Mickey has been raining down upon him. Also, the Moskva from Max Range Queen's Marksman. We send those shells in as well. So the Kremlin now has a gearing problem. The Kremlin south of B is yes. So he wants to make his jump around this island and take down Gigachad. He has gearing there waiting to torpedo him. So we now have a bit of a stalemate.
I don't think that's why the Shakers is there. I think Shakers is there to stop anything pushing into A. I don't think pushing Shakers around this corner is their objective here. I might be wrong. I don't think that's the play.
I have to side with Stats here. I think that he is there just for, crossfire.
Okay, but if that gearing leaves, then Des Moines going to die to it, right?
Probably, but it's a really unlikely play to happen because the Kremlin will have to come around the corner and then deal with the Des Moines. And it's a really, not good path for the Kremlin to take.
However, so the thing is, Shiny are like 200 points down, so they do need to make something happen somewhere. They've got the Marceau over on the Charlie cap of Chaos, about to look back into Charlie now that the other destroyer is gone.
So the Moskva of Yoluente is currently blind firing into the B cap, and he just got a reset on the Marceau.
That's an interesting position, actually, this Yellow NT Moskva. I've not seen a Moskva played there yet this tournament. I have seen in previous COTs.
There's the radar now.
Not this tournament.
Stalingrad and Moscow are both going to have shots on the Marceau as he retreats, but it's a Marceau. Even with the Russian railguns, it's quite hard to hit. Also, the gearing is going up.
So here we're seeing Miki coming under a bit of focus fire. Torpedoes just going past the back end of Sorry NDA there. Yes, the Marceau did get into the Charlie cap, so Chaos is capping. There is a radar there, Queen's Marksman. So I think that's just in range. It's just on the edge of range. I think Chaos should be able to stay out of that quite happily. Lappin coming under focus fire from this blob above A.
Yeah, it has torpedoes to worry about as well. I'm not sure if the Gearing's torpedoes have that. No, they've expired.
No, not quite.
Radar comes out at the B cap from the Des Moines, I believe. It's going to be spotting both and the Kremlin. That leaves the Gearing caught bow in front of a Marceau. I'm just going to reverse back here.
Gearing's going to reverse. Yeah, you can almost hear the reverse alarm, can't you? Gearing reversing. Yeah, Rudabout is actually trading reasonably well with Miki. Just trying to dip in behind that cliff. Trying to mitigate as many of these shells as possible. Just going in a single direction is not usually a good idea. Okay, Inyor is going to come back towards the cap. And honestly, if there's a face-to-face encounter between Rudabout... Actually, Rudabout may go down here.
Yeah, he gets caught once again. I think he's in the Des Moines' Hydro now. Or just
I think the Hydro just ended. Or the... Oh, never mind. He got blind fight to that
So
now.
did the life of that gearing. Oh, now we have the Kremlin all alone.
So that is 2 caps to Shiny, but the loss of that gearing is going to make it obviously impossible for them pretty much to do anything about B. But if they can hold A and C, the points will catch up. There is enough time.
They currently have the Stalingrad and the Moskva just deny the green gear.
Actor absolutely nuked Giga Chad then. Oh, that was a great shot. Hopefully we'll get a good replay of that. That was fantastic. That is going to seriously jeopardize that position of that Des Moines above the cap. Okay. Can I do that again? Because I think that's what Shiny need right now.
Well, if
Giga
you
Chad not spotted.
worry about the Moskva doing it instead. Because the Moskva of Yulawende is pushing forwards now, looking for that angle.
Yeah, Giga Chad not currently spotted. I think they'll have to wait for Trainel's radar to come back. Trainel is just edging forward.
Laban's down to 5k health on the one line, by the way, and about to take a fire as well. He's down to 600 health. Damacon's a fire. Caught Bow in still. Yeah, he's just going to go down.
Emergency radar.
The I'm about to die alarm.
Shells. Yeah, I mean, you may as well pop it just in case it catches something. Lappin definitely going to go down to these shells.
Are you
Oh,
saying
no,
that?
I believe he is. He was stealth for a little bit.
No, I think he was spotted the whole time. I'm not sure.
Still spotted right now.
He is spotted right now, definitely.
I think he was just out of range of the Des Moines.
He is out of range of the Des Moines by a lot, actually.
I'm sure
That must be so frustrating for Devourer not to be able to take that
Crossfire
kill.
coming in from the Ohio, though.
Yeah, both Ohio's just shot at him.
1 HE, 1 AP. AP takes it.
Sniping cat from 28 kilometers.
Ooh, the Kremlin's turning out in the Yu-Yang torps. That might be very painful.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, Actor's going to play Pokemon here. Ooh, 1, 2.
3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
Still alive. Still broadside in Ohio.
Let's go down, but that's
Luckily,
not
the
a help.
Ohio is currently shooting HE, so it's not going to be that bad.
Shells go long anyway. Kremlin of Shaker is making a move in the middle, trying to put pressure onto Giga Chad.
Nah, that's not going to happen.
Here we see a replay of the death of Lappin with the AP cross shot. Long range for the Ohio.
The Stalin from Shiny needs to move up in the radar, the gearing right now, so the Kremlin can shoot at him.
Radaring right now.
Actor actually did significant damage to Devourer before going down there.
Is he going to shoot the Des Moines or the gearing? He's going to shoot the Des Moines and not manage to kill him.
Moskva finish up? Nope. Giga Chad pushes forward. I think Chad's going to try and go for the ram.
The ram will not kill the Kremlin.
But the gearing torps will.
Yes.
There's 5 torps.
1, 2.
Now the ram will kill him.
10 torps and the ram.
Okay. So 658 to 546.
Stalingrad
No
no
points income here for the Greens.
kills his point income, right? It's the best kind of point income.
So
Fight happening in the sea cap.
what a mess this is, honestly. So Gearing can go round and go into Bravo. Yu Yang can push down towards A. And Miki can potentially get into C, although he's currently under fire. Although, as is Chaos. Baz? I mean...
I think what needs to happen is that they need to trade, get the Des Moines kill in A somehow, which is going to be really difficult because a 1v1 trade against the Des Moines is not favorable for them. So they need to get the Ohio involved in that fight. And then they need to make the Goliath and the Moskva at sea actually do something.
Devourer caught in a crossfire at A-cap between this Des Moines and Stalingrad. He's running the gauntlet. He's now turning full broadside to Stalingrad to try and give the Des Moines less angle. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make it into this cap. Here comes the Stalingrad salvo.
I think they're rushing a little bit too much. They really need the Ohio to land a good salvo on this Des Moines. It's really critical that he gets like a 15k salvo right now.
Let's find out.
He does?
That's exactly what happens. Torps are out on the corner from the Yu-Yang, but I don't think NDA is far enough forward. Can Devourer finish NDA here?
He should shoot HE now. Or should have been already. Come on.
I think he's lost a turret currently.
Stalingrad.
I think Devourer is safe now, so the Ohio will kill the Des Moines. Yeah. Okay, they convert A at least.
Yeah.
So that means that Shiny, despite having 2 caps to none, don't catch up on points. So 704 points to Torres.
Torres is going to be in control of all 3 caps relatively soon.
Okay, this is starting, like a picture is starting to emerge here. Torres having better map control. They have got 3 caps.
They have 4 ships more.
Massive ship advantage.
However,
Yeah,
this
NT.
Stalingrad can get the kill on the Ohio. Traniel south of B-cap can definitely win the fight against the Ohio if he gets respotted. He's just like, no, I don't want to get respotted.
Trenol definitely has the health to do it. There are deep water torpedoes coming. I'm not sure if they've quite got the range. Ohio not doing very much in return.
The
So
Stalingrad's
Shiny-
in a very over position.
Shiny absolutely have to push Chaos back into the camp, but this Queen's Markman is sitting right there. Chaos currently trying to help realize. You're seeing Trainel here taking a torpedo.
Goliath in that crossfire between the Moscow and Venezia. Yeah. Shoots through the bow of Venezia, you know, gets a bit of damage. Venezia's just trying to make something happen here.
Yeah,
Moskva is giving broadside to the Venezia AP. 10k.
So Venezia actually has really good torp angles, so Realize has thrown some torpedoes out towards Pathfinder, but I don't think they're far enough forward.
Well, he's now in about a 3-way crossfire between Goliath, Moscow. The Des Moines burns down the Stalingrad of Train and Lot in the background.
So Realize needs to really pressure these guys to push them off the cap so that Chaos can get into the camp. Because that really is the goal here. 955, they need to stop the points income. Get a kill. At least 1 kill. They have to push the Mossfire of YOLO into B, but it's too late, I think.
It's way too late. He doesn't even reach the cap at this point.
Venezia.
The Venezia dying will end the game.
992, I think the points are going to tick anyway. 996, 2 more ticks.
He's trying to get a stern set, but he's not going to get it.
No. That was a good try from Shiny.
There we go, that evens it up.
I'm glad that you know how the scores work, because I had no idea. 1-1 in the
I have paper. and
You
a
have pen and paper. Well done, Stats. I am too lazy for this stuff. We're going to throw it back to the studio, who have all the fancy gadgets. So, back to you guys.
We do, like pen and paper. We're well equipped.
Wow.
No, but a really, really good match here from Shiny, equalizing and being Torres actually being able to equalize it after Shiny took the first point, and now we get a third match. Fantastic. So, what do you think made the difference here, Malta, in terms of the setup? It must have been the Goliath, right?
I know you were asking
Right?
for Goliath to be
Right?
played, and you got to see it. What do you think? After you got to see Goliath action, what did you think?
Yes, I used all of my red buttons, bam, to help Torres win this one after fulfilling my wish.
Yeah, I mean, actually, the Goliath was quite a good pick on the flank, because Goliath does pretty well into other cruisers, and the Goliath was on sea, where Shiny didn't actually have any other BBs, all because both their Ohios went to the other side. Was a Kremlin, sorry. So the Goliath actually was pretty good there. We didn't see much of it because it kind of just did their thing. On C, we didn't really see much of it because most of the action was on A and B. But yeah, it was actually a pretty slow start. Things took a while to get going. But Torres managed to get like a couple things going in their favor. One of those things being the early sea cap that they managed to get just before he was forced out. And yeah, that ended up swinging things in Torres' favor.
And sorry, I just had to check because the minimap render is already being uploaded, which is fantastic. Thank you to the team.
Big shout out to all the people in the background, by the way.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much. What I wanted to highlight, this is coming straight from the game, being uploaded right now, so we can take a look at the minimap render. So big thank you for this. But yeah, I think Torres got in like a good early start off with the sea cap, which we'll see in a second here on the minimap render. But then things became a little bit more difficult for the team. So let's take a look at the minimap render here and kick it off.
Yeah, so I'll just start the replay and you just tell me when to pause.
So here we can see the Maso.
He actually managed to take the cap just by the second because the shells were about to hit him.
Yes, completely for free, taking that cap, which is the ideal scenario that you want to have, especially when you pad up against exactly the same destroyer who should be there in the same time. So very well done. But then let's take a look at how the team's position, because it's quite different to the first match of Land of Fire in terms of where the team's position.
We see that the teams are both pretty heavy on A with like a lot of ships here and here, whereas there's very little here to support the C play. So that's actually what Goliath does like. Just a slow thing where it can kind of use its sustainability over a very long term to kind of wear out the enemy ships. So yeah, this early cap, which they managed to basically hold for the entire game, was very crucial in the points gain.
And then we see here, if you just pause, right above B, I mean, this will become, of course, always a very good position, but also a very difficult decision for GigaChat here with his Des Moines, trying to apply pressure towards both the B and the A cap over here, and the DD here trying to cap B. But we have here the gearing moving up to kind of counter it, but that gearing will struggle a lot. To be able to do that, and will actually killed in the process.
Yeah, we actually saw here that there was a smoke laid out for the Kremlin right here, so the Kremlin could get into the position basically scot-free to kind of try to force out whatever was here. Unfortunately, that didn't quite work as they had planned. Although they did manage to push them back, but they didn't really manage to convert any kills.
And that creates a funny standoff with the gearing, Des Moines, and Kremlin.
Yes.
And nobody can really move. It has to kind of stick in their position. But I think the Kremlin was a really good push up there to keep Torres at least at bay for the beginning of the A cap.
Yes, they did indeed manage to get a foothold here on A, so it was actually, it kind of achieved what they wanted to. But unfortunately, the gearing does end up going down here eventually, down at the B cap, right here. The Marceau and the Daring basically push on and kill the gearing, which then kind of leaves the Kremlin pretty open.
But do you think it was worth it using the gearing smoke initially to put the Kremlin there, but then to get like just destroyed that easily on the B cap?
He would have still gotten destroyed probably because the Des Moines radar and Hydro cover that spot, so the smoke wouldn't really have helped him too much in that situation.
No, not too much about the smoke, but I mean, this is why he got into this specific area of the island.
Because he tried to smoke the Kremlin.
Yeah.
He probably shouldn't have been in that area, maybe on the straight south of B, maybe, so he has less DPM from the Marceau that could hit him, and he can run away really easily. I think he was caught bow in, right? There in the cap.
Yeah.
So that isn't really
You can see right here.
Yeah.
Go
He's
back.
bow in, so he can't really escape. He's kind of stuck there. And he can't even reverse behind the rock because of the angle he's at. So, really and truly, I think that position, maybe it's a bit too risky. I don't know why he was there. Maybe he wanted to get into the cap quickly. But another weak position here they had on the one line, the Moskva, is getting farmed out really hard by this Des Moines. He does luckily live, I believe it was on 100 HP or something.
Yeah, so like 140 HP.
Incredibly low. But the Des Moines, I don't think he has range mod, so he wasn't able to finish the Moskva. But luckily, Sniping Cat from B cap gets a big shot later on and does end up finishing the Moskva. He's like, okay, if you guys can't do it on the one line, I'll have to do it from here.
Here he ends up going down to Sniping Cat in the V cap, taking matters into his own hands. And then here, actually, we see something very important happen. Down here at the A cap, we actually see that the Kremlin takes 4 EU Yanktorps. You can't actually see it here on the replay, but he does take 4 EU Yanktorps and goes down to like 15,000 HP, which ends up costing him his life. And from there on out, Des Moines is alone against 3 ships on A. And we have another thing happening here on B. The Kremlin rushing the Des Moines, who end up ramming, although probably didn't need to, as the gearing torps were probably going to kill him.
No, I think that ram was a little bit too premature, because there's nothing to gain out of that ram.
And he would have lived, and you'd have more points, you could heal. I think maybe he just wanted to do it just in case, but the gearing torps clearly finished him off, so he was down to 34k after the first set, so the second set was pretty easy.
Yeah. And then if we just let this play out, we indeed see that the Des Moines here takes a pretty big chunk from Ohio, and eventually it does go down.
Plus, I was really surprised to see that gearing is basically making the same move as we saw before from the shiny gearing, pushing Bauern into the cap against a Moskva and a Stalingrad, both available, like potentially having radar, of course, and still getting away with the cap and alive. So I think that was
the biggest thing that he didn't have to deal with, of course, is there's no Marceau to apply heavy DPM on him. That's kind of the biggest thing.
Yeah. And from there on out, it's and not much happens. We see the Stalingrad go down here, and the Venezia take some pretty big damage. But other than that, it's a pretty decided game at that point.
Yeah, it was pretty much over at this point, I think.
Yeah, really well played, and that means next match is going to decide who's going to move on in the losers bracket. So we have Hotspot. We've seen it in the first set of matches, and now the question is, what do you think these teams are going to change about their lineup for Hotspot? Any big changes or?
Marceau's.
Yeah,
more Marceau's.
There's going to be a lot of Marceau.
Your wish or your expectation?
It's my wish and expectation, because this is such a big map. You could use Marceau in D cap just in case something rushes you, or you could rush things with the rocks. You could take it to B and try make a play on A. You could take C early. You could do so many things with Marceau on this map. I really hope we can see some creative aspects with Marceau here.
Yeah, I completely agree here. Marceau is going to be a very prominent pick on this map. It is, like Malteseknight just said, an extremely versatile destroyer on this map.
Exactly. Keep in mind that we have, for this match, this series of matches, banned the Ragnar and the Alexander Nevsky, plus the tournament bans of Kleber and Petropavlovsk. If you're wondering why these ships are not appearing in this set of matches, that's why, because the teams were able to ban some of these ships prior to this matchup. Yeah, so the teams are slowly but steadily readying up. Who do you think now is going to be proceeding?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I actually think Shiny will take it.
Why?
Why? I don't know. It just feels like it. Shiny did make some pretty critical mistakes last game, but I think overall their strategy was pretty solid.
What about you, Malta?
Shiny, because they played double Marceau first game, so I believe in them with Marceau.
Oh wow, the power of the muscles here. I'm really torn with Taurus and Shiny, because Taurus looked quite good as well. And so I'll just be the person to go for the other option. I'll go for Taurus. I think they have it what it takes to potentially take this way, but Shiny was playing very well in all of the matches that we've seen so far. So we'll see who's going to be it. If you want to let us know who you think is going to take this one home, let us know in chat, and otherwise I'll hand it over to our casters with this last match of today that we're going to be broadcasting here on the EU stream. So go enjoy it and have some fun with all of the action, explosions and torpedoes and whatever we're going to see. Bye.
Welcome on into Game 3 of this best of 3 in the losers bracket second round. It is taking place between Shiny and Torres, and the loser of this game, their tournament is over. So, green team, Shiny, are going to be running Ohio, Kremlin, Des Moines, Venezia, Moskva, Stalingrad, Gearing, Marceau. What you got, Stats?
Down the other end in this tiebreaker game, we have for Torres, Ohio, Yamato, double Des Moines, double Moskva, Gearing, a Mosso, and a Yuyang.
So 3 destroyers apiece going to be taking place on hotspot. So let's take a look and see if anything particularly interesting is happening with these initial deployments, because these are relatively standard compositions as far as we're aware. So green team going to be sending over the A cap. Going to be sending a Moskva, Venezia, and Kremlin. C cap, sorry, they're going to be sending both Marceaus. And then over at the D cap, they're going to have Gearing, Des Moines, Stalingrad, and Ohio. I keep accidentally saying B cap because I'm used to like A, B, C as the lineup, not used to this double home cap we have on this map. Stats, what have you got?
Yeah, the caps on this can be a bit confusing. The deployment's very similar on the south side, actually. So you've got Moskva, double Moskva actually going wide A. You've got the Marceau Gearing instead of double Marceau pushing up with a Des Moines in support. That's a bit different. Devourer is going to be in a maybe slightly risky position. We'll have to keep an eye on that. And then going wide to the 9-10 line, we've got Emmys, Ohio, and then we've got a Yuyang and a Des Moines. Something I just want to pick up from casting this last weekend, this map, because this is the first time we're seeing this map and this cap deployment in King of the Sea, is that any pushes that we do over towards B or A from either the north or the south, they take a really long time. And so if you're going to decide to do that push, which both teams are currently, you've got to make it work, and you've got to make it work as quickly as possible, because while your heavy push is going over towards A and B, the rest of your team is left high and dry over at D, but actually the deployments of these teams are quite even. So that isn't going to happen this game. I think we're going to see a big fight over at A-B this time, instead of where we normally see it at D.
Yeah, if anything, like you basically left an Ohio and a Stalingrad on the right flank, and then there's like a destroyer Des Moines smokescreen going to be shooting each other with not really much happening. C-cap was taken very early on by these two Marceaus without really much contestation from them. There is the Gearing for Torres going to be smoking up his Des Moines. The Marceau of Mickey got spotted in front of both these Marceaus and about to beach. Oh, this could be terrible. He gets unspotted, so he's gotten away with it. He didn't shoot.
Having to do a 3-point turn. The Marceau's trying to guess where Mickey is. I think, yeah, Mickey... Although Mickey's about to accelerate into those torpedoes.
Ooh. I think you can accelerate past them, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
These are Marceau. They are known for their ability to just, you know, teleport when needed.
But the Gearing is taking a toll.
Yes. Ineos sitting sideways in the cap takes a torpedo from one of the Marceaus.
Crossfire into the Des Moines smokescreen.
Little chunk. I'm going to make a prediction that Emmy is going to end up in the D cap here.
What makes you think that?
Because there's nothing there. So I know that these like genius strategical insights come from, you know, I don't know where they come from. So Giga Chad is going to cap the B cap on the north side. The Venezia and the Moskva are going to cap A.
Yep, home cap's
C cap
taken.
goes to G.
Home cap's just taken, you know, we'll be seeing a very static game over there with Kremlin, Venezia, Moskva, not too much happening. Although Marceau is looking like he wants to make something interesting happen here. But he has lost a lot of health already.
I think the action in this game is going to be around the middle, although the double Marceau is actually looking like it's going to go and grab D.
Gearing's going to try his best to not eat more torpedoes. In reverse, finding all these Marceau torpedoes coming towards him. He's turned to dodge that one, and there's another one just behind. It's
another one coming that's just stopped, yeah. Which is lucky, because I think it would have hit him.
Oof.
Yeah. Nerves of steel. Okay. Yeah, double Marceau is definitely going to go into the top of D. That's going to be completely uncontested.
It's a good job they didn't stick their Ohio in there, then.
Yeah, it kind of is, actually. I guess they were waiting just to see where everything is. So I was going to say that this is going to come down to the destroyers playing against each other in the Charlie cap, but actually that's not going to happen. So I think it's going to come down to ultimately Venezia, Moskva, Kremlin in the north, and Marceau, Moskva in the south.
I think Moskva's going to come down to what can you accomplish with these two Marceaus? How quickly can you rotate them around? What are you going to be able to do with them? Well, it's not a 3 or 4 blob. Like, two Marceaus together can do a lot of work on things that get themselves overextended. Like, if this Gearing gets overextended, he can be ran down. If this Des Moines gets overextended, he can be farmed down by them in combination with the Des Moines and Gearing. If any of the DDs gets caught out, they're dead, you know.
They may simply just take them back out the north of the gap and back over to Charlie again. Because Inyo hasn't gone anywhere. So that's now 2 caps apiece, with Torres slightly ahead on points. Also, of Miki just starting to look at the one line. Trying to get a spot on anything that's up there.
Yeah, Mossos have exited out the top of D. Looks like they are indeed rotating back to C. Stalingrad and Ohio are reversing towards that cap to try and get some, you know, radar coverage over it and just general tanky presence.
This might be one of those games that just just gently, and then everything happens at once at the end of the game. I think it's going to be one of those kind of games. Okay, let's see what happens to the 2 Mossos versus Ineos Gearing, who is supported by Devourer.
Well, the Gearing's going to pop the smoke screen.
Would you want to be Devourer right now?
Well, he's currently spotted, so no.
Yeah. Middle of the map, Ohio's got a shot. Kremlin is probably just out of range. Devourer moving south, but is line of sight spotted by the Mossos. Actor has fired, AP. Ineos starting to run that smoke screen down towards Devourer.
Ow.
Little chunk, yeah. Torres have set up a position between B and A at the volcano. Which unfortunately hasn't had. We're seeing a different map to you guys slightly, but this hasn't had its beautiful volcano rework yet. That's coming in the next patch.
No, but it has got a giant King of the Sea coin floating above it.
I don't think it does actually on this map.
Does it not?
No. Right, so Miggy has actually pushed past the halfway line and is spotting Realize.
I have no idea where the giant King of the Sea coin was then.
There's a pirate flag in the middle.
Oh, pirate flags.
Yeah.
Right, anyway. Back to the game. Back to the game.
Sightseeing.
Let's hide candy.
So Marceau Chaos is reversing back towards the cap, and I think being pushed off there, was that Devourer radar? I'm not sure. Ineor throws torps back out towards the 2 Marceaus, who also throw torps towards Ineor.
So this Moskva position, Giga Chad, is going to be able to maintain radar control over the sea cap. He's also going to be able to provide intel on everything that the Marceau is pushing into should he need it.
Kremlin can lob AP over the island towards Queen's Marksman, not quite managing to get the shells close enough to the island.
Back to the position I was talking about with Moskva, it's a great position up until 2 Marceaus notice that you're there and decide to YOLO charge you.
Yeah, so right, let's think about this. So if they go through that gap, they're under double radar, but radar doesn't stop you coming. So the Queen's Marksman is going to be able to reverse and potentially get one of them down, but not before they've actually rushed the other Moskva. Yamato is there, but slow reload. So yeah, I think the door is currently open.
The door is currently open for 2 rushes, yeah.
Well, absolutely. I mean, there's nothing stopping them carrying on going and going around the back of Queen's Marksman, to be honest.
Moskva
they're going to go around the top? They're going to go around the top.
I think they know that there's a Marceau in their side of the map and they're going to go for him together. Maybe? Because the Venezia will be spotted by the Marceau, and I think they're rotating for that.
Is Mickey inside radar range of Lappin? No.
No, I think that is going for a hard spot. And the Marceau is...
onto the bottom Moscow Queen's Marksman. Ohio. Knees?
Oh.
Could have been worse.
Just keep an eye on the 9 line. There is a little bit of a push going from Shiny.
Okay, but I'm going to keep my other eye on the 2 line because the fight is broken out.
Just bear that in mind. Okay.
You're going to be opened up on by both of these Marceaus. He's going to have the Venezia on top of him as well. The Moskva is not in any position to support. This is a 3v1 situation. Actually, it's about 5v1 because there's also a Kremlin and a Moskva lapping on top. All of them taking shots at this Marceau. And as soon as he goes down, they will make the push around and torpedo rush Queen's Marksman.
So yeah, Queen's Marksman currently reversing for obvious reasons, but Gigachad also reversing just to make sure that as many guns as possible can point towards these Marceaus. Looks like it's going to be player game making that initial rush, with Chaos actually turning north. So they're not going to commit both Marceaus here.
Ooh, that's probably a mistake then, since we have... Unless you can make both of them happen. If he gets his left torpedoes and Giga Chad.
Gee. 2 torps going into the sandbank.
Stalingrad takes down a Des Moines somewhere. Hope we get a replay of that for you after these
Lovely
torpedoes.
little reversing dodge there, only taking 1 torpedo from the first volley. Player game second set out.
He launches them all towards the bow.
You will kill him.
Does.
Yeah, that was a
A
bit...
1-for-1 trade is actually not that bad because they already got the Marceau kill on the 1 line.
That push I mentioned down the 9 line is proceeding. Here we see Pathfinder's Des Moines under fire.
Do we know where that Stalingrad Des Moines kill was?
Yes, Pathfinder's Des Moines went down on the 9 line to that push I was mentioning. We just saw a replay of that. So, Shiny making sure that they're holding D here. They are nearly 200 points ahead with even Captics.
Yeah, they're going to be charging that Ohio through the D cap to hold on to that, so... That might be a bit risky with the Gearing's position.
Yeah, Gearing could potentially be a big threat there, because the problem is that Stalingrad, Des Moines, and Gearing are already down past the island, so once the Gearing goes into the cap, they can't help anymore. So this could be a bit of a win here for Torres if they can get that Ohio down.
Well, now that they know the Des Moines and the smokescreen is being led away from C to help, you know, deny this push, they can now bring their Marceau back into B. Into C. Too many caps. Too many caps. I'm not used to it. Yes, the Des Moines has been rotated away from C to D, and now the Marceau can cap C.
Yep. So Ineor has laid a smokescreen for Devourer to sit and get the broadsides of these cruisers who are pushing. Get spotted by, I think that was Trainel's radar, which of course means Ineor is also spotted going into D.
In front of an Ohio.
In front of an Ohio. I think you'll see Gearing sit here and wait out the radar. Yu Yang throwing torps back up towards Trainel Stalingrad.
Yeah, what we have building up now is a powder keg. There's so much dev strike potential between the Gearing against the Ohio, between the Des Moines against, you know, everything.
Shiny are also, I think, pushing Giga Chad's Moskva. Shakers looks like... I'm not sure. Are they actually moving? Let me just go and check.
Sniping Katsumato, full broadside of that Kremlin, gets caught. Well, it's not full broadside, but still, it's enough angle for it to hurt.
Shakers, no. I thought Shakers was pushing. Shakers is actually just creeping forward.
Well, he has the angle on sniping cat that he needs, so he doesn't need to go forward.
Radar is down over Ineor's Gearing, who is now dark.
Until the next radar comes out from the Stalingrad.
Until the next radar comes out. So whose radar was that? That was Stalingrad, okay.
Yeah.
I think if you're the caller for Torres, like, what do you do with this Gearing?
You tell your Des Moines to get out of the way of its torpedoes. That's a different Gearing. Yeah, rudder boot south of the D cap is a torpedo. They have a living hell out of the.
Marceau has just arrived. So the push on the Ohio is a no-go.
The torpedoes are also
Ineor's about to be in a lot of trouble here, because NDA is coming back in the other entrance. I think its Gearing is going to be forced to...
The Gearing is very stuck. I think he has to go for a YOLO now. That's the only way he's going to get a positive trade out of this is YOLOing the Des Moines. But he probably won't make it.
Des Moines realizes what's coming, starts to turn out to try and avoid as many torps as possible. And get as many guns on as possible. Ineor will go down here. Doesn't get any torps out. And that's 992 points for Shiny.
That'll be the game.
And a win.
So that'll be 2-1 in the series to Shiny?
Indeed.
Yep.
So
Torres is out.
Yep, Torres has been eliminated. Shiny will be moving on to tomorrow. And we'll be throwing it back to the studio to let you know everything that's going on.
congratulations to Shiny with a very, very convincing win here. And apparently, the math of Malta definitely worked out. Like the more Marceaus,
My calculation
higher
was
the win.
correct. 2
Twice.
Marceau versus 1 equals auto win for the 2 Marceaus.
Yeah.
Bad. So far,
Can't
that math is working
argue.
out. Exactly.
Argue.
But besides that, what do you think did swing the game in the favor of Shiny?
One of the things I really love to watch there, because we were watching it at the same time, and we were really excited. On the one line, there was the 2 Marceaus. They rotated from the sea cap. They had the choice of rushing the Marceau, but also getting shot by the Moskva. So what one of them did was one of them rushed the Marceau to spot him, whilst also running away. The other one came in to rush the Moskva. So they did it was very beautiful to watch. It was really nice to watch.
Yeah, it was a really good way to get a 2-for-1 out of that situation. After that, they just kind of took control of that whole left flank, and it kind of just crumbled from there. They were also not able to keep up on the right side, all the way on the 10 line. And yeah, they just pushed the Ohio into D and just took control of all the caps.
Yes. I think that was a very convincing win by Shiny. And while Mr. Conroy is working his magic in the background, we will then have the casters here to talk a little bit about the date today and what you can expect from tomorrow. But before we do this, let's take a look at the replay from this match and just look at this. By the way, if you noticed what our casters were talking about, that yes, we're working on a big visual upgrade of the game and the maps. That includes, for example, water and, as we said before, for example, the volcano that we were zooming in on this map. So if you didn't know about this yet, go check out the dev blog with all of the information about this graphical update. It will come to the game very soon.
Right, so we have the replay right here, so let's get it started. And already you see all the Marceaus heading towards the central cap, where they have a very brief exchange in which the green Marceaus end up getting away scot-free. And the gearing ends up taking a Marceau tower, which already puts a very big advantage for Shiny, as both of the DDs from Torres already have some damage on them, making contesting ever so slightly harder.
Yes, and we can see these Marceaus.
The rotation.
The rotation.
Yes.
It's such a beauty. They managed to get B in the beginning and push away both the single Marceau and then the gearing. Then they rotate to C, taking C, and then decide, okay, this is boring on this flank. We want to have some actions. Let's actually go to the completely other flank, to the one line, and have some fun there. Find the enemy Marceau and nuke it and take the Moskva for brunch.
Yeah, this was basically a big turning point in this game. What we see here, the Marceau takes a lot of damage here. And here he goes unspotted, so what they do is they split off. As Malteseknight already pointed out, one of them goes to Russian Moskva, one of them goes to kill the Marceau. Ends up working out really well for them, and they kind of take over the map from here.
Look how quick it rotates.
Yeah.
It goes from the one line, C, in about like 4 minutes, maybe even less.
Let's see how long it was. So we have to reset it.
So from B, so first they go B. They're there in 2 minutes. Then they go to D, right? And that takes them around a minute. Of course, it's not that far. And then so from 15, they go to B again. They're chilling for a bit, and then they go to the one line. I mean, look at the movement. This is what you have to do with Marceaus. You have to be constantly on the move. And
It's just
they played it extremely well.
Just really good utilization of Marceau's strength to just completely rotate around the map every single time. Just literally zooming around the map multiple times. And they just really did a good job of that and ended up getting them the win.
Yes, so GG. And that means that Shiny's moving on to the next stage. Even though losing their very first match in the knockout stage, they then proved that they might deserve to actually get into the international finals that we'll see in 2 weeks' time. Great. So, Mr. Conway, are we ready to bring in our guests?
Yes, I guess.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, then let's bring in Statsbloke and Painezor, because they have been doing a very fantastic job commenting these games. And let's talk with them about today and what we can expect from tomorrow.
Hi.
Hello, the two of you. How was today? How was the set of matches?
Long. was
long. But you know what? Tomorrow
It's
is
gonna
going
be
to
even longer tomorrow. Yeah,
Stats, you're muted still.
he does that. He just sits
But
there
at
and
least,
eats.
Again.
look, what I love about Statsbloke is he's very consistent. So if you start the stream like this, you should end it like it.
Oh, if you just like take a screenshot of me at the start of the day, like all energetic, and then you take a look at me now, it looks like I've got like massive 5 o'clock shadow just from like So I've got a 5 o'clock shadow on my eyes. That's how bad it's like a long day.
You start the day sitting like this. Like, yes, I'm going to have good posture all day, and then by the end of the match, it'll be like this. No, it's been a great day. It's been really exciting. There's been some really good games. So like GG, thanks to the teams. They've given us some great entertainment.
Yes, I agree.
Do you have a favorite match of today?
I think mine was what was it? Was it Surya Extreme, Islands of Ice, the one where you had the fantastic cross shots coming from the north side, which I guess would have been from Surya. Correct me if I'm wrong. Where the first destroyer went into the cap and just got completely annihilated by this beautiful Des Moines double destroyer, crossfire and double radar. It was amazing. Very, very good.
I think mine was the Shaft Alia game that went 998, 996,
Yeah.
or whatever.
Tick,
when
tick,
we
tick,
saw,
tick.
like,
Yeah,
all
I
the
agree. That
Ragnarok
was
and all.
such a great game, and it was so incredibly close. I mean, kind of our let's say, little mini final. Although, unfortunately, Alea did end up getting knocked out in the losers bracket after that.
I really wanted to
losing
watch
to
that
Syria.
game, but you guys told me no, we need to get these games moving as fast as possible.
But this is the problem. This is the problem with this stage of the tournament, because you look at the brackets and you're like, oh, that's a good game. Oh, that would be a good game as well, and you can't possibly watch all of
And then
them.
you got Conway saying, no, we
They're all
need to
good.
start at 30.
Look, I'm quickly. Let me
It's the
quickly
Cowboys
move
to
you.
blame.
Let me quickly move you off screen so we can discuss the final bracket. But we can still hear you.
Oh, did you just remove them because they blamed you?
No. I'm gonna. They're gonna come back.
Your revenge?
Censored.
Help, I'm being oppressed.
They're coming back.
Are we sure about that?
Right.
What? Who are you? What?
So in the losers bracket, we'll see Syria going up against Punch and Paid going up against Shiny. So that's actually pretty interesting. The second match, Paid against Shiny, as they used to be from the same community. So the yeah boy, oh boy, yo boy community. So that's going to be very interesting to watch.
Yes, absolutely. And it's also great to see that Punch actually knocked out Snack and Snack.
Oh yeah.
Punching their way up to the third match through the entire Snack community.
Yeah, the next round's going to be against SN2K. And SN1K for the final.
Well, Surya starts with an S, you know, there's at least some consistency there.
We go back to 4. From 3 to 4.
Great, yes, because this is, of course, part of what we're going to see tomorrow. We do have tomorrow the semifinals, the match of best of 3. We do also have the grand finals. And yeah, one of the other matches from the losers bracket, right? So that should be a great day tomorrow, and it's going to be best of 5. So Painezor is already preparing for tomorrow for a long stream that will probably last around 2 hours longer than today, but it will start at the same time.
Which brings me to an important question, and you can decide this now, together, collectively. Which of the 2 semifinals do we want to show?
I don't
Can
know
you
what
bring
they
it up?
are.
Bring it up. We need
Bring
to
it up,
visualize.
please. Yes.
The 2 semi-finals are No Capped Shaft and Wargaming Pay to Win Ban CV.
I would, me personally, without trying to influence anybody, right? I would go for Wargaming Pay to Win against Ban CV because we haven't seen those teams at all yet.
Can
Same.
we just like... I was going to say, can we not ask one of the teams to play it earlier, but that would require me casting another series of games. It's like, actually, you know what? No, let's not do that.
No, we'd like to be done before Monday. That would be good.
Yeah.
It's like...
Decide.
Okay, so my vote has been cast. What about Malta?
I'll watch. I want to watch Wargaming Pay to Win and Ban CV as well.
Okay, so it's 2-0.
Yeah.
3-0.
I'll have to agree there.
Okay.
I
Anybody
actually-
disagree?
I'm not saying this just to be different. I genuinely want to watch No Cap Shaft.
We just.
I mean,
this is the
I am a
troublesome
big
thing
fan
with
of
this.
democracy. Big fan of democracy.
I mean,
Okay.
Can I just
can
say-
tell you why.
Can I just say that we didn't see Wargaming Pay to Win or Ban CV today,
Totally agree.
and we
Democracy.
saw the Shaft. So
Yes, that's
My
I'm
vote
what I
totally
said.
happy.
Yeah,
They're
so-
both great. They're both great matchups.
Yes,
I
that's,
mean-
that's for me the trouble with, you know, like picking these things. You want to see all of these teams play, especially on this stage, right? These are all going to be fantastic matches, so it's always a tricky decision.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely watch either one of these games because one of those is going to be dropping down to the losers bracket, which we will also see for the losers bracket 5th and 6th place, where we will see either Paid or Shiny or Punch or Surya going up against one of the losers from the semifinal. So we'll definitely be doing one of those, and then we will see the kind of the final of the losers bracket, and then we will go on to the finals of the winners bracket and see who wins the entirety of King of the Sea 13.
At least for you, exactly. Very good. Well, then let's bring our casters back if Mr. Conway is fine with bringing them back into the fold and is done punishing them or blaming him.
You didn't mention the schedule, which I'm...
Well, the schedule people can see right now, right? It's,
Yes,
it's next to us, and Seraph has already read it out. So the schedule for
What time do
tomorrow
I
should
have to
be
set my alarm for?
7 o'clock in the morning.
Let's do 6. Let's do 6.
There's not an 11 o'clock in the morning. There's
No.
11 o'clock at night. The morning starts at like just tomorrow. There is no
Great.
such thing as morning.
Okay, great. No, so also for the viewers, if you just come back tomorrow at the same time, same place, this is when the tournament will start, and then we'll be here for quite a long time, probably 2 hours longer than today, to bring you all of these matches into your home. Great. Stats, Painezor, any last words you want to send our viewers home with?
I just wanted to say, actually, that one of the things you'll notice is a difference between this King of the Sea and previous Kings of the Sea, particularly, is that as more and more ships get added to Tier 10, combined with the ban system which has been introduced, you are seeing way more ship diversity than you've ever seen before. And it's something that I really appreciate as a caster and as a viewer. There's far fewer stale kind of compositions. There's a lot more variety in the ships, and that makes it much more interesting to watch.
Yeah, and you'll really love it when they bring the submarines and carriers in, because then you'll have even more ship diversity, right, Stats?
I didn't say that, but
It's time to put Painezor in quarantine.
Yeah, how good this?
the cast tomorrow will be me with Baz and Henning.
No, you're gonna get guys showing, "Hi, I'm Nish." I don't have a. It doesn't work when I don't have a soccer man, but you know.
No, then I will say thanks to both of you. If you don't know where to find them, both Painezor and Statsbloke are streaming on Twitch. So just head to Painezor with an E. Don't forget that E.
Not at the end, in the middle.
Exactly. No, maybe at the end as well. Maybe you find a completely different streamer. Might be interesting. And otherwise, you have, of course, Statsbloke as well, who also has a very nice YouTube channel that you can find, and also a really cool blog. So check it out. And with this, I'll just say thanks to the both of you. You did a really great job today. And we'll be back tomorrow with you and have some more fun with King of the Sea and all of the top teams from the European cluster. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi.
Bye-bye. So with this, it's only the three of us
Yes.
left. If Mr. Conway wants to switch the scene sooner or later, maybe two. We'll just wait.
I just think this is beautiful, and thank you very much. And goodbye.
Conway just pulling Conways. So, back to the three of us. So, we are done for today now, which doesn't mean that King of the Sea will stop on this channel. No, we are going to be handing over to the North American part of King of the Sea, where you might see, for example, this beautiful, very tall person.
gonna go eat.
Actually streaming, not streaming,
I'm
but
hungry.
at least potentially playing for 07 in today's NA part of King of the Sea. So don't miss out on this if you still want to see some competitive gameplay. From my side, I would like maybe ask Mr. Conway whether he wants to join us here in front of the camera. So
But the cameras are not set up.
Just very
Oh,
briefly.
come on, he's shy. You know him. He doesn't want to be in front of you. Now he's gonna be grumpy.
I've
He's
got
gonna
makeup
make it-
on.
Oh, he has no makeup on. But now you get to see Mr. Conway without makeup. And with almost a beard. Not.
No.
Come here. Yes. And there is a wild Mr. Conway. There we go. See, the camera can handle it.
Wow.
Perfect. Yes. No, thanks to everybody who was helping with making this tournament possible. That's from my side. It's always a pleasure to work with all of the organizers in the background. And of course, also thanks to you viewers for having a really good broadcast with us and sticking with us and having some fun in chat.
I have to go back again. I have to push the button.
No. And then Conway, we also want to thank you for actually having a super smooth, no issues, everything perfect broadcast.
The only one who was muted was Statsbloke, and that was.
That was not even Conway, exactly. So very good job, and we'll try to reproduce that tomorrow.
Should be good fun.
Yes.
Should be good fun.
Yes, great. And then I'll give the last words to our two guests. Let me start with Malta.
I mean, it was really fun to watch. It's entertaining. Again, it's my first time being here, so it's very fun to watch from here as well. We're watching it on a big screen, so it's like watching a sports match. So it's really fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I have to say.
I have to agree. It was a lot of fun today. We saw so many different things that were so fun. We had so many close matches. We had so many good matches with so many intense moments, and it was just amazing. So I have no doubts we'll be seeing the same tomorrow.
Yeah. So shoutouts to the teams. Very good job. When you see these players in game, give them a thumbs up and maybe watch them to see what they're doing so well in the game. And with this, I'll just say what?
Just a little heads up. We are switching to the NA stream now. If sometimes Twitch does this, if it dubs out, just hit F5 once, and we'll be live right away.
Perfect. Well then, I'll say good night. Have a very great Saturday evening, and then we'll see us tomorrow, same place, same time, with a lot more of action with King of the Sea. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.